निर्माताओं का स्वागत है। वी आर द मेकर्स। इस दुनिया को बनाने वाले, इस दुनिया को सजाने वाले और खूबसूरती के साथ इतने अच्छे तरीके से प्रेजेंट करने वाले हम लोग, हम इंजीनियर। एक कहानी के साथ आज का ये कार्यक्रम मैं शुरू करना चाहती हूँ कि चेन्नई का समुद्र तट, वहां पर एक व्यक्ति बैठकर एक धार्मिक पुस्तक पढ़ रहा था। एक लड़का आया जो जवानी के दौर में हम सब में वो एक खुराक होती है जो हम करने सभी जाते हैं, जिसे हमारी इंजीनियरिंग की भाषा में कीड़ा कहा जाता है। वो हर किसी के दिल में होता है। वही कीड़ा उस बच्चे के मन में भी जागा और वो जाकर उस व्यक्ति से बोला कि आप ये धार्मिक पुस्तक क्यों पढ़ रहे हैं? आज तो साइंस का, टेक्नोलॉजी की जमाना है और आप ये क्या कर रहे हैं? उस व्यक्ति ने उससे बहुत प्यार से पूछा, बेटा आप साइंस के बारे में क्या जानते हो? तो उस बच्चे ने उत्तर दिया, साइंस के बारे में मैं क्यों नहीं जानूंगा, मैं डॉक्टर विक्रम साराभाई रिसर्च सेंटर का स्टूडेंट हूँ। उस व्यक्ति ने कुछ नहीं कहा और चुपचाप अपनी वो पुस्तक पढ़ता रहा। थोड़ी देर बाद में दो गाड़ियां, बड़ी बड़ी गाड़ियां आई, बहुत सारे गार्ड्स उतरे और उस व्यक्ति को सेफली, सुरक्षा के साथ में ले जाने लगे। उस बालक में फिर से वही बात आई और उसने पूछा, आप हो कौन जिसको इतनी इतनी सिक्योरिटी मिल रही है? उन्होंने पलट के कहा, मैं वही डॉक्टर विक्रम साराभाई हूँ। ये हम इंजीनियर्स हैं। हम क्या क्या नहीं बना लेते ना। वो चांद पे भी हम पहुंचाते हैं, वो मंगल पे भी हम पहुंचाते हैं। लेकिन कभी कभी कुछ चीजें हैं जो उस चांद, उस मंगल, उस गैलेक्सी, उस आकाश गंगा से परे, कहीं और, किसी और छोर में है। वो चीजें हम न जानते हैं और शायद हम कभी जान भी नहीं पाएंगे। वो चीजें वही जानते हैं जो उन जगहों पर रहते हैं, जिन्हें हम प्यार से ईश्वर कहते हैं, जिनकी कृति हम हैं, जिनकी बनाई हुई चीजें हम हैं और जिनके हाथों के संचालन में हम चलते हैं। तो चलिए आज के इस कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ डॉक्टर विक्रम साराभाई, हम सब के प्यारे इंजीनियर, उनके ही उस ईश्वर के साथ करते हैं जिनकी आराधना में वो समुद्र तट पर बैठे थे। करते हैं माँ सरस्वती की वंदना, जिनकी द्वारा दी गई बुद्धि के कारण ही आज हम बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं और हम सबके मंगलमय श्री गणेश जी की आराधना। दादा वीडियो चलाएंगे।
श्वेत पद्मासना
बोले सरस्वती माता की। यही वो है जो बुद्धि देती हैं और यही वो है जिनके कारण हमारे हाथ पैर, जीवन सब कुछ चलता है। आज के इस खूबसूरत से दिन में, एक खूबसूरत से पड़ाव में, जहाँ पे मुझे मेरे सामने मेरे सभी सीनियर इंजीनियर्स दिखाई दे रहे हैं। सौभाग्य है मेरा, मैं भी आपकी ही बिरादरी की एक व्यक्ति हूँ, जिसने भी सन 2007 में इंजीनियरिंग किया था और शायद ख्वाब बहुत सारे देखे थे, से कहाँ लाकर खड़ा कर दिया। क्योंकि मैं ये बात जानती हूँ कि हम इंजीनियर्स कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। वी कैन डू एनीथिंग। बिकॉज वी आर द मेकर्स, और मेकर्स कुछ 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 भी कर सकते हैं। और उन्हीं मेकर्स में से कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं जो अपनी अद्भुत प्रतिभा के कारण हम सबके बीच में बैठे हैं, और उन्हें हम मंच पर बुलाना चाहते हैं। लेकिन मंच पर बुलाने के पहले मैं कुछ बातें आपके साथ में आज, क्योंकि अभी सुबह मैं हूँ, शाम को मैं हूँ, तो कुछ बातें क्लियर कर लेती हूँ पहले ही। मुझे एक दिन एक डॉक्टर साहब के पास गई थी, और उन्होंने मुझसे कहा था कि बिटिया, जिस दिन तुम जितनी तालियां बजाओगी उस दिन उतना तुम्हारा ब्लड सर्कुलेशन अच्छा होगा, और मेकअप का खर्चा उतना कम होगा। तो विचार आपका है आज के इस दिन, आप कल के फाउंडेशन का खर्चा या कल की क्रीम का खर्चा कितना बचाना चाहते हैं, ये निर्णय आपका होगा। आज के इस प्यारे से दिन में मैं आरंभ करना चाहती हूँ, बुलाना चाहती हूँ मंच से हम सबके वो सभी प्यारे व्यक्तित्वों को जिन्हें हमने बहुत प्यार से, बहुत दिल के साथ बुलाया है। और उन्हें मंच पर बुलाने से पहले मैं आईसीआई मुंबई सेंटर की तरफ से आप सबका बहुत 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 स्वागत करती हूँ। ये वो शहर है, ये वो शहर है जहां पर दिल वाले लोग रहते हैं। ये वो शहर है जहां पर भीगते भागते लोग रहते हैं। मेरे सासू माँ ने मुझसे कहा कि जब बारिश होती है तो हम सब तो घर में छुप जाते हैं, लेकिन तुम मुंबई वाले फिर भी दौड़े चले जाते हो। ये तो हम अपने हमारे सामने होते हैं, कहते हैं एक्सपीरियंस डज मैटर। और ये एक्सपीरियंस हमारे सामने बैठा है जो हमारे जीवन में बहुत काम आने वाला है। आप सबका मंच से बहुत बहुत स्वागत है सर। और मैं हमारे सभी मंचासीन सदस्यों से अनुरोध करती हूँ कि आप पहुंचे, दीप प्रज्वलन करें और आराधना करें ईश्वर से हमारे आगामी जीवन की। आप पांचों से अनुरोध है। और एक रिक्वेस्ट आप सबसे भी है कि जब दीप प्रज्वलन हो तो या तो तालियां बजा लीजिए, हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, क्योंकि दोनों में हमारा बहुत फायदा है। तो आप जो करना चाहें वो आप कर सकते हैं। वक्रतुंड महाकाय,
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः।
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। गणपति बप्पा। कितने खूबसूरत दिन चल रहे हैं ना। अभी बप्पा गए हैं, माता आने वाली हैं। ये भारत है, ये कितना सुंदर है ना। यहाँ पर सब कुछ है, खूबसूरती है, सुंदरता है और इसके साथ संस्कृति है। और इसी संस्कृति के दौर में हम सभी आगे बढ़ने वाले हैं। तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि आप सभी का स्वागत मेरे शब्दों से मैंने किया, पर मेरे शब्द कहीं छोटे हैं, कहीं अनगढ़ हैं, कहीं अव्यवस्थित हैं। मैं चाहती हूँ हमारे मुंबई सेंटर के चेयरमैन सर, आईसीआई चेयरमैन सर, अनुरोध करती हूँ डॉक्टर विशाल कुमरे सर से कि वो मंच पर पधारें और स्वागत करें अपने शब्दों के द्वारा आप सभी का। एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ इनकी मेहनत को प्रणाम कीजिए। आज की इस दौर में इन्होंने जो तैयार किए उसके लिए हम आपको धन्यवाद देते हैं।
Yeah, good morning, one and all. Uh, I'm really very happy to see you all engineers coming together for our ICI function in Mumbai. You always come and you motivate us in all fields. Respected ICI President, sir, respected ICI elect and General Secretary, my friend, Secretary Mumbai Centers, all respected engineers. Dr. Manjekar is here, Dr. Vivek Naik, Nilutpar Kar, all Mr. Raj Adyaksha, all my senior engineers, Manoj and all. I welcome you for this one-day conference on advancement in concrete technology and its material. So I will not take much time because already we are running little schedule. So today we will I will just introduce what we are doing as a Mumbai Center. Sir, we normally arrange all the conferences to impart knowledge, to share knowledge within our engineering fraternity, so that at the end of the day, our structures are sustainable and durable. We conduct various workshops. We even have site visits for dream projects. There are many infrastructure projects going on in and around Mumbai. And we do even we having students chapters in Mumbai and around Mumbai. Our student chapters, there are various activities. There are if I name few, cube competition, essay competition, then there is a debate. Then we give some problem statement and they come with the solutions. So this type of activities we do through our students, and we involved in different activities of ICI, and even we take to them on different sites. Second thing, even students are having internship, so we always help student to engage in various companies or in laboratories. Yeah, right now we having one student chapter which is at VJTI. There will be coming two chapters in few days. One will be open at IIT Bombay very soon, and second student chapter will be, thank you, will be open at SP College, Sardar Patel College at Andheri, and few more will be coming in coming days. So again, we will increase our activities with your guidance and suggestions. So today's I will just name a few topics which we are going to discuss, and our experts will be presenting today. First one will be latest advancement for high performance in concrete technology to support speed and sustainability, by Mr. Nilutpal Kar. He is a very renowned engineer all over the country and outside country also. High performance concrete in high-rise building, modern technologies for large infrastructure project execution, by uh, Mr. Dravid. He is a director from Starling. Then we having we always go whatever is the latest technology. So we welcome digitization wherever digitization happens. So we just follow with them. So there is a special presentation on digitization in infrastructure projects, which will be delivered by engineer Swapnil Joshi. Modern assessment tools for de-risking pile foundation. This is a very interesting topic which will be given presented by Dr. Yogini Deshpande. She is our executive committee member, ICI Mumbai Center. Uh, After this, we are having two special endowment lectures, which will be given by Mr. Dodi. He is well-known figure all over the country. He will be speaking on 10 golden rules for quality control in concrete, which is really a basic subject, and it will really help some students which are present here. And the last endowment lecture will be given by Professor Prakash from IIT Bombay. He will be talking on use of bagaces and recycled concrete aggregates in construction, a myth or reality. This is also a very good topic, because in BMC, in Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, which which I am from, we always try to use new technology. We always try to use recycled material, how it can be used without wasting. For example, latest we are using waste plastics for constructing of pavements. Even we are using debris for from these debris CND. We manufacture pier blocks, benches. What I'm trying to say is that now it's time to use this all recycled material without affecting quality of concrete. And there are many experts which who are working on this field. I again welcome you all to this one-day conference, and thank you so much. Thank you.
जिंदगी में कितनी खूबसूरत चीजें होती है ना, उनमें से एक खूबसूरत चीज होती है आपका शहर। और उस शहर को अगर खूबसूरत रख लिया जाए तो वो शहर अपने आप में अद्भुत बन जाता है। मुंबई एक ऐसा शहर जिसमें जाने कितनी खुशियां हैं, और उन खुशियों को जोड़ने में, बटोरने में सर आपकी बीएमसी बहुत मदद करती है। थैंक यू सो मच। और आज बहुत कंजूस लोग आए हैं सर आपके यहाँ पर। मैं विशाल सर से रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कि हमारे सभी सेंट्रल से जो प्रेसिडेंट, सेक्रेटरी, प्रेसिडेंट इलेक्ट आए हैं, आप उनका स्वागत करें। सबसे पहले हम स्वागत करना चाहेंगे नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट सर इंजीनियर पार्थ गंगोपाध्याय सर। हमारी जोरदार तालियों के बीच में हम स्वागत करेंगे। संजय अलमेलकर सर, आप साथ दें स्वागत सम्मान समारोह में। अगला स्वागत करने के लिए हम पहुंचेंगे नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट सर इलेक्ट डॉक्टर रामचंद्र सर के पास में। स्वागत करेंगे आप दोनों। अगले स्वागत करने के लिए हम पहुंचेंगे सेक्रेटरी जनरल सर इंजीनियर आर राधाकृष्ण सर के पास में, और हमारी तालियों की गूंज आपका अभिनंदन करेगी, स्वागत करेगी। बहुत सारी चीजें मैंने इस दुनिया में देखी हैं, और मुझे ये विश्वास है कि यहाँ एक प्रश्न पूछ रही हूँ, कितने लोग मुंबई में ही पैदा हुए हैं? कोई है जो केवल मुंबई का ही है? 3, 4, 5, बहुत कम परसेंटेज है ना? अभी कुछ दिनों पहले जब मेरी सासू माँ आई थी, उनके साथ में बैठी थी, और बैठे बैठे मुझे ऐसा लगा कि वो जब तक मैं अनपढ़ थी तब तक ही अच्छी थी, क्योंकि अनपढ़ से पढ़ होने के बाद में मेरे जीवन में बहुत सारे बदलाव आए, और मैं अपनी गांव, अपनी मिट्टी को छोड़कर इस शहर में आ गई। लेकिन थोड़ी देर बाद मुझे ऐसा लगा कि नहीं, मैं अनपढ़ थी, वहां से पढ़ हो गई। पढ़ होने के बाद जब मुंबई आई, तब मुझे कुछ नया करने का मौका भी मिला, और वो जो कुछ भी नया किया है वो हम सब ने मिलकर किया है, हम इंजीनियर्स ने किया है। हमारे बिना तो वो डॉक्टर्स भी कुछ नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि हम ही कुछ बना के देते हैं, तब वो उन इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स का यूज करके लोगों की जान बचाते हैं। इसलिए एक बार फिर से अपने लिए जोरदार तालियां बजा लीजिए। और आज के इस फर्स्ट सेशन के लिए वोट ऑफ थैंक्स देने के लिए मैं मंच से आवाज देती हूँ। मैं क्षमा चाहूंगी, पूरी दिल के साथ में क्षमा चाहती हूँ। हमारे बीच में इंजीनियर पार्थ गंगोपाध्याय सर यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं, और मैंने कहीं पर ये पंक्तियां पढ़ी थी कि देखना साथ ना छूटे कभी बड़ों का, क्योंकि जो हरे पत्ते हैं ना, वो उन सूखे पत्तों की छाँव में ही फलते हैं। तो सर, हम स्वागत करना चाहते हैं मंच से आपका, क्योंकि आपका एक्सपीरियंस, आपका ज्ञान, आपकी भाषा, आपका विज्ञान हम सबके बहुत काम आने वाला है। हम जोरदार तालियों के बीच स्वागत करेंगे इंजीनियर पार्थ गंगोपाध्याय सर का।
Good morning, friends. Am I audible? On the dais of the dais. So I've been requested by my colleague, Dr. Thomre, to say a few words. I don't know. I'm not going to take much of your time. So, as the president of ICI, I want to say a few words about ICI. Before commencement of this session, there was a video running. So I think you were gossiping at that time, but you had given a look to that video, and from that video, you could gather some knowledge on what is ICI for. ICI is for concrete. Anything that deals with concrete, ICI is closely related to that. And what I mean to say that it is not for it is not an engineering platform as such. Anyone, any person who deals with concrete, who loves concrete, can be a member of ICI. So ICI, purpose of ICI is to disseminate knowledge, as has been talked about, among the people who are user of concrete, so that updated knowledge, updated technology is transferred to those users. That is basically the motto of ICI. And hopefully, with the gathering, I think that you will accept that we are going in the right direction. And about Mumbai Center, uh, the Mumbai Center newly installed under the leadership of Dr. Bishal Thomre and Engineer Amlegar, they have been doing a fantastic job. Fantastic job. There is no doubt about it. I would request all of you to give a big hand to them. The topics of the seminars they have been choosing is really very beautiful. Today's topic, you just see the topic, advancement in concrete. And if you go into the detail of the topics, there are four speakers, I think. Four speakers. The subjects on which they will be sharing their knowledge with you people in the auditorium, all are unique in nature. And as has already been told by Dr. Thomre, they are organizing lots of workshops. They are having lots of activities in the student chapters. They are going to open student chapters, two more student chapters within a few days' time. So again, they are doing a very fantastic job. Fantastic job. Uh, One more thing. Uh, I have been given the opportunity to say something. Uh, so ICI has one flagship event, two flagship events actually. One is ACCON and one is IWC. Out of these two events, IWC, Innovative World of Concrete, is going to happen next year, in the next January, from 18th to 20th in Kolkata. It's an international event. Uh, Already 27 speakers from abroad and India, few from India, they have agreed to participate in that conferences. So you can very well understand what will be the stature of the conference. It is a 3-day conference and it will be attended. We are expecting about 400 to 500 delegates will be attending this seminar. So my request to you all, whosoever is present here, please be a part of that conference in any form, whatever the form you want to. You may become sponsor, you may become delegate, you may arrange delegates for the event, and you should. I would request each and everybody of you to share, spread the news of this ASIC IWC among your peers, among your peer, it is the news is spread all over the India, and people from every part of the country can come to Calcutta to take part in that seminar. And the topic of the seminar is called symposium. You know, it's a 3-day symposium, so there are lots of many topics. All everything that can be thought about concrete is covered. Everything that can be thought about concrete is covered during this will be covered in during these 3-day seminars. So again, my request will be that please take part in that international conference. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity.
थैंक यू सो मच सर। आईसीआई के बारे में सर ने कहा कि कंक्रीट से उठकर कुछ बना रहे हैं, तो ये बात कितनी अच्छी है ना कि हमारे सामने हमें खाली जगह दे दी जाती है और कुछ सामान दिया जाता है और कहा जाता है इसे सजा दो, और हम वो हैं जो सजा देते हैं, बना देते हैं। हम इंजीनियर्स कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। और दो बातें बहुत अच्छी लगी सर आपके इसमें कि आप सब तो यहाँ पर हैं ही, आईसीआई के मेंबर बनकर आप यहाँ बैठे हैं, लेकिन आप हमारी जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन है, जो हमारा फ्यूचर है, उन्हें भी लाकर यहाँ खड़े कर रहे हैं ताकि हम टेक्निकली सोशल वर्क कर सकें। सो ये बहुत अच्छी बात है। एक बार इस काम के लिए तो जोरदार तालियां बनती हैं। और शायद पिछली बार का कार्यक्रम आपको याद हो, आईआईटी पवई मुंबई में हमने बहुत खूबसूरत कार्यक्रम किया था, और वैसा ही कुछ हम फिर लगातार अनवरत करने वाले हैं सर, मुझे ऐसा लगता है। और इनके लिए तो मुझे कल से जब से मिली हूँ तो ये पंक्तियां आपके लिए सेट हो गई। जिंदगी जिंदा दिली का नाम है प्यारे, मुर्दा दिल क्या खाक जिया करते हैं। ये खूबसूरत चेहरा, मुस्कुराता हुआ चेहरा, मैं मंच से आवाज देना चाहती हूँ सेक्रेटरी आईसीआई मुंबई इंजीनियर संजय अलमिलकर सर को कि प्लीज वो मंच पर पधारें और पहले सेशन का धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करें। स्वागत है सर। इनकी मुस्कुराहट के लिए तालियां बजा दीजिए।
Very good morning to all of you. Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, friends, some of my mentors, gurus who are available here. Thanks to be, and it's a great opportunity to be around you people. Believe me, it's been a journey for me for 2 decades, and I've been continuously absorbing through all of you people. And the motto is very clear. Madam, I would like to convey a message to here, a small correction. The white hair don't go by a mistake of a white. He is the youngest man available with us right now. This you can notice in the, I will prove it at 8:30 p.m. onwards later today in the evening. Okay. Okay. The whole conferences or the knowledge dissemination is a kind of a passion to me, as well as, in terms of engaging and bringing the 3-4 generation together in this kind of a platform is what we would love to do that, and that's what passionately ICI Mumbai Center, all the committee members have been doing, and it is example is set by ICI headquarters itself. Thank you so much for your time, and I think the sessions which have been selected, I would like to congratulate and thank Amit to really pull in all the people here and bring them at one platform itself is a challenge. Thank you so much, Amit. And I thank all the sponsors. You can see that, the previous slides, I was talking too much on the sponsors because without them, we don't do any much of the activities at all. So we should give a big round of applause to the sponsors. And this advance acknowledgement is also for the upcoming, which you are going to have, and we'll be reaching you to you. And with this comment, I would like to inform you about our next upcoming event, which is going to be on 3D printing. It is going to be an international conference where we would also have a demonstration of live activity, which is and likely to happen at IIT Bombay. I would look forward for all you to gather over there, because last time we had come with 400 people, probably we are going to cross 500 delegates and participants, and definitely 10 to 20 delegates from international. Thank you for everybody, and look forward for an engaging session. Thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच सर। शुरुआत मैंने की थी एक कहानी के साथ, तो मैं सोची हूँ आज के पहले सेशन का अंत भी कहानी के साथ कर दूं। एक छोटा सा लड़का है जो गांव के किसी स्कूल में बैठा है और उसके मास्टर जी उससे पूछ रहे हैं तिरंगे में कितने रंग होते हैं। और मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा कि ये कहानी मैंने बहुत दिन पहले एक फौजी के बेटे के मुंह से ही सुनी थी, और आज ये कहानी बहुत लोगों को पता है, शायद आपको भी पता हो। उस बालक से पूछा कि तिरंगे में कितने रंग होते हैं, उसने कहा 5। मास्टर जी ने उसकी पिटाई कर दी। और बच्चों से पूछा, कहा 3 या 4। जब उस बालक से फिर से पूछा, उसने कहा 5। मास्टर जी ने उसे कक्षा से बाहर निकाल दिया। बार बार यही होता रहा। परेशान हो गए मास्टर जी और उससे पूछा, मेरे बाप तू बता दे तिरंगे में 5 रंग कैसे होते हैं। उस बालक ने कहा, बाबा ने कहा था कि वो दीपावली पे आएंगे, लेकिन वो दीपावली से थोड़े दिन पहले आ गए। उनके शरीर पे तिरंगा था मास्टर जी। उस तिरंगे में केसरिया था, हरा था, सफेद था, नीला था, लेकिन कुछ लाल रंग भी तो था। वो 5वां रंग है, हमारे सैनिकों के लहू का रंग, उनके रक्त का रंग। आज अगर हम यहाँ पर बड़े गर्व के साथ बैठे हैं, बड़े सुकून से बैठे हैं, तो जल थल नभ की सेनाओं के कारण। और जब मैं कारगिल गई थी साहब, अभी थोड़े दिन पहले, मुझे सौभाग्य मिला कि मैं सैनिकों के बीच संचालन करने गई थी। सैनिकों को देखकर मुझे ऐसा लगा ये तिरंगा हवाओं के कारण नहीं, उनकी सांसों के कारण लहरा रहा है। तो चलिए उनकी उन्हीं सांसों को प्रणाम करते हैं, अपने तिरंगे को प्रणाम करते हैं और 52 सेकंड अपने देश के नाम करते हैं। खड़े होकर सावधान की मुद्रा में हम करेंगे राष्ट्रगान, हमारे देश का गान।
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
भारत माता की वंदे। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू ऑल ऑन डायस। हमारे सभी पाहुन नीचे जा रहे हैं, अतिथि नीचे जा रहे हैं, हम जोरदार तालियों के साथ उनका अभिनंदन कर दें एक बार। और चलिए अब उस ओर चलते हैं। वी आर गोइंग फॉरवर्ड फॉर दैट सेशन विच विल गिव लॉट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन, नॉलेज, अ टाइम फॉर शेयरिंग नॉलेज। सीरियसली कितना अच्छा लगता है ना जब किसी ऐसे कॉन्फ्रेंस में ऐसे किसी टाइम पे बैठने मिलता है और कुछ ऐसे लोग हमारे बीच आते हैं अपनी बात बताने के लिए। हालांकि मन की बात कहने का टाइम रविवार का है, चौथे रविवार का, पर आज हम बहुत सारी ऐसी बातें जानेंगे, बहुत सारी ऐसी टेक्निकल चीजें जानेंगे जो हमारे बहुत काम आने वाली हैं। तो आप सबकी अनुमति है स्पीकर सेशन शुरू करने की? थैंक यू सर। आज के इस कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ हम पहले वक्ता, पहले स्पीकर के रूप में करते हैं। नाम बहुत खूबसूरत है और काम उतना ही खूबसूरत है, तो उनका एक छोटा सा परिचय मैं आपके साथ बांटना चाहती हूँ। So our first speaker will be a civil engineer graduate with over 3 decades of experience in the field of cement, concrete, and construction chemicals. Neil has worked across Asia Pacific and Middle East and been involved in prime projects. He's an active member of Construction Chemical Manufacturers Association in India. He has been associated in the construction chemical area in various type of projects: hydroelectric, tunneling, metro, nuclear, thermal, dam infrastructure, road, bridges, residential and commercial spanning across in India and Asia Pacific and Middle East, and has led the business in various capacities: technical, sales, product management, strategies, marketing, business, P&L management, last 8 years. Very nice, sir. Neil has several research paper publications to his credit, with the most prominent one is high performance concrete in hot weather countries, speed dam technology, low fines self consolidating concrete, green enduring concrete, highlighting in various conferences across Asia, Europe, including one Paris in 2013. Awarded the much covered Industry Captain Award in 2023 from the Construction Industry Development Council. So we are going to welcome our respectable Nilotpal Kar sir on the stage as a first speaker. Latest advancement for high performance in concrete technology is the subject. तो तालियां थोड़ी कमजोर पड़ जाती हैं, सो जोरदार तालियों के बीच में स्वागत कीजिए नीलोत्पल सर का। स्वागत है सर।
Good morning, everybody. It is always nice to tell stories about concrete, but in such a august gathering, maybe my stories will fall very pale. But I will try to keep everybody alive even in the morning, because today is Saturday. Of course, some companies work and some are on rest, but I think concrete is going to keep us alive. As I always say, concrete is a 3D object, dull, drab, and dreary. And I think we engineers or material science specialists always use the fourth dimension, which is dashing. So let's see what we can do. So the topic is a very exciting topic, and I think one of the most humblest person I've met over the last few years, Dr. Vishal Thombre. I think he deserves a big round of applause. Yeah. And for a gentleman, I always, when I recall his name, I always think that it is 96 by 96. A big round of applause to Mr. Amit Barde. Yeah. I think that is fascinating. 96 by 96. And we talk about all international speakers, etc. I think there is too much of talent in India, honestly. Yeah. And when Sir was saying, I do with humble apologies, sir, we always talk about international, international, international. But there is so much of talent around in India, and a big hand to all the talents which we have, yeah, which we need to actually advertise for. So, the main challenges which we have, three main challenges from the view, and obviously there are many other challenges: cost efficiency, product quality, and sustainable concrete production, because the topic is concrete. Yeah. And when you look at what basically we need to address the challenges, yeah, it is very important that you need to have innovation. Mind should always think. And we talk about concrete, but concrete is all about thought processes, how to make it simpler. The complexities of structures are going to increase, but with simple concrete technologies, how can we put them in place is one of the most important things. Sustainability, yeah, which is not only about green or green wash, but it's about durability. That the life cycle of that particular structure should actually live for a certain period of time, which will actually enable us to do less repair. Very basic. Yeah. My knowledge over the last 36, 37 years is more on practicality rather than theory. Theory is important, but when you go into the site, all the equations of mixed design, whichever code you follow, ACI, DIN, BSCN, etc., falls to no place, because the changing nature of cement and aggregate, yeah, and including the placement techniques have actually outlived all these codes. But that is important, of course, to follow. When we talk about approved mixed design, I always get jittery, because over a period or cyclic nature of the project over 3 years, it is always important to adapt and keep the degree, not degree of freedom, but degree of control, which produces performance and the strength. Logistics is very important. We talk about precast, but the roads and the vehicles are not up to standards. we have to admit. But of course, there is a great advancement if you're talking about precast plants which are actually going to be stationary, not mobile. And last but not least, everybody needs to have a faster reaction time for the changing requirements which I just emphasized. Now, the solutions to cost efficiency, just briefly, you have variable cost and fixed cost. Now, for every project, there is a profit and loss, which is very important because that is also another arm of sustainability. We talk about material optimization, and we are proud that in India, possibly one of the precursors of supplementary cementitious material. And later on, I will also talk about a new supplementary material, not cementitious, of course, but it has a contribution which is bottom ash. We all talk about fly ash, we all talk about classified fly ash of 100 and 63 grade and 83 grade, but today bottom ash, which is basically a landfill and waste, can be utilized in PQC or pavement quality concrete with ease, and it delivers at least 5 to 10% economy in cost, and this is happening in practice. Now, skill labor development. I know we all talk about in different forums, but I think the pull which we get, because everybody wants to join the software companies, everybody wants to join the FMCG companies for whatever reasons. I'm sure there are good reasons, and therefore skill availability is always a challenge in our country. And therefore, with the impediments which we have, can we mechanize to pump faster, to place faster with less people? I imagine a 100-meter by 100-meter area of a basement. I'm just saying imagine, because concrete is for imagination. Construction is also for imagination, because then it comes to reality, because then you think about the options. And there is possibly only 2-3 people manning the concrete placement. This is a wonderful thing to do. And we are talking about ordinary concrete between 20 and 40 MPa. Can we pump it easily, without vibration, without consolidation? Can we pump a 40 grade or a 35 grade to the consistency as laid in FNAR guidelines for self-consolidating concrete to meet the passing ability, filling ability, and segregation resistance? And it's a reality in India now. We talk about fixed cost, productivity, especially precast. One of the biggest problems, and I'm sure Amit sir will agree, is about the number of precast plants which are there in the country. Much less. It is there, and I really thank, I think one of the sponsors, Fuji Silvertech, has done an amazing job in putting up plants, and I think there is a lesson there apart from what L&T does. And I'm not naming these two companies just because we are associated or to get brownie points. It is reality to see best practices, and I feel unabashedly, without shame, to declare some people who I have seen really what I have seen in my 20 years overseas to be replicated in India. I think big round of applause for them as well. The next is aesthetics. You walk to any structure, I know we are always pitted with those bug holes, blowholes. Then we blame the formwork, we blame the design, because somewhere there is a problem with the design. But how do you eliminate that is also very important. It has come of age with technologies, especially in material sciences, to eliminate those. But construction practices, placement, as well as material play hand in hand. Freedom of design is very important when you talk about organic structures and new surface textures. And today architect's delight is somewhere there. 3D printing has also come of some age. I would not say reached that level, but there is opportunity. Now we are talking about 3D printing where the ink, how it moves with the viscosity of material, and I will show you some examples of how it can be actually effectively placed. Higher durability, I think this is the biggest pillar for sustainability. Higher strength classes does not mean everything is durable. It can have voids. High strength does not necessarily mean high performance. Apart from controlling water binder ratio, there are other things about particle size distribution which still is basic but which is missed very much thoroughly. Because gap grading is something which we need to do understanding what are available fillers at site. Without being too idealistic, it is possible to do grading in that way. But then possibly, in the rush of project against time, when you are at some lag, there is always this challenge. And then lower permeability is basically, everybody knows about it. But what are the tests which we do in India, which is very important? Yeah, din permeability, depth of penetration, of course, is very important. But then some people talk about water absorption, some talk about coefficient of permeability. Now, every site requires or every location requires depending upon the requirement. The IS codes are upgraded, but I think we need to have a faster pace to do that. Solutions must enable sustainable production. Yeah, safer solutions, because safety is something which we need to deal with. Colliding with each other in the construction arena is very important. We have accidents which are very, very noticeable because it goes in social media and everybody blames the engineers, but what is the background, etc., it needs to be evaluated. Now, when you start a project, it is very important to understand what the safe solutions are. Yeah, elimination of vibration, elimination or alternative reinforcement use is very, very important. Then we talk about material resources, which I have mentioned. And then, of course, we have lower global warming potential. Now, this is something, I know we are having a target of 2070, but then at this stage, if we don't start and reach at least 75% of that by 2050, I think we will have a lot of challenges for posterity, that is generations down, because we would like to see this platinum era of India, which is going to be there for maybe 10, 15 years, we live up to it to upgrade the technologies, and that is the objective for all of us in this room. I start with 4 concepts. One is called smart dynamic concrete. And please be safe about this. This is no branding because concrete cannot be branded. Concrete is always registered as concrete. But why we call it smart dynamic concrete is because it uses a smart technology. It is dynamic because it flows like self-consolidating concrete, does not require vibration, is one of the challenges which I mentioned. And it basically passes the FNARC, guidelines of passing ability, filling ability, as well as segregation resistance. We need to be ensuring that concrete flows through the reinforcement gaps to reduce or eliminate voids as much as possible, so that whatever you cast in the cube and you ape it to the strength of a core, that is replicable. We talk about speed, we talk about technology, the complexity of reinforcement, and obviously eco-efficiency, because the greater loading you have for supplementary materials or binders, cheaper than microsilica or silica fume, is basically going to achieve the eco-efficiency analysis which can be calculated. The market challenges are very easily known. Yeah, we're talking about high structures, and I know Sir Dravid sir is going to talk about high performance concrete. I'm sure that will be an eye opener as well. We talk about complexity in materials, ever changing materials between north, south, east, west of India. Then we are talking about reinforcement formwork, aluminium formwork, lightweight formwork, modular formwork, etc. We are talking about almost a reduction of the skilled workforce, and then we are talking about crusher dust variation, speed of construction, then different types of binders between the north, south, east, west, because we are a complex country in terms of availability of resources, new technologies in formwork. Then we have also, as I said, skilled labor, and then of course we have I'd like to say Amchi Mumbai, the Mumbai manufactured sand is possibly not only a nightmare, but I think it is an opportunity for all of us to work with that. There is possibility. Yeah. And then we are talking about traffic jams. With the speed of, Thomle sir is not there, but with the traffic jams we have, yeah, this is always problem. Now we are talking about ready mix companies are talking about 5 hour slump retention. Yeah. And every year I think it goes by 15 minutes more. Yeah. I remember when I used to come to India, Worldly, not very far from here, it had its spate of high-rise buildings, and there was a challenge to produce 90 MPa concrete. Now, luckily, I had some experience because I worked in Burj Khalifa, yeah, and trying to develop the mix. It was initially with 100 MPa, and then later on, Skidmore, Owens, and Merrill, and including Turner Consultants, changed it to 80 MPa. But the target mean strength at field was required was 100 to 105. Now you won't believe it, without a 15% variation, we could achieve 102. Now that was something, and you would not believe about the cementitious binder. Yeah, it was 480 to be pumped to the level of almost 440 and then reached up to 608 meters. That was the highest level of painting. Now with that again we had another simulation in Shanghai Tower. Shanghai Tower had 60,000 cubic meter of concrete to be poured in one single pour, 60,000 cubic meter. Yeah. Now 450 kg of binder with 50% of slag and just about 5% of silica fume was used with a water binder ratio of 0.38 and with a retention of 2 hours, and entire thing was done in 60 hours at a pumping rate of 1000 cubic meter per hour. Now that was incredible. Now it's all life's lessons learning which we have, which we try to adapt to other situations. And I think I must be thankful to the providence above that I could learn so much to disseminate that information. Because that is an unending process. The moment we say that we have learned everything, that is the start of the super ego, and then your fall starts. Similarly, like concrete, the quality of concrete starts falling when we think we know everything about concrete. I'm sorry, I have to be very blunt, but this is life's learning for me. We talk about strength development, and then sometimes we are caught between whether strength is equal to durability or durability is equal to strength. Yeah. Now 4 parameters generally govern durability. Yeah. One is the coefficient of permeability, water binder ratio, porosity, and of course the water absorption. Yeah. On a rough scale. Now you can have extensions of that. Now in smart dynamic concrete, we're trying to convert a 20 to 40 MPa concrete from a regular vibratable concrete to a free flow concrete, which is self-consolidating. Now I know many people use the terminology at sites saying that it is all about free-flowing concrete. Now free-flowing concrete, sirs and ladies, is not self-consolidating concrete. Self-consolidating concrete, the best original code is FNARC, where you have passing ability, filling ability, and segregation resistance. And there is a limited amount of binder. Then there is a grading to be followed. Once you do that, then it's called self-consolidating concrete. But then in olden days, self-consolidating concrete was always done with 600 to 700 kg of cementitious material. And that is why it never grew in popularity in Japan, which is the first self-consolidating concrete, Professor Okamura and Professor Auchi-san, the godfathers of self-consolidating concrete, when a bridge section which they had opened had too many bug holes and it actually did not even enter into that congested reinforcement. Now from there emanated, and today we have normal concrete which is 30, 35, 40 MPa, even 25 MPa depending upon the type, that you can reduce that 600 kg to somewhere between 380 to 450 cementitious content to convert it with all the properties required. So just to give you an idea, on the y-axis you have cost effectiveness, and on the x-axis you have the flowability. Now we know that traditional concrete 120, 140, 150 slump, the levels have gone up slightly. Then we are talking about the extreme self-consolidating concrete, which is about 600, 650 flow. Yeah, then you have a T500, etc., etc., everything in slump retention. And somewhere you put there the smart dynamic concrete, which is basically fitting in. Now, viscosity is a very important, which is the rate of flow. Yeah, we're talking about honey and water. Concrete, okay, I'm not saying it should flow like water, but at least not like honey, because then you have creep. And when you have creep, when you pump it, you have reverse pressure. So just imagine that you're pumping concrete at 200 bar. That is a huge pressure. Now, if you can reduce that to 140, 150, 160, and the pump experts say, this is absolutely a wonderful thing to do. This is critical in terms of the rate of flow, which we say T500, which should be actually measured, and there are different parameters, of course. I'll give you some reference projects. This is Pashmina Waterfront, 60,000 cubic meter, high-rise pumping, and as you can say, it's cement in the mixed design for a 35-40 MPa was reduced by 20 kg. So you imagine for 60,000 cubic meter, what is the savings in terms of carbon footprint? Then, of course, concrete pouring time, if you can reduce by 25%, that's a huge impact on your return of investments, your variable cost, which I mentioned. And then, of course, surface quality. I'll also show you something where people have not done plastering, because that is a significant cost again, apart from the carbon footprint. Kalpataru Crescendo, Pune. This is 35,000 cubic meter. Again, pump pressure, as I mentioned, 200 to 150 bars. And then 3 slab cycles in 1 month compared to 2 in flowable concrete. So the difference between flowable concrete and self-consolidating concrete is quite significant. 6 floors completed in 2 months. And this also reminds me of Burj Khalifa. You have an auto-climb formwork system which was employed there. And every 3 days or every 4 days, it was an auto-climb system. Now, this was enabled again by self-consolidating concrete at 480 kg per cubic meter. So whether it is a big project or a small project, it can be employed to give the relative economies which is required. This is what I wanted to say about the finish. If you have a finish like this which glows, when you have a light reflector, you can imagine how much money you're going to save. Then you just require a putty and a painting. That's it. Very interesting topic, because the next 3 topics, which is bottom ash concrete, ultra high performance fiber reinforced concrete, which is reality in India now, as you know, because MoRTH has already specified 150 MPa concrete, and it is achievable. Yeah. So mineral additives, obviously, they react, and if you can see on the top right, which is cement, then you see the pores of concrete, quartz sand, silica fume powder, and the network, including the fibers, is very important, because shrinkage is important in that aspect, fiber reinforcement. And please feel free to tell me when my time is 5 minutes from the gong. Yeah, I don't want to spoil others' presentations, neither the sponsors' presentations. Now you see the very wide benefit of a super plasticizer, but with IP protection. If you see, it has carboxyl groups, it has a backbone, it has side chains, and depending upon how you design that is what you get, in fact, the dispersion. Dispersion rather than workability is very important in ultra high performance fiber reinforced concrete. We talk about workability, but dispersive power of the binder along with the fine aggregate is very important. Now, luckily we have studied a lot on this, and we will show you some live pictures. This is basically the sort of the chemical adsorption, I would say, more chemical than physical. Yeah, and that is how it activates and actually goes into the hydration phases very easily, as well as the conversion of the calcium hydroxide into calcium silicate hydrate. Now, autogenous shrinkage is a very important part, because when you are talking about binder ratios, water binder ratios of 0.18, 0.16, then you're saying that how are you defying what Dr. or Professor Adam Neville said about hydration? Now, it has been proved from Japan as well as from the US and also in India that this is now non-detrimental. Of course, you require fireproofing, for which you require polypropylene fibers, and the fact that you're using polypropylene fibers in such concrete as well is to ensure that that fire resistance is maintained for a longer period of time. So this is how it goes, the mechanism. I will not go into the performance, but rather more interesting case study, very much in India, 100 kilometers from Nerul, which is long span structures. They have a precast unit, and it's a wonderful way they maintain the quality control. You need to walk into that plant to see it. And the owner of the plant is a very, very humble guy as well. And he is proud of his achievements, where he has been able to even go for spans. I'm told of recent time, the span is almost going to touch 90 meters for ultra high performance girder. This is amazing. So we learn a lot when we try to develop the mix jointly. Yeah, and I think it is the curiosity, because curiosity kills the cat, and curiosity is very important to actually ensure that you can get it, including the flow. The measurement of flow, etc. I don't want to go into the technicalities, but it is the drop table which you have for the mortar, and you can achieve 60 MPa in 24 hours and 28 days, 160 MPa. Autogenous shrinkage is also checked, because that is important. This is a self-desiccation of concrete which can destroy the concrete because the inward forces. This is nothing to do with drying shrinkage, which is different. Drying shrinkage is proportional to the water cement ratio. Higher water cement ratio, higher drying shrinkage. Nothing to do with plastic shrinkage as well, but it's more to do about the self-desiccation, because there is a chemical action going on because the high amount of cementitious material there. And that is where the concrete tries to go inwards. So these are some of the sections: reduced section thickness, reduced steel, and the rest is history. So India has made its mark in ultra high performance concrete in the precast as well. Just a few things, but I just want to skip those, yeah, because sir, I will respect the time, because this is important, because initially I was thinking 45 minutes, so I planned accordingly, but then I think we need to get that. Bottom ash concrete. So bottom ash concrete, again, 30 to 50% of the river sand is replaced by bottom ash. Very simple. And you can have PPC, OPC, etc. But the primary replacement from 30 to 50% is of sand. Manufactured sand availability is a big concern in this industry. And if you can replace that by bottom ash, which you have to do a little bit of study, which is nothing more than 28 days, we can actually segregate that bottom ash pond and use it from there. The variability is there. Their challenges are there, but then so has been the challenges down history of concrete. It's lighter because it replaces river sand. Supplement sand that is scarce, it overcomes that, and improve land utilization. Just look at the cost. The cost which is there is basically approximately a reduction of 500 INR per cubic meter. That is huge. This is something which now is being tested in pile foundations. It will then go into foundations, raft foundations, and gradually I'm sure it will find its way into regular use of concrete. This is something which I think is done more in India. So this is the patented technology in Chandrapur, Mohalli Road, Maharashtra. And we were again very lucky to be involved, and this is something which is good. The last one I have 3 minutes, but I think this is a long topic. It will require a session. So in your future for the IIT, I think this will be a very interesting topic. But just to give you an idea, it's a paradigm shift. Yeah, form follows function, design, and efficiency. This is the underlying statement. Yeah, the endless possibilities into various types. It's not done to be cool and trendy like a sunglass, but it adds value, it adds speed in, in times of very good architectural renditions. The important part is the equipment, the ink or the printer as we say, because the more efficient a printer is, the more efficiently the entire concrete will run in different ways. These are some of the components, schematic, and where are the application types? Anywhere you can use it. There's always a demand for that, especially for architectural renditions now. And we move into this because I had some videos to share, but we will do that later again. So just to give you some examples where it has started and we are already working. You see the thickness from 100% you can go up to 50%. Optimization where concrete is needed. So you get more space. So just to give you an idea. This I skip. Recover is basically again circular economy, but there is a very nice video on YouTube you can access. It is called Recover, and it's obviously about sequestering carbon, etc., and how you use carbon dioxide to actually ensure that you can get aggregates in the different grades from 20, 10 millimeter, etc., and you can actually use them in normal concrete, not in poor quality concrete, or just we say plain cement concrete. No, it can be used in reinforced, and you also can use the sand. So this is the summary, and thank you very much for your attention. Yeah, it's a pleasure always. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nilotpal sir. I'd like to request Dr. Vishal Thombre sir and Engineer Sainath Rajadhyaksha sir, please come on the stage, and I think we have to give applause to him with his technology, with his thoughts, and with his views. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all, engineers. Thank you so much. यहाँ पर यहाँ पर सभी सिविल इंजीनियर्स बैठे हैं। कॉलेज लाइफ में आप अकेले क्लासेस में बैठा करते थे। हमारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स डिपार्टमेंट में तो लड़के भी होते थे, लड़कियां भी होती थी, पर आप बेचारे, आपके क्लास में आप केवल लड़के ही होते थे। लेकिन एक बात मुझे खुशी है कि हम तो जाकर दूसरों की कंपनीज में नौकरी ही करते रह गए, सॉफ्टवेयर में या हमारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स डिपार्टमेंट में, लेकिन सिविल इंजीनियर्स वर देयर जो आज खड़े हैं खुद बिल्डर बन के बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंग्स बना रहे हैं देश के लिए, विश्व के लिए कुछ बहुत अच्छा करें। एक बार जोरदार तालियां आप सबके लिए, आपकी उस काम के लिए जो आपने किया है। थैंक यू सो मच। सो वी आर गोइंग फॉरवर्ड, एंड अगर ये लोग नहीं होते तो शायद आज का काम नहीं होता। सो आवर स्पॉन्सर फर्स्ट, who is our platinum sponsor, Fuji Silver Tech. Behalf of it, Darshit Jhaveri sir, AVP, Fuji Silver Tech. He will give a presentation for Fuji Silver Technology and will give some information about it. Please welcome sir. स्वागत कीजिएगा जोरदार तालियों के साथ।
Thank you. Morning, Mumbai. And thank you, ICI, for giving this opportunity again to Fuji Silver Tech. Thank you, Engineer Kar sir, for an excellent word of appreciations. And sir, we get the screen, I would put up this last session we talked two important part. One is factory made precast, and secondly the self-development concrete. Uh, for the technology, I think Fuji is the first company in Japan to complete switch over the precast production to self-compacting concrete. So that same technology they adopted in 2002 in Japan, and same technology existing. We have a 4 plant in India, so that same technology has been adapted in our country. So this is a high performance concrete where we refine concrete to nano level. So normal, if I experience with, it's ready. Okay, next, please. Okay, thank you. As I said, it's a India and Japan partnerships where we have a 1.4 million ton capacity, what we see in cement companies mostly, but 60 plants across the Japan of the Fuji Group. We have a now third plant coming up. One we have in Gujarat in Ahmedabad. Another plant we are operating at Aurangabad, Maharashtra. And third coming in Delhi NCR area by this December. So it is basically a joint venture of the leading Japanese company who has 50 to 80 years of experience, Take, Veda, Kukura, Fuji Concrete Industries. So this consortium, the technology, as I was discussed with Umesh sir, we are still in a preliminary state to develop codes for precast. We still follow more of the IS 456. The initiative started, but what we have seen in Japanese company, the box culvert, drain, everything precast code is there. So far ahead of time, I would put up the same technology we brought it here. Sir, we are operating in the 5 key segments. We are in water and sewage, road and bridges, railways, industrial and cable and power. What we do, we are not just selling products, we are selling the solutions. So the complete concept development for product, the complete structural and hydraulic design, the manufacturing of the product as per site requirement, absolutely customization, and dispatch and the postal services. So few of the product line I have put up what we brought to our country. They are same as is manufactured in Japan. So we has various size of the U-shaped drain, drop lid put up U-shaped drain, the put on lid U-shaped drains, the large size U-shape we call FT flume, which is being used as a waterway in Japan, chambers, box culverts, retaining wall, boundary wall, even for bullet train. In India and then Shinkansen there in Japan, we have supplied the noise barrier. These standards, we first follow JIS. Along with that, if it is a highway, we follow the IRC requirement. If it is railway, we follow the IDSO requirement. Building and factory, we follow the IS 456. Some of the great works, sir, it is today 8 year I am completing in Fuji Selvatech. And in 8 years of time, what we have contributed to our country. First, I would put up for the nations where the extreme locations in Leh and Ladakh, where army is mobilizing heavily. So where we have contributed a lot for the precast box color, what you see, which normally make it a year time. And in that year time, we have conducted more than 100 bridges for Indian armies. So very matter of proud for Fuji to be associated with Indian Army for the infrastructure development. Not just the Leh Ladakh area. We supply to Indo-Pak border. One side on the fence you see is a Pakistan. So where construction activity is very, very difficult to take up, but different infrastructure is taking up very fast. These are the Indo-Pak border same. One more buildings product we demonstrated for the Indian Army. It is a site between the Nalia, Narayan Sarovar towards Karachi. 25 kilometers to travel in sea. So all precast segment travel by sea, erected at the site. And this observation tower was created within the 3 months of time. The biggest tasting of it, the Biparjoy passed. The eye of Biparjoy passed through that tower. So it's Indian Army call it Meghdut Tower, but it has performance is extraordinary. For the railways, we have contributed good to the Indian railways, especially the DFCC projects. You can see various the precast drain concept has been adopted in railways. These are the drains. One unique thing, patented technology, we have developed in-house in India. That's a segmental retaining wall. So up to 9.15 meter height retaining wall, we are supplying in Mumbai to Indian Railways for DFCC. The noise barrier we are supplying to the bullet train project from both Ahmedabad and Aurangabad factory. For the highways, Patel Infrastructure, we supplied the side drain to them, almost 44 kilometer. The various precast box culvert. If you really see box culvert cycle in a city, it took almost 2.5 to 3 months to complete one large size box culvert. With precast, you can just do in 3 days. So it's a beauty of that precast. For some of the national infrastructure, I think the Narendra Modi Stadium, the complete stormwater network, 5.5 kilometer outside, and the FOP area was completely given by to L&T by Fuji. The structural designs, parts, the various new product we have brought to this country. This is the FOP area. So these are the drain which is being used at par with Japan. And recently, when the last time Australian team England team visited to stadium, even this kind of facility is not there at Melbourne. So they were highly impressed at the BCCI. One inverted U-shaped drain we brought from Japan for this project, where outside periphery water is to go in a reverse direction. So if you see constant width, product depth is increasing, and you do the slope inside. So this was the first time introduced for this specific project in Motera Stadium. This was a central vista, the cable ducting solution provided by Fuji. The another idea of the smart cities, what we put up. In our country, we go for the pipe network, and the every year we see in a heavy monsoon 1 or 2 times traffic jam occurs because water is not going inside the drain. So whole Japan is going for a surface drain. What you see is a surface drain, a design for fire tender load. So even the vehicles come on it fire tender, it will sustain. It's a surface drain. The flow will go faster. Because of this, your road width is increasing. So because of this, another advantage that the functionality of drain is perfectly working. Whole country is there, but started in Ahmedabad. Here is the cable duct in the footpath below, and the precast reclaimed finish boundary wall. That was very unique, where we work on the Sabarmati riverfront project and dream of the Honorable Prime Minister to have a reclaimed finish on that. And I was with construction company at that time, but with conventional technology, we could not deliver and the convert into normal RCC. But with the self-compacting concrete, 65 mm concrete projection coming out effortlessly. So another for L&T sir, we supplied 129 kilometer of the underground ICT duct. And one of the case studies are about ultra high performance concrete shed today 150 MPa. So same concept applied here, where concrete has to take compression. When you do for higher grade of concrete, my section size reduces. So this duct, if you see, is just 55 mm thickness at top, and designed for IRC 70R loading. So we could able to save 30% natural resources. We could deliver far more durable product to L&T. This was a 5 years back, first of its time. The underground stormwater box culvert, 100% leak proof, was supplied for Dholera Smart City, 15 kilometer. Some of the good temples we also did. One of the great Somnath temple, where the complete boundary wall, the stormwater drain, everything gone for precast, including inside the temple premises. If you see the cable ducts, they are made for Fuji and installed in the Somnath temple. Jagannath Puri, so from Ahmedabad and Aurangabad, we have supplied to prestigious Jagannath Puri, where this temple has been converted. Not only this, 3 days back, our first truck reached to Ayodhya Ram Mandir. So there also cable duct and stormwater being supplied by Fuji. I would one question and answer into it, that why precast? Because the future is precast. So thank you everyone, and again thank you for giving us an opportunity to promote the factory made precast in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. डॉक्टर विशाल थोमरे सर से रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कि वो मंच पर आए और फ्यूजी टेक के लिए हम सम्मानित करेंगे. सर गिरीश सर वापस आप मंच पर पधारे. हम दर्शित झावेरी सर प्लीज कम ऑन द स्टेज. विशाल सर. Milkers. Ji Sanjay sir, please sir, come on the stage and welcome him. आपकी एक लाइन बहुत अच्छी लगी. We are not the product seller. We are the problem solver. And that you have done in all over the country. Please give him applause for this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We work with passion to see India developed nation, and I have 13 years left. So my target is 2037, not 47. So let's work together to make our country a developed nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Fuji Silvertech. Now going forward with few lines, because as we are engineers, uh, we have like बहुत कम कुछ मिलता है and we have to make the big things, right? So यादों के घूंघट से मुस्कानों का मीत लिखा है, एक अधूरी हिचकी में हमने पूरा गीत लिखा है. So this is our quality actually. With that अधूरी हिचकी, we create the world. So another speaker, the second speaker of today's session, Girish Dravid sir. He completed his civil engineering graduation and structural engineering post-graduation at Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. Currently, he is a director of one of the most prominent structural engineering firm in India, Sterling Engineering Consultancy Services Private Limited. In his career of 40 years, he has led design team to come up with innovation structural scheme and design to diverse projects that include tall residential building, commercial complexes, hotels, retails and malls, convention centers, office buildings, industrial structures, sport complexes, hospitals, railway station, and variety of other buildings situated major cities all over the India, Bharat, and other countries. He is responsible for many high rise buildings in India that include the prestigious 320-meter tall Palace Royal at Mumbai. More than 25 buildings, height more than 200 meters, 8 million square feet Geo International Convention Center built in RCC and structural steel and very large office building for the ICICI Bank in Hyderabad, consuming more than 35,000 million tons of structural steel, Kingfisher Tower in Bangalore, and most talked about ITC Colombo One Hotel and residential development in Sri Lanka are his recently completed iconic projects. A huge, I think we have to clap for his. Girish Dravid is the India representative of Council on Tall Building and Urban Habitat, which is a worldwide organization that connects all professionals concerned with planning, design, constructing, maintaining, and aspects of living tall buildings across 56 countries. So we would like to call on the stage Girish Dravid sir. थोड़ी जोर से तालियां बजा दीजिए. ढेर सारी यादें, ढेर सारी बातें हमें सुनने को मिलने वाली हैं. And the topic is very interesting, high performance concrete in high rise buildings. Please sir, come on the stage.
Thank you. Good morning. I want to thank ICI first of all, and this is the first time that I am speaking at any ICI event. I'm so happy about it. I've been following ICI publications and so many other things that continuously come to me through emails and other media. And I think a couple of my articles, case studies were also published in ICI Journal. But beyond that, this is the first time that I have come here. I'm so happy about this. Let me first clarify that I am only a structural engineer, and concrete technology is something that I don't indulge in. Uh, a structural engineer deals with only three materials in his life: concrete, structural steel, and reinforcing. I mean, when I say concrete, I don't even deal with cement. I don't even deal with admixtures, chemicals, nothing. Because in my work, my calculations, my practice, I have to see properties of concrete. I have to input those in my calculations or softwares. Same thing for reinforcement and structural steel. But at the same time, when uh, when I do my designs and calculations and all that, I expect if I say M30 or M80, I should get M30 or M80 on site. That's of course my expectation. And if I go to site, I see the cube register. Instead of M80, I'm getting M72, M78. I'm furious because that's not my expectation. Now, today's talk is really based on something like this. It's not about grade. I'm also not talking about high performance concrete, nothing like that. It's about performance of the concrete. It could be M10, but it should perform for its purpose. And especially because I was told that I should talk about high rises. And although I have done many structures of different complexities and low rise and long span and all that, high rise has been one of my passions since childhood. And I'm really lucky to have those opportunities to design many of the iconic and good buildings in my life. So we started our journey, my company, from a very iconic building that everyone knows in Mumbai at least, that is Stock Exchange building. And the pictures that I'm showing here, each building has taught me something about the expectation that I should have from the concrete technologies. So I have picked and chose only those pictures, and because of only 30 minutes that has been given to me, I won't tell you right now which building has posed which question to me. But you can see PEB building in Bangalore, ITC Parade building, Grand Central. Then these are Oberoi Woods and Oberoi Spring buildings, Four Seasons building in Worli, and all these buildings. As I went on designing the buildings and these buildings were executed, I started thinking that what kind of concrete is needed for such high rises. And every time new problems, kept cropping in. So all this building, in fact, this very beautiful building that we have designed in Fujairah, UAE, for Emirates Hotel, it was a different challenge. Then this very famous building the world over, Ambani's Antilia, another challenge. Kingfisher, Vijay Mallya's headquarter, different challenge. Palais Royal that was mentioned here. We used M80 self-compacting concrete in 9-meter deep girders. It has its own challenges. Uh, Look at the skyline and finish of this project, UB City in Bangalore. And so many things. When we went to Trump Tower, and then in NCP, that is New Cuff Parade, the facade, which is in concrete, permanent finish, very thin sections, another challenge. So every building we went on expecting something new from concrete technologists. And I must say, Nilotpal, you said that everything is possible. And I was so happy. We put up a condition or a demand to our concrete technologies, and it was met every time, and I'm so happy about it. So what is my grievance? Why am I standing here? It's not for you people. It's for us, structural engineers. And I don't know how many people here are structural engineers, but thinking that you're all technologists, concrete technologists, and I'm not. Uh, my lingo, my jargon will not be as sophisticated as you concrete technologists, but in a very few simple terms, I will tell you what we expect. What are our learnings? This is ITC Colombo, a very fantastic project where we had to cast almost 20,000 cubic meters of concrete continuously, and L&T did it without an eyelid, being lowered. And this is where we wanted to have retarded concrete and so many things, thermally controlled concrete. And so this challenge was another challenge. Every time we could do it. This is a project in Kolkata, corrosive atmosphere and so many other things. Four seasons, as I told you, three very slender towers, very congested conditions in which we had to concrete all this. So let's come to the point. So as I said, we deal with three materials in our life. We also deal with three, requirements for a structural design. One is strength, because of the nature of buildings that we do. Deflection control in tall buildings is very important. Acceleration is another matter. I will explain you all these things. So what are these desirable characters? These are again, very few things. So what we need in our design is strength of the concrete. Okay, what we call as M10 to M80, M90, M100, M60. So that is a strength which is an important input for arriving at cross sections of the columns and beams, okay, and slab thicknesses. Modulus of elasticity, very important for deflection. I will explain you later. A rate of strength gain for construction speed, and workability, flowability over pouring time, as well as through congested parts of the structure. So why? Because of the large gravity loads. Because the nature of the building is huge. Along with huge gravity loads, there are large lateral loads, wind and earthquake, which again determine the cross sections of columns and beams. Then, because there are heavy loads, the foundations are heavy, and so many times it's a one big huge foundation for the whole tower, and you require mass concreting. When you say mass concreting, the properties of the concrete have to be such that they don't produce shrinkage cracks, thermal cracks, and then it should be easy for concreting that huge mass. So all these things will come. Uh, because of architectural constraints, our cross sections have to be limited, smaller. So naturally, the compensation comes from heavier reinforcement. So the space between, the bars that 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 requires a concrete which can flow very easily through the bars. So again, a composite construction as well, where because we need to reduce the size of the columns, we put a concrete steel embedment inside, which again creates more congestion. Naturally, in high rises, concreting at higher levels, so pumping is essential. So pumping sometimes for that 320-meter tall building in those days when we constructed, pump capacity was a constraint. So we need multi-stage pumping and all that. And the multi-stage again creates some kind of other issues which we have to solve. Finished surfaces, because at for tall buildings, you cannot build a machan and start plastering and keep making grooves. So the finish has to come while you're concreting the external walls. And if you want aesthetic, and Nilotpal, you very well mentioned that, So if you want aesthetic, surface, that technology has to be different. So all these requirements are there, and they are reflected in what we expect from the performance of the concrete. While in the end, when concrete is placed in a structure, what is important? Only three qualities of the concrete that we require. One is strength, because that strength has to remain forever while the structure is standing. Second is the elasticity, modulus of elasticity, which governs the deflection and acceleration of the building. And third is, of course, durability, and for which life you have built the building, the concrete should perform in terms of strength and elasticity. But then what are we talking of? What is the performance that I am talking of? If I am getting these three things as the end result and I am satisfied, then why am I here? My problem is how to create such concrete, how to produce such concrete, how to place such concrete without causing any detrimental effects uh, after setting, during setting. uh, I don't want honeycombing. So all these things during placement are my concern. And I can say that I can leave it to the contractor or developer, and if something happens, then I'm not responsible, my calculations are right. That's fine, that's all right. But as a responsible engineer, I must look at the, you know, what do you call, the process itself and the material itself, how I can get that concrete. So these are the performance criteria that I have identified, so many, that a concrete should satisfy during during placement or during manufacturing. So all of these and I'm 100% sure this can be achieved, and I have got very good results whenever I demanded it from you concrete technologists. So what is that uh, we expect? What are the types of concretes? And again, there are very few, uh, various grades of concretes. Nowadays, it's not a rocket science. I have personally gone up to M80 very successfully. Although again, that mean target strength was 105, 110, and that could be achieved. Let me tell you. And we use M80 as the design strength. Uh, then thermally controlled concrete for rafts and shear walls. Where mass concrete is there. Vibrated normal concrete is of course there. Self-compacting concrete. Then accelerated setting time, again for certain purposes. We want to cast the next pour immediately after casting one pour. These are all requirements of high-rise construction, rapid construction time, and all those things. When we say accelerated setting time, there is also a requirement of retarded concrete, because particularly in Mumbai, in HNI areas, you cannot work beyond 8 o'clock in the night. So you cast a portion of the raft, and you have to come back next day 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock and start your concrete after that. So we still want to have that, what do you call, vibrated concrete without a cold joint. So that is where we need retarded concrete. So these are requirements. Uh, then high E value concrete, again, very important. And for durability, concretes which can resist chemical attacks. And these buildings are going to be there for next 100 years. If we are investing so much in these high-rise buildings, let me tell you, building a high-rise building is very easy, but demolishing it is very difficult, particularly when there are areas with congested, buildings one next to the other. Demolition of a high-rise building will be very, very difficult. Uh, uh, right now, we are witnessing, redevelopment of low-rise buildings and constructing tall buildings. In future, this process will become slightly difficult, because just 10 meters away, you will have another tall building. So demolition will be difficult. We have to look at sustainable, durable buildings, and so our concretes have to resist all these atmospheric attacks. Lightweight concrete is self-explanatory. If you are going taller, in future we are going to go 300, 400, 500-meter tall buildings. And because of the space constraint, I don't want my foundation size to clash with foundation of the another building. So I must have concretes which are themselves lightweight. The self-weight is less. The finishes are lightweight so that my foundations are small, my columns are small, so they don't eat into my carpet area. All these constraints will require lightweight structural concretes. So this is how we specify our, um, you know, for every height, how the grade of concrete changes. And advantage of high grade concrete, again, I don't have to tell, but because I'm a structural engineer, these are the parameters where I value these things, and high grade concrete affords to give me all these things. But what are the concerns? These are the concerns. Again, I have experience. So these are not any theoretical, essay that I'm writing. These are the things I actually experienced, and we want this to be tackled by you people. Uh, while in the previous slide, in the advantage side, I mentioned that as we go with a higher concrete grade, we get higher E values. But let me tell you, it's theoretical. It doesn't actually happen. So this low E values, as you go beyond M80, M90, M100, the E value equation really doesn't follow the Codal 5000 root FCK. So you have to actually test it. You have to actually uh, put in some efforts to achieve that E value. So this is a concern. And of course, we cannot afford mistakes or non-achievement of strength. On, I think, at least 5 or 6 of my projects, uh, developer went on casting floors after floors with a very ambitious 7-day or 10-day cycle. And on 28th day, he found that M60 concrete was in fact M45. Okay, and he had already constructed 4 or 5 floors above that. So we had to actually make a surgical operation, what you call as bypass of the load, transferring all the load above to the lower columns and cut this column, cut the concrete, recast it, and all that those things have happened. So we cannot afford to do any mistake. If I need certain grade, I need that grade, and such things will keep coming. These are again segregation, admixture floating on top. I have purposely brought, Amit, I brought this slide. I will show you what it is. Look at this column, okay? And so when it was vibrated, all the admixture, it came at this construction joint and it formed a slurry. It was like a chalk. I could actually remove that slurry with my finger. And you can imagine in a column, if there is a 1-inch layer, which is just maybe one M1 or M2, or in an M60 column, my whole column is M1, right? So such things do occur, and then again we had to do some operation, grout it, and all those things. But you people have to look at such things as well. Or if this is unavoidable because of the material properties, because if you vibrate, the admixture is going to come up, it will float up. But then you have to inform the contractor that this is going to happen. And if it happens, what are the procedures? That you have to remove the slurry after concreting and all that. So these have to be built in the specifications of the concrete or construction techniques. Uh, Pumping. In this building, we, as I said, we experienced that pump capacity was not available. We actually went to Dubai, went to Sani pumps and all those who were the most advanced pump makers in those days. But we could not get a pump which could actually transport the concrete from ground level to above 40 floors. So there was multi-stage pumping required, and at every stage we had to adjust the dose. I mean, we had to again retard it to some extent so that it could be flown from that floor to higher floors. So these things are have to be taken care of. This is of course a wonderful material which doesn't require human interference to compact this material, and it is we have used it wherever there was heavy reinforcement congestion on account of reinforcement itself, or if there is a what do you call the embedded composite uh, in the beams, in the girders. Uh, there is a very important component in today's high-rise buildings. On the right-hand side, you will see the coupling beams, the beams which connect two shear walls in their plane, and they are governed by very high shear force. And due to, of course, the functional reasons, I cannot have a beam of 2 meter depth or anything because I need a door opening through the walls and all that. So the entire shear requirement of that beam, entire I'm saying, uh, is transferred to a steel component, a steel beam or steel plate embedded in that concrete, neglecting the properties of concrete. But because of that, having these plates with the studs on top, uh, that beam becomes very congested. There is absolutely no place for concrete to go in. On top of our plates, there are these beams are typically in the shear, I mean, lift cores from where the electrical conduits will come in and mechanical sleeves will come in, and all that makes that jungle of reinforcement and steel plates and sleeves and everything. So at such places, you can imagine architects won't allow me a wall more than 300, 400 thick, thickness. And in that, I need a very good compacted concrete. And this beam is so essential for high rises. It is actually the, connecting these two shear walls that makes the building stand. So we have to give special attention to these kind of problems. So if someone is interested to provide solutions to me, I'm really ready to sit with him and discuss these things. Mind you, we are providing as because we are giving our drawings with all these complications to the contractor. Contractor comes to my office and starts discussing this thing, that thing, and me poor, I try to give some solutions. Oh, do this self-compacting concrete, use 12 aggregate, and all such things. Every time he says, "Oh yes, sir," but so next solution, next solution. But I think if I have time to sit with you people and have a permanent procedural, solution to this, it will be really great for the industry. Another example in the Palais Royal building, there was a huge network of transfer girders, as I mentioned, 9 meter deep transfer girders, and all this is a network of transfer girders. This building had only 80 columns in the lower region of the building and more than 250 columns after the transfer girders. So all these transfer girders that you can see, they were naturally they were connected because the structure is integral. So how do we cast them? So naturally self-compacting concrete was the only solution, and it took us 1 month of continuous concreting. And when you pour concrete here, it used to flow in all the transfer girders and it kept on rising. There were almost 4 or 5 pumps concreting at very different points, and the concrete kept rising for a month or so. So it was a continuous operation, and a lot of technology, lot of procedural things were done. The concrete should not set. There has to be some photographs. I think I have brought. This is the network of the transfer girders, which was cast monolithically, and the material cooling, the aggregate had were cooled, and so much arrangement was done to do all this. Fogging, humidity and temperature control was very important for that self-compacting concrete thing. So all these things were done. Again, I'm saying everything is possible here, and whenever I asked for it, the solution was there. the technology was there, equipment was there, manpower, and people knowing what to do. They are also available with us. I'm so happy about this. Thermal concrete, we have talked again, but these are the effects. And again, there are methods. We have done all these things: cementitious material content control, pre-cooling, post-cooling, and the construction management, monitoring of temperature, insulating it. Everything has been done, is being done on almost all the projects now. Such kinds of graphs are also created so that after 72 hours the temperature reaches its peak, and all that is being monitored. If it goes beyond that, we increase the insulation but keep the temperature control. So all these things are going on. Retarded concrete, again, for the same reason, because we don't want cold joints in the structure. This is being very successful. Uh, I won't go into all this. You know all this theory. And so we are using retarders for hot weather concreting to increase the workability time for large pours of concrete and several layers of concrete without a cold joint. And of course, you mentioned traffic time. So that is also very important factor. This is a standard graph, what happens when you use retarded concrete. Again, you are the best people to know this graph. Surface retarders, we have been recommending very often, and that is, as I said, for column construction joints or even vertical joints, if you retard the surface, it's easy to bond the next pour against the previous pour. And most of the contractors that work with us now, they know our requirement, and these are being very, and in the outcome is fantastic. I mean, you remove the slurry with a water jet if that surface is retarded for some time, and you get absolute dry, I mean, a very bare aggregate on top, which has excellent bond with the next surface. This is very important. As high-rise buildings sway and deflect laterally, they also uh, they also settle. I mean, the columns shorten because of the heavy gravity loads. So there is tremendous movement in the concrete as it sets, as it gets loaded, and as it is hit by winds and earthquake. So this graph, and we actually, although we design our structures for a limit state, uh, we expect our performance of the building, not of concrete, but for the building in the elastic zone. We don't want our buildings to go in yield zone, and that slope, rise and run, I mean, that which has been written there, that is the elastic modulus, which plays very important part. Look at this expression. Something has happened. This A is here, a PL by AE, right? So this E is in the denominator, right? So if E is more, your deflection is less. If there is some gadbad in E, then your deflections are, going haywire. So this is about compression. Look at all the beam deflection formulas. E is in the denominator. This is your first course of solid mechanics, right? Beam deflections. So E is in denominator. Even the torsion, look at this, TL by Gj is the rotation. G is nothing but another form of elasticity. So if you, those were very simple elements. Now you go to a portal frame, 1, 2, 3, 4 nodes. It has a stiffness matrix of 12 by 12 elements, okay? Everywhere E, of course, the equation has changed. So delta is there. So E is ineffective. In effect, it is in denominator. So everywhere, every expression, the force, internal force is dependent on your deflection, which in turn is dependent on the elastic modulus. So we want, so if that was the stiffness matrix for 4-node portal. Imagine what we are doing, what kind of stiffness matrices we are solving for buildings like this. Enormous, millions and millions of elements in that stiffness matrix. Of course, we don't do it. There are computers who do it. But the principle you can understand that everywhere the E value governs. And what happens if you take the recourse of the code? Code has one single formula for all kinds of grades, 5000 root FCK. And this is a table that our engineers use for various grades of concrete. That is the value we put in our ETABS analysis and calculate the deflection. But there have been studies, and even we have conducted studies whenever we use concretes more than M60 grade, we are very conscious about what kind of E value we get, and we actually test the concrete and put back those E values in our analysis as the building is constructed, so that we know whether our deflections are within limit as the building is going to get completed. So
Sorry, sir, 5 minutes to move.
Sure. So you can see the scatter of E values. It's not actually following the lines. I explained the lightweight concrete and why lightweight concrete should be used in the structure to reduce its own weight and also to reduce the finishes. The fillings in sunken areas should be lightweight so that loads ultimately become light. I'll come to durable concrete. I'll not explain. It's for durability of the building itself. Low permeability concrete is another requirement to reduce the ingress of water. And this is the point that today I want to make. Presently, when I started my career, I was told that you have to specify concrete. And in those days, I really did not meet many of you people, concrete technologists. So we were told that the best kind of specification will be providing and placing vibrating at any height, any lead, M30 concrete with maximum 0.4 W water cement ratio, minimum cement content of 350 kg per cubic meter, having fly ash not more than 15%. Look at the conditions we were putting on the specification of concrete. Even today, we are doing this because contractors want them for some reason. They want to follow these limits, and then they are absolved of all the responsibilities. So instead of all this, I think, so there are so many drawbacks, of this. So even after specifying all these limits and all that, you don't get the required performance, and performance was nowhere mentioned there. Instead, I would go for a specification like this, providing M30 concrete with appropriate design mix. It is left to you. You do your design mix, which can change as per season, as per your water analysis, as per your aggregate analysis. You do it. It's your business. Okay? Because as a structural engineer, I want this concrete with this strength, this E value, and this durability. And during construction, I want stripping at 3 days without affecting surface finish. That is my requirement. Temperature on third day after casting not more than 70 degrees. You can achieve it. And for internal structure members, I can specify internal, external. You decide the exposure conditions. You decide the durability. That is an opportunity for you to optimize, economize the concretes. This is only one example. But for all those conditions, I can really write such performance-based specifications. I want to send this message that we are in the process of drafting such specifications, and for many of our future projects, you will be seeing our specs like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. ऐसा लग रहा था सर आप बताते जाएं हम सुनते जाएं पर समय अपनी गति से दौड़ रहा था, सो क्षमा चाहेंगे. मैं मंच से I'd like to call on the stage Secretary ICI Mumbai Engineer Sanjay Almelkar sir and Engineer Ganesh Chaudhary sir. Please come on the stage and facilitate him. आसमानी शायर आसमानी लिखा करते हैं कि प्यार का परिणाम अगर सोच लें तो प्यार कर ही नहीं सकते. The same thing is happening with us also. अगर हम सोच लें कि आखिरी में क्या होने वाला है, हम कुछ कर नहीं सकते. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. With moving forward, I'd like to call our second sponsor, Ultratech Cement Limited. They are our gold sponsor. Please welcome on the stage and give your presentation. And with a big thanks from our heart, because without you guys, we cannot celebrate this day. Please welcome, sir.
So good morning all. After such a wonderful presentation from Girish sir, it is now my responsibility to keep you awake, which is very difficult for me. And मुझे वो feeling आ रही है जिसपे एक फिल्म का डायलॉग याद आ रहा है, बच्चे की जान लोगे क्या? So yeah, so Girish sir has already given a statement that he is looking for so many solutions from the concrete suppliers, and we know कि Ultratech being a largest manufacturer of cement and concrete, we are present in almost 110 cities in India, and we have almost 250 plants. And coming to since time is given to me only 5 minutes, so I'll run through my presentation. So these are the solutions which we are providing to our customers. And Ultratech being a company which has a vision to be the leader in building solutions. So we want to be recognized as a building solution, not as a manufacturer of cement and concrete. So these are the solutions which we are providing to our customers, and these are customized based on the requirement as well. So these are the 14 solutions which we are providing. First one is Dura Plus. As Girish has already said, we want a concrete which is durable in nature. So Dura Plus is a concrete which is having a self-dynamic, smart dynamic concrete, and has PP fibers into it so that it can resist the plastic shrinkage cracking, and as well as can have low voids in terms of honeycombing and other things. So this gives you at least 30% more life to the concrete compared to normal grade of concrete. Then we have fire safe concrete, which is a concrete made for especially for your conduit ducts, in order to seal the conduit ducts from one floor to another floor. This concrete has a fire resistance of 900 degrees centigrade up to 4 hours. So this gives ample enough time to make the evacuation process from one floor to another floor. Lightweight concrete, it is nothing but a light con. Comes into two variants. One is non-structural lightweight concrete, which can be used for as a filling material, as a concrete. It can also be used as a tile bedding material. And other one is structural lightweight concrete, which has a density of around 1900 kg per cubic meter, and we can give you up to M30 grade of concrete. And we have recently supplied to a customer in Mumbai itself for extension of his floors from G plus 10 to G plus 14, and we have supplied them concrete with having M30 grade of concrete, and the strength which we received after 28 days was 39 MPa, and the 1750 was the density of the concrete. So that was the structural lightweight concrete for you. Decorative concrete is nothing but a stamp concrete. You ask for the texture, you ask for the color. We'll give you all kind of hardscaping, exterior flooring for your hardscaping, and this comes with end-to-end solution. Ultratech is responsible for right from the concreting to the stamping and texturing. iFloors, again, this is end-to-end solution for industrial flooring. Uh, I, and then we have also have pervious concrete, which is nothing but uh, concrete which is the need of the hour, where whenever we are looking for rainwater water harvesting and recharging our groundwater table, pervious concrete will act as a it's nothing but a no fine concrete which is having a perforation into it, and water table can be recharged through the rains. Now, Enviro Plus, this is the concrete which we have introduced very recently, and this is the now customer at the moment when they place concrete order to us, they ask 3S from us. That is strength, slump, and services. Coming days, as we all know, our honorable Prime Minister has signed a treaty in Paris, and there he has stated that India would be net zero by 2070. And net zero means low carbon emission, low carbon footprint, yeah, carbon dioxide embodiment should be very low. So this is the fourth C which is going to be added by the consumer now. After 3 years, they will also ask for fourth C, which is nothing but carbon footprint or carbon embodiment of the concrete. So these are the three. EnviroPlus is the solution for that, and we have categorized our concrete into three categories, that is classic, enhanced, and supreme. So in compared to pure OPC, whatever carbon footprint we are able to reduce, if we are able to reduce up to 30%, we have classified as classic. Up to 40% we have classified as enhanced, and up to 50% we have classified it as a supreme. So carbon footprint can be reduced using, of course, supplementary cementitious material, and performance based concrete would be the future. And it is time to come that not only you are asking for the grade of concrete, but you will also ask कि मुझे carbon footprint कितना मिल रहा है, what is the carbon embodiment of the concrete. So this is EnviroPlus for you. Then we have rapid concrete, which is nothing but high early strength concrete. You state the requirement, 6 hours, 25 MPa, 12 hours, 40 MPa, whatever requirement is. You give us the requirement, we are able to provide such high early strength concrete to you. Last year, thanks to Vishal Thumre sir, who has given us opportunity to fill the potholes in Mumbai, and their requirement was 6 hours 25 MPa, so that they can once the potholes are being filled, that can be the road can be open for the traffic. So we have supplied that 6 hours 25 MPa with 2.5 tensile flexural strength. Then Aquasil is a water resistant concrete. This gives you 2-layer protection from your water. This is solution for your waterproofing proofing things, and this gives you 2-layer protection. The concrete is made itself in such a way that crystalline material are being added to it, and it has self-filling in nature. Once the cracks up to say 0.5 mm width, this can be healed and gives you protection from water, and even the permeability of this such kind of concrete is very low. Thermacone Plus, we have been able to supply Thermacone Plus to our customer. This is nothing but temperature control concrete, as rightly said by Girish sir, that we need such concrete because of whenever we are going for mass concreting like raft foundations. We have recently done a concrete at Birla Nyara, which is at Worli, and Jain sir, I thank to him also. He was also there with us, and he guided us to make a concrete which gave us less than 70-degree core temperature, and even we were able to maintain the differential temperature. And the thickness of that slab was 2.25 meter, and the temperature requirement was 70-degree core temperature, and differential was 20, and we were able to maintain. But rightly said by you sir, that you cannot specify that if you want a temperature control concrete, then you cannot specify what supplementary requires SCM percentage would be. Like the specification should be like not know whatever you want to mix, give us a concrete which can give this particular strength to us. This particular temperature, core temperature should not exceed 70 degree. We are able to give you that. But if you specify कि नहीं, मुझे इसमें सिर्फ 35% fly ash चाहिए, so that time it is very difficult for all of us. So even that during that time also there was a specification. If Jan sir remembers it, there was a specification from the consultant itself that you cannot use more than 35% fly ash. And then 28 days requirement was minimum 56 MPa. So we, Jan sir, had lot of discussion, and then we somehow agreed upon that we have to use at least 50% fly ash, and we asked the consultant that 35% is the replacement, and the rest of the 15% is nothing but the it will act as a finer material. So another free flow plus, again we are able to supply whatever grade of concrete from right from M30 to M90. We are into taking trials for M90 grade of concrete for Oberoi. We are about to supply M90 grade of concrete free flow plus to them. This particular has all three characteristics into it, which is nothing, which is filling ability, flowability, and passing ability. So all three characteristics are being tested at lab, and then such designs are being made so that it fulfills all your requirement. Yeah. Then we have Dura facade. Again, these are made with ultra high performance concrete. We have been able to achieve M150 grade of concrete, and we are about to recently supply this particular M150 grade of concrete to one of our customer at Fort for their column construction, and their requirement is M150. So this we have already achieved. We can supply M150 grade of concrete. So whatever concrete you are seeing, if the requirement of the customer is in low volume, say 0.25 cubic meters is your requirement, then we are able to supply you even the small amount of concrete in zip, in the form of zip. अगर 0.25 cubic meter की requirement है, bucket या bags में we are able to supply that too in dry as well as in wet form. So these are the concrete solutions which we have been providing to our customers, and based on your requirement we customize it and fulfill your requirement. Thank you for your patience hearing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Jayesh Parmar sir. I'd like to call on stage engineer Amol Patil sir to felicitate Jayesh Parmar sir behalf of Ultratech Cement Limited, our gold sponsor. Please sir. थोड़ी सी तालियां इनके लिए भी. Thank you. Our next speaker is, I'm going to call him with this doha. Guru Govind do khade kaake lagu पाए, बलिहारी गुरु आपनो गोविंद दियो बताए. हमारे सामने अगर भगवान खड़े हैं और गुरु खड़े हैं तो हम गुरु को ही प्रणाम करेंगे, क्योंकि गुरु ही हमें भगवान तक पहुंचने का या भगवान बनने का रास्ता दिखाते हैं. So our next speaker is Venkat Santosh Kumar sir from Delhi. He is an associate professor at Civil Engineering Department at IIT Mumbai. He has obtained his PhD in Construction Management from Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Madras. He is also an alumni of IIT Madras, having graduated with the Bachelor of Technology in Civil Engineering as topper of the batch. He was also a Fulbright Nehru Doctoral and Professional Research Fellow at Global Projects Center, Stanford University, USA in 2012. Currently, he is a part of Construction Technology and Management Specialization in Civil Engineering Department in IIT Mumbai. His research interests include information management on large engineering projects. Particularly, he works on building information modeling, BIM, and he is in construction management, construction contract management, application to construct safely and planning. He is also active involved in a number of projects that aim at providing policy and strategy guidance to various governmental agencies and private companies. So with a huge round applause, we'd like to call on the stage Venkat Santosh Kumar sir. Please sir, come on the stage. कहते हैं जब शिक्षक आते हैं तो तालियां और जोर से बजाते हैं क्योंकि यही है जो हमें करते हैं. स्वागत है सर.
The other reason people fall silent when teachers come on stage is, they expect questions, right? And I have a excellent teacher in front of me, Cyrus Dodi sir. Thank you very much. I think when I got a call from ICI, I thought I think they got a wrong number because I am part of the construction management domain, and I thought, okay, what would I talk in a forum where you are much more, I think the best experts in concrete. But I think this is what I was asked to present about technologies. For me, technologies here means digital technologies which are emerging in infrastructure project management. So that's what I would be talking to you. I would probably ask your forgiveness just to be sure that I do not really understand a lot of technologies. Okay, and I learned my concrete from Professor Manu and Professor Getu. I hope many of you know who they are. And when I present, sometimes they ask, okay, it's all good, but where are graphs? Okay. So a disclaimer: there are not many graphs in these presentations. Okay, as you would like, all the concrete technologies would like in this room. But I would like to give you a very brief overview of what's happening in the world of technology, in the digital technology world, which supports your functions and also make your job a little bit more easier, and where do we see these technologies taking us into future. So that's more or less. I think I'm kind of a prelude before I think Mr. Swapnil Joshi would present really on digitization. So I think it's kind of a transition from concretes for high performing concretes, which you saw just can happen in the digital world supporting your functions in the physical world. So that's more or less. I'll try to keep it quick and as simple as possible because many of these technologies you already might be aware of, but I just want to put all of these into perspective. So I'll start off with a very I don't know, a note. I said there are no graphs, but we'll start with a graph. Okay. This is one thing. This is an explosive study by McKinsey in 2017. Okay, and this is the I think the most important thing what you see is though we feel some of these sectors have been are doing good. For example, manufacturing, we always think that they have higher productivities than construction. Somehow we do that, but this study has given us not so glamorous sectors like agriculture has far overtaken in terms of productivity. There's a lot of growth, and somehow we tend to stagnate. The construction actually went down. That's what the study is, and then it has been a wake-up call around understanding why, because they have so much technology in the construction. We have a lot of engineering, but why do we lag behind in productivity? So that's, I think, the starting point where people also started understanding how can we enhance productivity by use of various technologies. And you see that we are also a very stressed kind of sector. Okay, I want to start with a slightly sober note, okay, because that's the reality right now, and I think this is all improving now. And if you look at our basic materials, which is all there, this is the return on investment. Being construction management, I have to talk about return on investments. You see that the the variation is quite a high thing. If you see the median, which is the blue line, let me see if I can still make this function, but it's not working. So if you look at the median, that's the blue portion, you see a wide range of variation for return of investment on various companies in this sector. Okay, and this is from various construction companies across the world. Again, the study is from McKinsey. What you see is this. Then people have thought, what would be the differentiator for these ROIs which are widely varying across these companies. And one of the key differentiator which people have found out in these companies is the use of digital technologies, is the use of technologies to inform their functions. And that's where I think I would make a case for you to understand and probably look out for various technologies which can make your life easier. Okay, so let me just start off very quickly. I think this is one slide which I so finally all engineers are about this, right? I mean, you have an idea, you want to convert that to reality, and that's what it is all about. And construction, it's probably the best because now you really realize a spectacular structure out there, which is all from your idea. Okay, so if you look at the life cycle, you have a lot of things which happen, and of course we are not there yet on the termination and demolition phase. Not many things happening there. Most of our structures, thanks to concrete being very durable, probably are in operations and maintenance. Okay, so if I convert to this, and then if I just want to give you an overview of where technology is helping in each of these phases, especially from a concrete technology perspective, and that's what I will try to run you through various technologies which are now available for concrete. I kind of, sorry if this is not a great life cycle for you. So what I did was I put concrete into these 4 phases where I say where the design phase of what I would mean by that is when you design the material, when actually you place the material, and how do you assure quality and what happens during operation. So we'll just look at a few technologies which are there. I work predominantly in this kind of phase. So let me just start off with this thing. So usually you have this plan, monitor, control. I'm going to skip that today. But let's understand this. Okay, this is the biggest problem of our construction projects. I just want to tell you this. This is a figure I think most of you would have already seen. This is probably the most abused figure in construction or management. So usually this is what I do it for construction. This is what probably the customer has described it for you. They needed something to swing, but our project managers somehow understood like that, right? And what happens, our engineers then start designing it, saying that, oh, there's a trunk in between, so let me just remove the trunk and then put 2 columns, do all kinds of complications. Finally, it will be constructed like this. Actually, you wanted that. So there is a lot of gap between what the customer really wanted and what was actually built for them. And this is not an exaggeration. You'll see these are things happening now and often in many of these construction projects. What is the source of this problem is the problem because there are many different stakeholders who tend to kind of communicate in a very web of things, and therefore you see a lot of things they get lost in translation, and therefore you need something which is streamlining the communications between all these stakeholders. And that's where I think the first technology which I will tell you comes out, which is what we call let me come to that. Okay, which is called the building information modeling. Okay, people ask why you need different technologies. Okay, so can you imagine these technologies nowadays? How many of you saw this earlier? Use this? Are you using it now? Why not? Okay, because every technology lives out its age. Okay, and then you have to adapt. You have to adopt and adapt. That's the key thing. And that is what is happening in the technology space as well. Technologies such as AI, ML, building information modeling, they're all coming with full force, and they are promising much more than what is expected. So therefore it's time for us to look at these things. Okay, so that's my thing. And let me talk about building information modeling. Okay, building information modeling means many things to many people. Okay, it's like this Chinese story, which I think I'll skip because I'll get a prompt pretty soon saying that we are running out of time. But somehow in India we tend to equate this to fancy 3D visualizations. Okay, we think that if you have a 3D model, if you render it beautifully on a server, you build a walkthrough, that is BIM for us. That's not the case. Okay, BIM essentially is a information paradigm. I'll skip the story. Okay, I had some anecdotes about that spear and snake, but we'll skip that. But this is building information modeling for engineers, and this is what I think as construction technology, experts, you can take away from here is that it's a paradigm of information management, and information is wealth for any engineer, and that's what it is. There need not be a 3D model, there need not be a visualization. If you have a excellent database of various parameters of your building, which is parametrical modeling, then you can think of having a building information model. How that will be useful for you, I hope it would play. Can we see if I can just play the video once, please? It's not the, it's just a simulation of this. Okay, I hope the next speaker also would give you a lot of indications of this, because this is the other thing. Is it working? If not, it's all right. See, this is a very simple simulation. If it doesn't work also, it's all right. There's unavailable, it's all right. So what happens is this, when you can actually, what you can do is you can integrate your schedules with the existing 3D models, and you create what we call a 4D BIM. And what it does is it will tell you exactly at what time, what kind of portion of your structure is getting built. Now, what is more important to me is once I have this time integrated into my model, my database, I can then automatically create what we call a schedule of procurement, right? I mean, you can see when to order what, and that becomes very pretty important for you to understand what kind of RMC orders you have to place at what time in place. So that's first important thing, and the BIM has now progressed to such an extent that you can actually model various things. For example, here it actually models a layer of formwork. It also puts a bituminous waterproofing paint. So you have all kinds of detail now, which is very inbuilt into the modeling, which can help engineers. Okay, so that's one thing which I wanted to tell you. Regarding placement, again, I think it's been talked about, and I think pretty soon we would have you at our institute to look at something very similar. Okay, we have this in our lab, which is called this is 3D printing IIT Bombay's machine. But technology used at placement is not just this. Okay, that's what I wanted to tell you. Okay, this is still I think it's very fancy nowadays to understand this. It's also it is proving to be useful in various domains, as earlier speakers have told you. But there are other technologies which are very, very critical, which are also important for all of you to be aware of. Okay, so for example, this is another this is a portal which I have just picked up from the net. This is from the IoT based data acquisition right from the transit mixers. Okay, so you see the kind of sensors which are now in place in the transit mixers, and this can give you valuable information about the fresh state of concrete even before you place. Okay, so it's not just about your field tests, which of course are very, very important, but you can already strategize about how to, if I can use that term, repair concrete before it comes to the site. Okay, so you have all kinds of sensors. You have GPS to understand how long would it take to come here. Not only that, but you have all these kinds of pressure sensors, temperature sensors, which will give you a fair idea of how your concrete aged before it comes to your site for placements. Okay, not only that, during placements also nowadays, this is another IoT based application which you are nowadays using, where they actually use infrared sensors, cameras to not only verify how much how the placement is there, but also to understand how good the finish is. Okay, so you have all kinds of technologies now. This is also based on some work which we have done, but I will not go into detail for want of time, but we can always look at that. For example, this is another interesting study where people have placed sensors to monitor curing and automate curing. Okay, so for example, if you see this, you have a lot of sensors which will actually then drive a water pump to spray water. There are now Professor Dodi would actually tell you lots of other things about concrete and how to cure it properly. But some of that can be automized nowadays. So that's what I'm telling you. So there's a lot of things during curing of concrete also which are happening from a technology front. Okay, so you have wind sensors, you have all kinds of sensors for that. And these are, for example, in-place sensors which you actually put it in the concrete and then you monitor a lot of data from here to understand how concrete develops its strength. Okay, so that's more or less during construction what you can do. I just want to conclude this kind of talk with some uh, ideas about how we acquire data nowadays from the site as well, which is very important for us to monitor. So for example, this is something which this is again a study at IIT Bombay. You have these technologies like this is from a lidar scanner. You acquire a lot of point cloud and understand what is as built and generate this. But you can do much more than this now, where you can, instead of having a scanner which is quite costly, you can actually fly a drone across the site as well. Okay, and apart from that, you can also have some inbuilt sensors which will give you exactly what's the stress at different locations are. Okay, so this is something which we are generating a little bit more now. So just to conclude all these things, I promised I'll keep it quick and simple, so I have done that. Okay, to promise that this is one of the findings of a study from one of our papers. What you see is, though we like to work in what we call the physical space, which is the outer peel of the onion, if I would say, we are kind of interacting with the digital world at a very, very intricate manner nowadays. Okay, so you'll see throughout the life cycle phase of the projects, you have lot of technologies. Okay, starting from your WhatsApps on your mobile phones to lot of cyber security, lot of things like building information model, which will come and hit construction technologies, concrete technologies over the next few years. You will see a number of technologies which are coming, and that is in the modeling domain, but you'll also see a lot of AI ML which will also gather for you. For example, uh, I think Prakash would come and present a lot of things on Bagasash later on in this day, but we are working on a very interesting project where we are trying to see if I can use AI ML to predict the characteristic strength of a concrete. Okay, and then can I anticipate mixture designs much better, and also to understand, for example, from a printed surface, whether I can automatically, through use of computer vision, etc., can I really understand whether the mixture is printable or buildable or etc. Okay, so there are lots of technologies. So I think it's an exciting time for a person like me as well, because we have lot of unresolved issues in concrete technology where digital technologies can come to help. And it's also challenging the digital front as well. The way people think about use of AI ML, it gets challenged when we are presented with a problem of concrete before us, because you do not have a lot of algorithms to solve these problems. You deal with a material which has a lot of uncertainties, but by magic it serves the property which it would serve, right? I mean, so that I think is I would commend all the concrete technologies, that they are real magicians, with who use science to a great effect, to engineering to a great effect. And this also gives us a very good indication of what different digital technologies can we do to aid your work function. Okay, so that's more or less, this is a flattened out view of the same thing. Over life cycle, you'll see lot of digital technologies hitting you, if not it already hit you, and you'll see a lot of IoT coming in, a lot of other things. 3D printing is I think the fancier one which you see, but then already there is a lot of revolution of very small, minute, unseen, fancy things which are already coming up and hitting the construction sector. And just to conclude on that, this would probably help the way in which we manage construction, and also kind of bring out of that curve of productivity as well. All these things will probably then make sense from investment perspective. So that's more or less what I want to tell you. There are challenges. Technology readiness is not all these technologies will promise you lots of things, but please be careful that they serve only a few functions. Economics are important. I don't know about ROI, but mindset is also very, very important. Okay, just to part and conclude this, I think it's up to you to be any of this. You can be an optimist who can say the glass is, half full, or you can be a pessimist who can say the glass is half empty. But it's important, most important for all of us to be engineers, okay, and say, why is the glass twice as big as what it wants it has to be, right? I mean, if I have only that much water, why should I have so much bigger glass? So that's something which all of us should take a technology is there, all the other things are there, but we have to use whatever is important and useful for that function we are traveling for. Okay, thank you, and please do visit our campus.
Thank you so much, sir. To facilitate him, I'd like to call on the stage Engineer Hemendra and Dr. Mashke, sir. Please come on the stage and felicitate him. Actually, the time is going to be changed. Technology and concrete are going to celebrate a new world. So we are moving forward with your thoughts. Thank you so much. दुनिया में कुछ लोग ही बदलाव करने आते हैं वरना Thank you. So moving forward, we have two more speakers, and with the less time, our another one speaker is very intelligent and very enthused, Engineer Swapnil Joshi, sir. His subject is the digitized integrated solution for infrastructure project lifecycle. Swapnil Joshi, an intellect who passes a bachelor's in civil engineering and double post graduation from United Kingdom and NICMAR with specialization in construction project management along with law graduation. He has wide exposure in developing system, has developed expertise in the field of CPM combining technical and latest management tools such as Primavera, Asta Power Project, TIOLS, etc. He initiated and developed a mobile application intro projects for daily monitoring and real-time data analysis for projects. With successful implementation of digitalization integrated approach and his expertise in project planning, BIM and advanced technology, he is able to deliver the client goal successfully. Swapnil has awarded by Indian Institute of Bridge Engineering from the hands of Sri Nitin Gadkari, United Minister of Road Transport, Highway and Shipping in 2014. So congratulations, sir. He is currently the founder and principal consultant of Intento Associates, founded in 2012. Intento Associates provide project planning and BIM consultancy, high focused on providing an integrated approach with the digitalization in the construction industry. With the planning experts and a tax savvy team, it emerged as an on-time project completion specialist. So I'd like to call who is working 24 into 7 anywhere. The name is Engineer Swapnil Joshi, sir. Please come on the stage, sir. दुनिया में कुछ लोग ही बदलाव करने के लिए आते हैं, बाकी कुछ लोग तो यूं ही वापस चले जाते हैं. ये बात हम इंजीनियर्स के लिए लागू होती है. एंड वी हैव अनदर इंजीनियर विद हिज अ ग्रेट थॉट्स, सर. एक बार फिर से स्वागत है स्वप्न सर का।
Thank you for a quick introduction. So before he set up the presentation, I'll just quickly brief you about what I'm going to present today. So my talk will be on the, I'm thanks to the previous speaker who has given me the dot to start with, wherein BIM, how it is being implemented. Those are the things which the live case studies which we have been implementing for over last 3 to 4 years successfully, with the ROI keeping in mind for the contractors as well as the clients. So main focus area will be the project when I speak about it. So before we start, I'll just give my introduction. As she has already mentioned, my name is Swapnil Joshi. I am the founder and principal consultant of Intent Associates. So we are 12 years old with the team size of 30 people, mainly focusing on the infrastructure projects as well as building projects, implementation of technology and technical front. Main idea is to pass on the benefit to the construction industry in terms of ROI, and then using digitalization right from design stage to complete arbitration process if it is required, including progress monitoring throughout the various stages of the project. So it includes right from design to the arbitration part, including progress monitoring. That is what I'm going to touch base upon today quickly. So my clock starts now, so I'll just start on straight away into the slides. So what I'm presenting today mainly, as I mentioned, is the integrated digital solution for construction industry, specifically focusing more on infrastructure. What I'm going to talk about in today's presentation, as already the previous speaker has mentioned, what BIM is nothing but the methodology of creating a 3D model and taking it to the dynamic level for various stages of monitoring of the overall project. Then BIM usage is not new, it is quite old because I've done my master's from UK, as she's already briefed, where there we have done a study of drafting the guidelines and utilization of the 3D models in the construction field in 2008, and it is pretty older. It is in 1992 also, it has an existence, and plus if you see on the screen, various countries have the mandate to use the BIM in the various projects of the various intensity. So what I'm going to talk about, when I presented in IIB Hyderabad, and I thanks Vishal for giving me an opportunity to make a presentation today, where we are working together in IIB also as a secretary, and he is working as a treasurer. So when we presented, we wanted to bring in something new after 6 months. So what we have added out here is, if you see, we are calling it as a digital war room to help the projects more efficiently so that it can function and in an optimal scale and give a presented result which we need. So basically what we are talking about, three element structure which we talk. First one you see on the top is the digital platform. The one you see it at the bottom is 3D printed using CNC model, physical model, which is a new thing which we have added. So War Room will have a sizable 3D printed model with the terrain in place which is being printed, and also we'll have a digital platform which can be seen over the screen for progress monitoring. The second component is nothing but the backbone of the any project, which is construction planning, where we use Primavera, MS Project, various tools, but that is a backbone. And then we bring all of this into our web-based dashboard, which we have been using for 8 years, which we have developed in-house. So we call it an Intent of Projects platform. Now the idea is, when we want to contribute towards the construction industry, this BIM is being old phenomena, people know it, but it's a buzz for today. But then if I want to pass on the benefit to the end users when I say owner and a contractor, because then only it will be more efficient and we will be able to save money throughout the process. So when I'm going to present you the complete BIM life cycle, the idea is the BIM can be implemented right from tender stage. It can be taken to the design stage, also can walk through from planning to project management, and also will support in contract administration in terms of dispute resolution, or if it goes into arbitration, it can help the court also to make a presentable format which will help them to understand and solve the disputes at that level, which we are presenting for one of the NHAI project. We are using BIM in the arbitration process to explain the entitlement and the legitimate entitlement of the contractor in that particular phase, and also it can be used in operations and maintenance. So now I'll take you the quick case study. So I'm not going to focus how the 3D model is being done. Then, I'm not focusing at all on the theory part of it. I'm mainly focusing, this is the MG Setu which we have done for AFCONS. And I would like to thank the AFCONS management for giving us an opportunity to give us the chance to implement whatever new things we want to bring it on their table. And they have given us chance and we have implemented it. So this is MG Setu, which is around 5.6 kilometers on Patna, in Patna over Ganga Bridge. Ganga River. So you can see the detailing of this. At the design stage, we have captured complete steel structure which was reconstructed. Piers, pier head, every small element including bearings, finishing items, all the items are being drafted in the model so that to understand the complete synchronization of the designs which are being prepared, are there any improvements to be done or any corrections needs to be done at that stage. So design stage is the first stage wherein we start using the model in a right sense. Then this is a quick video which is the walkthrough, where what we have done is we have taken the model and placed on that topography exact coordinates which will give you a feel that exactly when I'm walking from the other side, they had three part of distribution where they have dry spans, wet spans which are always into the catchment area, and intermediate spans which after certain time which becomes dry, and in rainy season it is fully submerged. So those kind of distributions can be seen on that. So first we are walking on the land portion, then we'll get into the wet area. So if you see the detailing of that, every steel structure, every element of this is being mapped. When I go further, you can get the quantities and every element's details in the mobile itself. So that we have also implemented on that particular front. So this is a topographic, so this is a 3D model, which is the first thing post GFC which we developed after seeing any clashes are not there. So this is a walkthrough which gives you a complete feel of the complete terrain out next to the project alignment. So you can use it for logistics planning as well. So the focus area is using the model into the next level of decision making at various stages of construction project. So I just now this is the catchment area. This is an intermediate span which we are walking along. So this will go along throughout the length. So I'll just skip this and move on to the next slide because this is going to happen in the same fashion. So, and this, let me tell you, this project which we have rolled out for the MG Setu was, we have so Googled it also, we have done it in 1 month, 10 days, which is a record rolling complete cycle right from detailing of the construction program, modeling it and bringing it to the level of monitoring. So this is one of the case study. Another quick case study I'll take you through is the Malé Tilafushi link again for AFCONS in Maldives. So which has around 3.7 kilometers of length for the bridge and 3 kilometers of the road and remaining seawall and block wall structures. The beauty of this and criticality of this, what new thing we have done it here is there is a pile of 100-meter depth and 2.6-meter dia. So that kind of a huge thing is being constructed now. So there we have mapped the bed area. So right now you see the sea portion. I have to explain you this is a sea portion, but in the subsequent video you will see. Now I'll play the video. You will see that when we are walking from Malé to this side, in the next presentation we have also mapped the water level, which is HFL, which can be used for decision making. We also have mapped the seabed area, which will give you the anchoring details which are required by the marine experts. So here we are walking from one side towards the Tilafushi portion. So this is a land portion which you will see. So this every segment and every element is mapped into the along with the global coordinates. So this same thing directly can be used for the placement by the surveyor straight away. So you don't need a manual intervention at that point of time on site. This model can be utilized at that level on immediate basis. So if you ask me, most of the cases, people always say that BIM will not be successful first in infrastructure. That was a statement which I have been hearing for so many years now. And then second part is if your drawings are not available, drawings keeps on coming till the construction is happening. So how are you going to monitor it? So this portion when we have done it, only we had around 25% of drawings in place. Rest of this were the advanced stage drawings or tender stage drawings. But then we have followed the global coordinates method and we have plotted the whole thing. The project is live for monitoring purpose. And then we are going to replace every span by span when the drawings are frozen. So it can be implemented at any stage of the project. This is enabling structures also what new thing which we have mapped in here, so that this enabling structures till the point my TAB is not being done, my fingers are not erected, I'm not going to do the piling work. So those kind of a details we have already mapped, which will help the site to take their decisions. So that was the whole thought process which we had. This is the another structure which is seawall you see on the front, which is being mapped at every 50 meters on various layers. So whatever work is going to happen, you can see exact replica of the site execution which is being done. So that is how we monitor it successfully, and at the management level also these things are being reviewed on routine basis. Now this will be a repeat walkthrough. Deepika, if you can just fast forward to the last point, where I just want to show when we are placed it on the coordinates, how it closely merges onto the existing roundabout which is there. So if it happens, it's okay. Otherwise, I'll move forward. No, I think let it be. I'll move on to the next slide. So this is basically which I was talking about. The same bridge is being kept here on the seabed. This is a seabed what you're seeing in brown color, and the complete it is being placed on the same alignment. You can see the seabed formation out here, which is bathymetry which is being imported on this, and then you can see when they rotate this, you can see the water level also is being mapped. So this is my water level where the HFL is being there, so it will help them to take a decision, plus it will also help you to measure the, since it's a friction pile, what is the depth of pile going below the bed area, that also can be measured. So because when I talk about 100 meters, so it's really a challenging job which we need to do. Plus on this, if you see it's somewhere around 13 meters or so, so a 3 to 4 story height of the building, which is where the pile is being driven below the seabed area. So this is a new thing which we have done while implementing BIM part, other than the traditional implementation what people think about. So then we also have at design stage, we call it a smart modeling. As I already mentioned, the coordinates extraction part also can be done through this model. So if you see here, the cables are being mapped. So this is a coastal road, Mumbai coastal road project, wherein we map the cables as well. So where we have identified certain things where in certain areas the cables are popping out of the cover area. So that also is brought into the notice of the designer, and that is being corrected. So it was just a copy paste error, not a design mistake. So that thing can be taken into account. Plus you can also extract the shuttering coordinates. So the manual intervention at that time and the time can be directly saved. So when I say ROI part, this all things contribute towards the saving of the saving towards the project. Now the new facet which we are talking about or implementing is the 4D implementation. So if you see on this first video, what we are trying to say is the construction methodology validation. That this is the first method where node-wise construction was happening. So every node was to be fabricated, to be transported, and to be erected on site. So we actually mapped it stage by stage, which I'll show you in the next slide also. The bottom video is about another method wherein on the dry span, you had the bottom truss, inner and outer truss, and top truss. So the construction methodology monitoring is another facet we have opened, because we are from hardcore planning background, construction planning background. So we are focusing towards that, which will help the site team to analyze multiple fronts. This is for cable stay bridge of missing link again. So this is also, we are talking about the methodology arrangement. If you see, we are getting the pylons on every pier lift by lift, how it is going to be erected. So it is exactly replicates the construction method statement, as well as whatever is being, you will see exact replica of this on site or site replica on the digital platform. So that's why we call it a digital war room, wherein my digital replication is quite important for me. So every stage, every cable erection, every slab erection is being populated. So method statement is another backbone after design which we want to check. So my schedule, which runs into say 10,000 line items, whether is there any mistake or not, that can be validated through the construction method statement. The another quick thing is we have this dashboards populating out here. So what we are trying to present, once the model is being done, schedule is being done, and then construction methodology is validated, you can see here what we are giving here is the dynamic 6 months look ahead based on today's progress. That in next 6 months, what I'll be doing. So if you talk about here, it is up to December, my pylon will be complete. It's old data. So 6 months look ahead plan, whatever you see in the color codes is nothing but the 6 months look ahead plan, which is populated on your screen. So this is what we have been using for monitoring of the multiple projects. So here also same methodology what I have shown in the previous slide, lift by lift construction and stage wise construction is being seen at various levels. So this is cable stay bridge, this is Maldives balance cantilever method, this is road, and this one is a tunnel project. So if you see whatever you see in the white color was supposed to be done, but I will be reaching at certain level in next 6 months only. So there will be a evident backlog you can see on the project. So also you can walk inside the, if you see every segment on the top can be seen how it is being projected. So that's how the monitoring, when we say meticulous monitoring is being done, it is at this level. Now when you walk through the tunnel, you have heading, benching, invert, other various stages of work. Those can be seen at which month I'll be reaching at which level. So that is the idea of progress monitoring through the digital platform, and also simultaneously we also have a physical model in place. Now another facet which we are touching upon is the process mapping. As I said, we have somebody has already mentioned that procurement is also need to be monitored through BIM. So what we are doing it here is, you see at this particular point we are giving three colors. Green one is the fabricated in the yard factory, yellow is delivered on site, and purple is erected on the site. So you know that if you are talking about the erection, whether that fabrication has already happened or not, delivered or not, those process oriented approaches can be looked at and can be used for decision making. Then another process is my design is in place or not. So if you see on the first stage, geotechnical investigation, design stages, the color changes on various level dynamically, and which is connected to design as geotechnical investigation plus design stage, also procurement. When I say procurement, if you see on this last part here, if you see the green color which you see on the top is designs are approved. At the bottom stage, if you see the green color is replaced by red, it is casted in the yard, and when it is erected it will be converted into concrete color. So you will come to know it is casted and erected or not. All those things you can see through the process, so the bottleneck can be resolved, which I'll show you in the next slide. This is the MG Setu video. This is on that specific day what was the progress. So purple color talks about the erection has completed for the various truss elements. As also on the deck portion, crash barriers are being erected, which is in red color. So you have the legends in place. And when we go bit ahead, you will see what I was talking about, the process mapping, where we have seen to it that we have 3 spans already delivered on site. So if the resources are in place, I will not get stuck in terms of progress, because if you give resources to site is going to definitely perform. So there is no doubt about it. So that is the approach we kept, and we were successful in implementing these portions in successful manner. So if you see the top truss is in place, this inner and outer truss is already being erected, top truss is delivered, and next 2 spans are already there with me. So we don't have to worry about the sync of procurement and erection. So that also approach we have taken into account, and in the subsequent quick just go ahead a bit. So where on one of the span we have also have a situation where we had just go ahead, where the procurement was in progress was one of the span. Yeah, the yellow one. So on this span you can see green and yellow both the colors. So it means my node is being fabricated in the yard, and certain 3 nodes are already delivered on my side. So if we are focusing on a fast track basis that this span has to be erected in right sense, then we are focusing on both the stages in this particular manner. So procurement and delivery sync is being taken into account. Is another quick video wherein I just want to present that how we are taking decision making. Like for example, here if you see on this particular screen that this pier, just play the video and just stop it on quickly on a. Yeah, just stop it, pause it. So if you see here, this pier cap is to be erected in next 2 months, but at the moment I have my design only submitted. It is not being reviewed, it is not being approved. So I have 2 months time to get it corrected and see to it that my design is approved, so that I can straight away, there is no bottleneck in my construction process. So when I'm giving a target of pile and pile cap, I should see that designs are approved so that my work will go smoothly. And this decision making will help us going forward, saying that okay, my designs are in place, my procurement is in place, so definitely I'll be able to do my construction in a smoother manner. So this video will keep on going in a similar fashion, so I'll not waste time here. I'll quickly go to the next part, but the idea is we talked about design stage utilization of the model, then progress based monitoring, process based monitoring. To take to main focus area is ultimately an ROI. At the same time, ROI is connected to my timelines, and timeline is connected to my decision making. So all these things which we are being talking about is mainly about decision making process throughout the life cycle of the construction project. Another part is, as we are extending this to arbitration level when we are saying, because we also work into planning, BIM, and as a delay analysis experts, and also we our expert witness assignments we do we take into our kitty. So in this, delay analysis is another important area for us. If you see on certain portions, it gives you the idea where the works are completed and delayed, which is in red color. Work completed before time and green color. So pile is completed on time, pile cap is delayed. So those kind of root cause analysis can be done at any given point of time whenever the situation is demanding for it. So the delay analysis is another facet which needs to be looked at, which we have already done. Then this is the another part where we are talking about the asset tagging, where whatever I have spoke about, physical progress, financial progress, or contractor working on it, all the things can be brought into the model in the form of an asset, and that can be utilized at any stage of the work, like after 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, whenever we want to go through it. You have to just forward it. You just have to click on that element, so it takes us to the Intento dashboard thing, wherein it gives you the complete kind of an information. When you click on that link, it takes us, yeah, that is okay, it takes us to the Intento's environment, where it talks about what is the column number, what is the left, who is the contractor, what is start finish date, what is the reason for delay. Everything is in place. It is a POC what we have done. So this is basically this, up to this level the model can be exploited, I would say, rather than exploring, which we have already done. And then the another part, I'll have few slides left, wherein this is a 7D information, which is operation and maintenance. Again, the previous speaker already has mentioned, we have already done a POC for that long back. So if you play a video there, in that particular part, Deepika, just play the video. So in this, if you see, this is the peer which needs to be the blue one, the peer needs to be monitored. So you will get an indication through email, and then at the same time when you open the mobile, you will get that element which needs to be monitored or operated during the operation and maintenance phase. So it will give you all type of information. You will just click on it and you have to just feed the information to take it further. So 7D, up to 7D is what we have already implemented. We are running the show in a smoother way, and we are adding up things more to that. This is the augmented reality. This video talks about this, a sticker on which I have just recorded through a mobile screen. Okay, so this is basically a bridge coming out of your sticker, and then you can just walk along that and just check the detailing on your mobile itself. So you don't just need a sticker, you don't need your system just to take you to this level. So AR, this we have done it 4 to 5 years back, and so this is the level where the digitalization can be taken up to, and this is very much possible, and the solutions are already available, and we have a technical background to look into it and get it through. So this is the next level, but the to be very frank, and subsequently it is the maturity right now is not there in the market to accept this kind of a things on a larger perspective. So but then this is available, which can be used. This is a quick video of the another facet of the digital war room. Whatever I spoke about is all digital. This is the physical map. This is Nirmala Sitharaman using this in G20 summit, where the G20 delegation which has come before this summit, wherein this is the project in Karnataka where they have connected various villages for the water connections. So there elevated tanks, underground reservoirs, whatever the complete network is there, that is being showcased. So these 3D printed maps which have a complete terrain, which is being printed through CNC machines. And also you can see Mr. Koshari is opening this in Prachin Bharat map, which is a talk of the town at the moment. People are demanding more and more. So Prachin Bharat is being mapped on the 3D map completely, and that is also being inaugurated. So that also is being, now we are bringing in our war room concept. And the last few slides, this is about the model coming in your desktop as well as on your mobile. You can access it through, as I mentioned, you can just click on it, you can get the quantity and other details of those elements directly. So the person can directly order the concrete quantity from his mobile. I mean, from his mobile means he doesn't have to go back to the drawing board to see, or a desktop to see what kind of a concrete quantity I need to order. So those things are possible. And the last front is the third phase which I mentioned about, is the web-based dashboard what we have. So it gives you the color codes from green to red. It means the gap between plan and actual increases. So if your gap is between 25%, then your green color stands. If it increases from 25 to 50, it goes to mustard, then orange, and then red. So time and cost, when I say cost here, is nothing but the sale value for the contractor and payment schedule outflow for the client. So similarly, if you open that, then it gives you the S curve, which is the traditional part which we use, and it gives you start date, finish date, and also, as previously mentioned, we are using AI for last 2 years. We in the testing stage only, we are trying testing it where we have come very close to certain projects where the gap was only 2 days. So what we projected and what actually happened vis-a-vis Primavera projected date, we were more accurate than Primavera also, which is close as 2 days. So AI also we are using in the part which I have not presented, and it at the bottom it tells you on every day, like 159 crore job, how much work is to be done, 134 crore, how much I have done, and their percentages. So this is for the management which we have developed, and these are the automated dashboards which are there, which talks about the, in terms of timeline, in terms of quantities, in terms of numbers, the way you want, it can be generated. It doesn't need any manual intervention, and 70-80 pages report we generated in half this time. And with the proper dedication from the planning side and proper vigilance from the planning side, there should not be a mistake in terms of submissions basically. So those things we are doing. It also gives you the cash flow, that what cannot, not is not a right cash flow term is wrong, but is a outflow for the client, and the sale value for the contractor, that what amount of work he will be doing every month for the remaining time of work, which is completely realistic based on the project timelines. Also it gives you the labor as well as quantity distribution, month wise, trade wise, as per your choice. It's all automated, everything is automated, no manual intervention is required. Now the last only 2 slides, if you ask me, if we are talking too many things as a deliverables, what is my involvement as a client? Your involvement is, whatever projects I have shown, we have not got anybody involved more than 1 hour in giving us the input data. Is a replica of the Primavera schedule into the Google Sheet format. These are the informations which site gives me about percentage and actual start, actual finish, and rest of the things whatever I have shown, my teams take care of it, and within 1 day's time we roll out everything, and it is being discussed on site. So it is that fast. We are still trying to work out to come down to half a day or so for implementing the same thing. The last slide, whatever we have mentioned, we are mainly focusing on demand is increasing. Yes, everything has to be on a fast track. Every project you talk about 2 years, 3 years timelines, nothing more on that. But the intensity is huge, and but the timeline is getting shrinked at all the times. But at the same time, everybody wants to earn profit. Mainly the contractor who is constructing it, and how is going to profit, going to add to their kitty. So that is, and at the end there should not be any dispute. So what we have tried to connect the dots is right from design stage to the dispute stage if it comes. Along with the progress, we are connecting all the dots, and we are trying to help in a positive way to the industry. No dispute should be should be dragged. It should be solved at the same time when it is arise. So those things can be done through the digital platform. So those are the approach we have done. And profitability, if I talk about very conservatively, if everything is being done in a right sense, at least 1% of the project cost can be saved, which is more conservatively I'm talking about. And because I don't want to give a commercial approach towards it, but yes, 1% cost is easily can be saved on the project. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Swapnil Joshi, sir. Thank you so much. To facilitate Engineer Swapnil Joshi, sir, I'd like to call Engineer Prashad Sutone, sir, and Engineer Manoj Kalwarkar, sir. Please come on the stage and facilitate him. Please,
without
Deepika
the
ji.
team members, it is not possible to reach at this stage.
इतना सब सुनने के बाद as many of like programs I joined, like as I'm also an engineer and I have a Jain Engineer Society group, so many speakers I heard, but सभी थे, कोई इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स था, कोई कुछ था, but in civil engineering इतना सारा नॉलेज सर आज मुझे मिल रहा है, so I'm very happy. मुझे एक बात कहनी कि अगर समंदर को गहरा कह रहे हो ना, तो एक गलती, एक तवज्जो कर रहे हो. हमारे ज्ञान के आगे वो समंदर भी कहीं उतला हो जाता है. So we are going to facilitate him. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So thank you all. With this moving forward for our next speaker, and she is she. और बड़ा गर्व होता है जब कोई महिला ऐसे मंच पर आती है, बिकॉज देर आर फ्यू रीजंस. एक महिला अकेली मंच पर नहीं आती, वो आती है पीछे बहुत सारी जिम्मेदारियों को छोड़कर. तो मैं उन जिम्मेदारियों को प्रणाम करती हूँ और मंच से इंट्रोडक्शन देती हूँ. प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर योगिनी देशपांडे wears multiple hats as a researcher, entrepreneur and educator. She is currently the technical director of Renuka Consultants and hold a PhD in civil engineering from Purdue University. She holds a bachelor degree in civil engineering and a master degree in geotechnical engineering from Mumbai University. She has taught at Michigan Technological University and University of South Alabama, USA. She has recently been appointed as a chair professor at the O.P. Jindal University in the Department of Civil Engineering. She has been a recipient of the 2006 Fellow of International Road Federation and has received award in USA for her research and teaching in academia. In 2016, she was facilitated by Ambuja Cement Limited for her contribution to the construction industry. She is Ambuja is there. She is currently the secretary of India chapter of American Concrete Institute and on the board of direction of Women in Deep Foundation Institute India chapter. After spending a decade in USA teaching at various universities, she returned in 2012 to India. Under her leadership, Renuka Consultant has provided consulting in many projects such as Mumbai Coastal Road, Mumbai Trans Harbour, Mumbai Metro 3, 2A and Metro 5 iconic Mandovi Panji Bridge called Atal Setu. Renuka Consultants is planned with the Mumbai Municipal Corporation, Reserve Bank of India, IIT Mumbai, etc., and has carried structural assessment services for various types of structure, including heritage structures, novel jetties, and a lot of things they have done. And we are going to call on the stage Professor Dr. Yogini Deshpande to give us a lot of knowledge. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I know everybody's very hungry and keen to leave for lunch. So I will try and keep this short, but hopefully give some key takeaways for you. Uh, being a concrete technologist, as well as being a geotechnical engineer, gives me a very unique understanding and requirements that are there specifically for pile foundations. And that's what we're going to talk about today. Pile foundations and if they are one of the first aspects that happen at site. Um, I think I won't spend a lot of time in this particular this. We've had a couple of good presentations earlier, which look at the time and the projection of the project execution stages. So typically, you have a bidding and the award stage, the geotech and detailed design engineering happening. The engineering aspects happen in this particular point over here, and what happens is if this particular um, where's the yeah. So if the geotechnical engineering aspects are not done with care and proper engineering understanding, your costs are increasing. There are certain sudden surprises that happen in the traditional design approach, and your cost construction gets shifted. Your timelines get shifted, and the construction is delayed. This typical foundation failures happen due to two primary reasons. One is not a proper understanding of the ground. What is the soft rock? What is the hard rock? At what levels it is being achieved at? And the other is partly not proper concreting, not proper concrete rheology and workability, and how to cast the piles in itself. So these are the different pile failures that we have noticed over the years during our investigations. Now, if the geotechnical approach in the beginning is adopted correctly, if the geotechnical investigations are done correctly, if a good proper QA/QC program is done during the piling initiative itself, then what happens is we are able to reduce this construction surprises that are happening. Now, if these construction surprises happen, there's a cost escalation. The surprises cause a headache to specific, firstly to the consultant, the DDC, and who are the PMC, because they have to deal with those. They have to change their designs. They have to change their timelines. The contractor suffers. There's a cost aspect that comes, the cost escalation that happens, and the main agency that suffers is the client. There is a delay in the start of the usability of the infrastructure in itself. Typically, reasoning for failures are the superficial geotechnical investigations that are adopted or improper equipment that is adopted, undefined construction foundation processes, foundation drilling problems, and the concreting problems. Now, geotechnical investigations is the first procurement this that happens at a infrastructure site, specifically infrastructure sites. And what we have typically noticed is that the procurement team and the others are keen to show that they have done some savings right from day one. And this is where all the issues start, basically. So what is actually needed is a holistic approach for the ground investigations. And let's not just call it as geotechnical investigation. You need to have an approach of a four-dimensional exploration, and typically what we're doing is having only one dimension approach, which is the geotechnical investigations. The geotechnical investigations is more like a biopsy. And typically for human beings, what do? You have an MRI, you have an X-ray, you have an MRI, and then if there is an anomaly seen, then you go for a biopsy. But this is not what happens typically at site, and this is a major thought process that needs to be changed. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, partly because I've been told to finish in 25 minutes, and partly because this is more to do with the ground engineering aspect, and we are talking more on concrete. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time just to this on the next few slides, which talks about the 4 geoparameter that we would like to call it, that is synonymous to our current cell network. Now we've moved back to the 5G, which have to looking at the geomorphology, the geometrics of the sites needs to be looked at. The geology, the heterogeneity or the homogeneity aspect needs to be looked at. For this purpose, we always suggest to do geophysical, which gives you a cross-section imagery for the potential surprises and line information, rather than just a vertical this. And the geotechnical should come as your last aspect, which is the actual ground truthing for all the above parameters that we've talked about. Quick, this study of a major cable stay bridge that we did. just out of being others, I won't mention where this is, but I think most of you would recognize this particular bridge. Now, to tell you a story about this bridge, we were to initially do the investigations for this, but there was a change in the thought process, and whatever geotechnical investigations was then performed, and design was done, and they started the piling for this particular project. But once they started the piling and they got these big pile machines at site, they could not do the piling. Uh, the depths could not be achieved. The pile socketing could not be achieved, and they had no idea about why the pile socketing could not be achieved. It was very hard. The piling machines, good heavy piling machines, could not do it. The necessary design, as per the design. And so we were called back to site, and we initially just did a desk survey and tried to understand what could be the issues. And for the first issue that we noticed was the specifications, which looked at just having a one borehole for a large pier, and secondly were the drilling specifications that were adopted over there. No proper equipment, given that it was a major river creek kind of an area. No proper stabilized equipment was utilized for conducting geotechnical investigation in itself. No proper equipment for the drilling aspects were utilized. So there were three things that we noticed over there: that was a stable platform not adopted, and proper equipment not adopted, and of course the experience in understanding what defines soil and what defines rock, what became sort of necessary. Quick, this, typically in drilling, though as a company and as this, we've been trying to say do not adopt a single tube cure barrel during the drilling process. What happens in this process is that the water runs within the annular spaces between the ring in its between the tube in itself, and the water is in touch with the soil or the rock, soft rock, and the rock in itself. Now during this process, what can happen is, if it is a very soft rock or if it is a fairly weathered rock, it can dissolve, it can disintegrate during the drilling process. So what comes up as muck or as soft rock gets identified as soft rock, and the design engineer assumes that the rock is at a lower level and adopts more higher pile lengths. If we adopt a double core tube barrel during the drilling process in itself, over here what is happening is you have two tubes, one in which the rock sample is being retrieved, and in the other, on the outer tube, the water is able to then pass through this outer tube and go from outside. So to a certain extent, the water is not touching the sample completely. To a certain extent, about 50 to 60% of the water is thrown out from the outer tube in itself. Now, in the triple tube core barrel, what happens is you have three tubings, and the sample is in the innermost tubing. And the sample retrieval process is done by air pressure. So what happens is the drilling water is going out between the other two pipes. It is not touching the core at all, and you're taking out your core sample through an air pressure system, so that the core sample is not touching the drilling fluid at all. What this means is you're getting an extremely perfectly intact drilled rock for this. Now going back to the cable stayed bridge, when we did the drilling on a stable platform, this is what we had observed, that in the places we were able to give 100% core recovery for an extremely fractured rock. And this was primarily because we had adopted a different coring system. And what this meant was that if they did not use a proper equipment, this gets this what the line over here gets defined as a soil in itself, or an extremely soft rock. But in reality, this was not an extremely soft rock. It was a fractured rock with a fairly good strength, inherent strength in itself. What that meant for the company was that there was a 40% cost in terms of drilling expensive sockets for the pile foundations. And they were able to reduce the pile lengths in itself also considerably. Moving on, the other aspect that needs to be considered, specifically given that we are moving to higher stories of buildings, bigger infrastructure, higher loads, which means that you have larger pile lengths, deeper piles. They need to have a proper quality control in pile foundations, which is essentially a need for the safe foundations. Again, don't want to mention the others, but everybody might be able to recollect. In June this year, there were two bridges which failed, and for those who are who are in design and civil who have worked at site would be able to tell that both these bridges, in all probability, failed because of some issues of settlement of the piles or some issues of pile foundation itself. The aspect of the materials not being of good quality and all that could also be this, but the major reason would probably be because of the pile foundations. Now, given that they were in a river, I don't know how much they would go back to check on it, but that would probably be the main reason for it. So, essentially, testing of the pile foundations, testing as we start the initial aspects of the project itself becomes necessary. Now, this is typically piles are designed on two principles. One is the end bearing piles, and the other is the skin friction piles. And what we are going to discuss in the next few slides is looking at how we can develop a good QA/QC program for pile foundations. That a sound pile would have to have a perfect column of concrete. A soft pile, a soft toe pile is essentially where in the toe region you have the concrete has not reached correctly or properly, and there is fair amount of other muck continuing to be there. Cavities is where the concrete has not flowed through the pile completely, and there is some amount of voids being present. Bulging is where there could be voids on the soft rock or this on the soil side, due to which the concrete is flowed into the sides. And then other is necking, where the muck has not actually come up completely and it has stayed over here, and so the concrete is sort of the necked portion that is being observed. So typically this is what happens in necking, where the concrete is not going completely down. This is a soft toe, this where essentially the concrete was unable to reach right at the bottom of the pile in itself. Now, typically the reasons for these defects are that one is the fluid management and toe cleaning. You need to use different types of slurries. It could be bentonite slurries or it could be polymers that you add to it. But a proper fluid flow needs to be maintained. The fluid which maintains the side of the piles as we are concreting needs to be maintained. Also, what needs to be maintained is ensuring that this muck then comes back as the concreting is in process. The other is the casing management. So if we are, you can use it either, if instead of a fluid flows like bentonite, you could opt for a casing management in terms of either using a temporary casing or a permanent casing. And the concrete in itself, the tremie placements, as the tremie size correct, for how long are they placed, and the removal process. In piling, the concrete is poured through a push method. That is, as it's going down, the muck is coming out from the other sides. So you need to ensure that this muck is completely has come out, and the concrete has reached up to the bottom. Some amount of concrete sort of needs to be quote unquote wasted, but you need to ensure that all concrete when you the eventually, instead of muck, good quality concrete is getting overflown. It's flushed out completely. uh, so this is what has happened of the aspect of the lack of the bottom flushing that I just talked about. That if the bottom is not flushed properly, if the muck is not ensured that it has come up properly, it leads to soft toe. It leads to having less amount of concrete at the bottom. This eventually is going to lead to a reduced pile capacity in itself. Also, the drilling fluid consistency. If proper, good quality drilling fluids are not utilized, the walls may not remain steady, and there might be a fall from the adjoining soil in itself. Uh, so this is the this of support fluid that is being passed through here and the compressed air line, so to ensure that all of this muck comes out. And now if the base is not done correctly, then what you're going to have is a reduction in the base resistance, especially if it's an end bearing pile. You want to ensure that the ends are actually of the concrete is of good quality right at the end itself. What happened? Okay. The other aspect is the casing management. Casing, do we use a full length casing? Do we use a temporary casing, or do we adopt a permanent casing? These issues can be understood and decided upon, again, if the proper ground investigations has been done. But these issues need to be discussed, especially for larger diameter piles, because this casing management becomes important. If you are using a temporary casing, when do we pull it out? Do we pull it out just as the concrete starts to set? How long, up to what point do we wait to pull the casing out becomes an important aspect. Premature retrieval, that is, the setting of the concrete. If the concrete is set, we are not able to pull it out, the liner is lost. If you pull it out before the concrete sets, there is a possibility that if proper fluid has if fluid is not used, the concrete itself might flow into the cavities of the ground itself. So fluid management, polymer bentonites, premature retrieval, it becomes an important aspect. The other aspect that becomes very important in pile foundations, and then how QA/QC of pile foundations can help it, is the structuring of the concrete pours. How do we? What is the? We adopt a displacement concreting methodology for piles. What we're doing is, as we are pouring the concrete in the piles, we are ensuring that the muck is coming out from the outer this. So your concrete has to be such that the workability is not too fluid, neither is it too stiff, because it has to go down and then again come up. Especially your bottommost concrete has to again come up, flush the muck completely out. So ensuring a proper control over concrete rheology becomes a very important aspect. And when we do some of these QA/QC, then the aspect of accounting and measuring, accounting for how much is the actual volume of concrete that is needed versus what is the amount of concrete that might be going in the voids. Because eventually, see, substructure it's an invisible concrete. If you have some issues with the concrete and the superstructure, you can see it, and you can do you have multiple other tests also to do it, but you can also see it, you can tap on it, and all the basic things that are there for concrete assessment are available for the superstructure. But substructure, it is like a black hole. If we put in good stuff to the black hole, we know that everything will work out fine. If we are not planning properly and not testing properly, then it's literally a black hole. We do not know where it has gone, what has happened to it. So we need to have a proper lead time for the concrete in itself. Placing challenges are there, depths and aspect an issue, clean overflows, pulling time, all of these become an issue. So planning of testing is going to minimize these issues. They may not be eliminated completely, but they will be definitely minimized. The rigorous QA/QC tools, if when we adopt, then we are able to test the invisible concrete also to a large extent and make it visible for us sitting on the superstructure. Now, typically, pile testing can be sort of this in two stages. One is the design validation stage in itself. So when we are casting sort of basic initial piles to understand what will be the issues that can happen, what are the pile capacities that can be achieved for a given grade of concrete, for a given rheology of concrete. So you look at the design capacities validated by actual load test, which can be done by the initial static pile load test, the lateral load test, and the uplift load test. Then another aspect when we are looking at developing the QA/QC program profile foundations is based on the geotechnical profile group. What was the geotechnical investigations report? What were the aspects seen over there? Your pile depths get defined on that basis. The pile toe, the tip stratifications can be developed on that basis. Do we need toe drilling? Do we need a crosshole sonic? All of that will get based on that. If there are any intermediate stratifications, sudden changes in the geology also affects the pile capacity, specifically for skin friction piles. So that aspects can be covered in the QA/QC. Understanding of it can be covered in the initial plan itself. So scheduling all piles for plan testing, it may or may not be necessary. And if we take a holistic overview right in the beginning, then it will also help us in ensuring that all resources are available during the pouring of the concrete pile. So this is a quick picture of the static load test. It's a fairly simple test and to be done at the initial aspect of the design itself. What you typically would have 2.5 times the design capacity in the routine work piles if it were 1.5 times the design capacity. This is the lateral pile load test. This is the pile that is cast. This is the force application for the lateral push, and you're measuring the lateral displacement that happens over here. I don't know. I think this is working or not. I don't know. So this is the lateral displacement that would be measured for the lateral pile load test. So you have a newer test which is called as the bidirectional static pile load test. And this is specifically useful for large diameter piles and for piles which are having a very high capacity requirement also. This test is very similar to the normal cartilage method that we have been doing for the past 2-3 decades. You pile up a whole bunch of sacks or cubes and try and do the test. But this is not very safe with the changing pile capacities that we are now adopting, with the changing pile dias that we are not now adopting. So in the bidirectional test, what we are doing is we are casting a pile with jacks at the bottom along the length of the piles during the casting process itself. And the test is done in terms of pulling these jacks and ensuring what is it. So this is a difference. What we normally do is we are casting anchor piles and you have a reaction beam and we try do the pile load test accordingly. Or the cartilage method where I said you stack a whole 2-3 floors of sacks on it and then do the test. This is the reaction, this is the load. In bidirectional test, what we're doing is we'll be casting jacks during the pile casting process in itself and then pull it up, and that will give us an idea about the load carrying capacity of the pile. ASTM D8169 is the code that is adopted for it. And here you have the test pile and the strain gauges that are this, and the jack is placed at the bottom, and these jacks are then pulled from the top. What happens is the jacks give us a measurement which is of the upward pull as well as a downward displacement, and this difference gives an understanding about the pile capacity, the static pile capacity of it. Now, these tests can be done during the design aspect itself. You do it as the design is progressing. You get an idea of what changes might be required in the design process or in the construction process. But now, once the construction is supposed to start, you have some amount of testing, and you can do what is called as the unplanned testing, which is the pile integrity test. It identifies the presence of volume defects like voids, bulges, and bulging and necking in the piles. In this, you have a sensor which is placed at the top and a small pile hammer. This PIT is sort of similar to UPV in some sense, but it is one sensor that is being adopted. And the time taken gives us an understanding of the anomalies that could be present in the pile. The other is the high strain dynamic load test, which evaluates the capacity of piles based on the elastic deformation that is happening. Over here, we drop a rammer of a high capacity on the pile and measure the displacement that could be occurring in it, and that gives gives an understanding of it. Then in the plant testing, you have the crosshole sonic logging. This is very, very similar to the UPV that we normally do for the superstructures. Now, why we are calling it as a plant testing is because you would have to plan these tests as the construction process, the piling is going on. During the piling process itself, we would insert PVC tubings along the length of the pile, and during the test, after the pile has achieved its at least 3/4 of its strength, the concrete has achieved 3/4 of its strength, you can conduct the test. And in this, you put water through the tubes. So it's very similar to putting some kind of lubricant to the sensor, to the this receivers and the others that we do for UPV. And the receivers and the this transmitter are pulled through, which gives the water flow diagram. I'll explain this in a few more. Then you have the thermal integrity profiling, which locates the defects in the cover concrete. Cover concrete is specifically important for those piles which are designed for the skin friction, based on the skin friction principle. Toe drilling gives us an understanding of the integrity of the pile tip and the end bearing zone. And then we have the bidirectional static load testing, which I did mention in the beginning itself. So this is the pile integrity test. This is a movie. Can you run it, please? नहीं, movie है उसके साथ. Sandeep, just. Okay, I think a lot of people probably have used PIT. So since Dr. Vishal has given me an orange signal, quickly, what happens is the pile hammer is used to create a signal, and the signal is picked up by the sensor, and it that signal gives us information about the length of the pile, as well as if any defects or anomalies are present throughout the pile length in itself. Typically, you would not want to perform it before 7 days, and at least 3/4 of the design capacity has been this. Make sure that you clean the surface, remove loose concrete or soil. Very similar again to UPV, like I mentioned. Striking pilot, where, how, and how many. There's almost if PIT works or not. A lot of the QA/QC tests, in India in general, I've noticed that we tend to adopt it very quickly, but we are doing it more as a tick mark base, that this has been done. It's a tender requirement, it has been done. What we do not try to understand is what information the test can give us. And my major this of saying that I want to make this presentation is essentially for contractors, designers, and everyone to understand that QA/QC testing, especially for pile foundation, should not be a tick mark. It should be very much sacred, like other testing that we carry out for the superstructure. And it should be done properly, because all your foundation structure depends on the foundation. And so ensure that the testing is done properly is very necessary. This is how a typical response graph would look like. This is the toe response that would give you the length, what is the length of the pile in itself. If a defect is seen, the signal is not going to be very clean. This is a very, very simple, basic pilot testing. The high strain dynamic pile testing, because we are in the western geography and we typically are having cast in situ piles, we normally are doing the dynamic load testing in itself also. But there is another aspect to it, which is the pile driving analysis that is done for many projects, specifically in marine environment and others, which give a lot of other information also. Typically, what happens is a ram is dropped from the height over here on the pile head in itself, typically using a RAM of more than about 2% of the pile capacity. It's very easy to conduct the test, fairly easy, except for the RAM issues that can happen. It's cheaper and compared to the static load test. So compared to doing the Kentlet system. So if you're not going for a BDSLT, but if you don't want to go for a Kentlet system, then the dynamic pile testing becomes a better option to do it. Pile driving analyzing software that I mentioned is needed for pile monitoring, specifically in other geographies where we would conduct a test. This is the crosshole sonic logging test. Again, Sonic, it's a video. Can you run the video? उसी slide में video है. That's a video. So yeah, so these are the pipes that are cast during the piling itself. These are filled with water. For when the test has to be carried out, they are filled with water, and then you put the probes very slowly into these tubes itself. Now, typically, you would have, if you have about a less than 500 dia pile, you could adopt for four pipes being inserted during the piling aspect itself. Then, as after the water is filled up, then what is done is that the probes are, the blue and the red are the receiver and the transmitter, and then slowly the probes are picked up outside out of it. If it's not running, it's fine. Is it not running? The probes are slowly picked out. Okay, take it front, take it next. If the video is not running, it's fine. Take it to the next. Yeah, so this is a picture of the probes over here. This is a typical configuration that the 4 tubes configuration gives us 9 pathways. Sorry, 6 pathways, and you have to at least measure through 5 pathways. So we, you put a this receiver here, transmitter here, again receiver, transmitter here, receiver here, different ways that you can create. There are 6 pathways minimum that you can get. You should always at least do 5 to get a proper defined geometry. If you have 5 tubes, then you get 10 pathways. At least adopt 7, utilize 7 pathways to get a proper definition of the geometry. What happens? This is what we get when we do the test. The last one on the right side, this is for a completely good pile. This is it's called as a waterfall diagram, and this is for a completely good pile. Now, obviously, it's going to be very there's difficult to get a completely good pile. There are going to be some defects. Now, what happens is, what you're doing over here is you're measuring the first arrival time. There will be different arrival times for every this, but what we're doing is we're doing analysis of the software to measure which is the first arrival time. And the arrival times then determines where the defects are and how bad the defects are. So this, at the bottom what you see is an aspect of soft toe, where we said that the muck is not completely flushed out, the concrete has not been able to reach the bottom of the pile. All of these aspects are noticed at the bottom aspect, where you see the arrival times are very haywire. There is more white than green. Intermediate effect, maybe when we are pulling up the casing was pulled out too early or too late or something. Some kind of defect was observed, or maybe the rheology of the concrete was not good enough for it to pour properly throughout the pile. So there is certain rating guide. This is a rating guide that is we are proposing sort of for this region, if your FAT is the first arrival time, so if your FAT is between about 0 to 10%, and there's an energy in reduction, that is the arrivals between two arrivals is less than 6 decibels, then it's a good or satisfactory. As it increases, then you go from questionable, poor, flaw, and defect. Now, once we have a defect in a cross-hole sonic, what can we do? Do we just completely say no to the pile, or is there anything else to get a better understanding of it, especially for higher dia piles? So we can go in for evaluation by tomography if the concern is more localized, excavation if it's near ground defect, core drilling, especially for the toe drilling aspect. Repeat the cross-hole sonic after a little bit more time. If the concrete is having more percentage of fly ash, obviously the strengths would not have been achieved. Maybe the hydration has not happened even at 28 days. So go test it at 56 days instead of 28 days and see if there's a change in the CSL readings. Now, this is a quick example where you have the toe drilling, soft toe observed in a pile. And over there, we suggested to the client to do toe drilling. And when they did the toe drilling, this is very similar to what was observed, that there was minimal to no recovery of the core of the concrete at the bottom surface. And very similar to what the readings which were. So it sort of is a correlation that there was a defect at the toe and the soft toe is being observed in that particular pile. The cross-hole tomography gives an understanding of the surface area. So this is an next step to the cross-hole sonic. Once we do the cross-hole sonic, we can also do the tomography in the same test with the same equipment, with the same pipes and everything that we have. This cross-hole tomography gives an understanding of across the cross section how much defect is over there and how much area of the pile is actually available as an aspect to be considered for carrying the loading. And now this here what we see is that at a depth of about 19.5 meters, 78% of the area is effective area, and the brown that you see is the area which is having some issues in the concrete. The thermal integrity profiling is very similar to what we look at doing for thermal understanding of the thermal concrete in itself. But you're applying the sensors to the reinforcement cage itself. What it gives is it uses the principle of the heat of hydration to assess the quality of the drill shafts. Drill shafts, again, core is very important for your pile carrying capacities. And the variance in temperature between diametrically opposite sensors indicates the cage alignment issues. Cage अंदर डाल दिया सीधा गया नहीं गया किसी को मालूम नहीं होता है. Sometimes the cage shifts, sometimes the concrete shifts because of the voids which are there around it. So, okay, so this is a thermal integrity profiling where the shaft is in alignment with what we have designed. The concrete is also being poured in alignment with what we have designed for. So there, both the external and the internal temperatures are similar, and the thermal profile is similar. Now, if the cage has shifted or if the concrete has shifted, what happens is the red dot is the inner concrete, and it will have a higher temperature. The blue dot is the outer concrete, and it is showing a lesser temperature. So what that means is that there is a change in the heat of hydration. The heat of hydration otherwise should have been almost very similar itself. So this is telling us that there is a shift in the cover concrete, or there's a shift in the concrete, the reinforcement cage in itself. So this is your core diameter has to have a constant temperature throughout. And if you do not see that constant temperature throughout, it is essentially signaling again defects being observed over there. So this is a good concrete throughout, having a similar temperature throughout. This is where the anomalies typically could be observed. Okay. So this is it gives you an inference between the 48 hours of the casting of piles. It improves your pile pro programs. It gives you an idea of what your program should be, how you can adjust to things, and it gives you an integrity to the cover concrete and piles. Very important again for specifically for those piles which are designed on the skin friction basis. Toe drilling is essentially just drilling through the concrete to the toe and getting a good toe samples for the testing. This is typically how you would get a toe drilling samples. So why are we, propagating a rigorous QA/QC program? Is because very beneficial to the design engineers and the contractor in itself and the client also, because you're able to optimize pile capacities. Today Coastal Road has opted the first project in India which opted for a monolithic monopile system, and you can have various such projects based on it if we adopt a good QA/QC program. Coastal Road adopted a good QA/QC program right from the geotechnical investigations in itself. We were involved in developing the specifications for the monopile also. It helps you to reduce the number of piles, so saving overall, and obviously then it gives you an overall economy itself. This is a quick list of how to plan a QA/QC program. Cost of QA/QC is less than a percent or a percent of the whole project, but a good QA/QC can reduce your costs considerably, because for a repair, reinstallment, and everything is 120% minimum, can go way beyond that also. Um, so if you adopt a good QA/QC program, a good coin investigations, that gray area is not going to happen. Your cost is not going to escalate much initially, but later on you are going to have a lot of cost savings. Typically, at least 10 to 15% of savings can be achieved with proper programs. Key parameters to key takeaways would be the 4G parameter geotechnical investigation, ground investigation programs, having a good QA/QC program for piles and capacity of optimization, and lowering the risk of surprises. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yogini Deshpande, madam. To facilitate her, I'd like to call Engineer Jitendra Pathak ji and Engineer Amit Bharde ji. Please come on the stage and facilitate her. For we all engineers, खुदा हुस्न देता है तो नज़ाकत आ ही जाती है. खुदा हुस्न देता है तो नज़ाकत आ ही जाती है. बाबा कॉलेज भेज देते हैं तो इंजीनियरिंग हो ही जाती है. So we have done the same in our college, in our area, in our scenario. Thank you so much, Yogini madam. Thank you, ma'am. आज के इस सेशन की आखिरी लाइन है, कभी उम्मीदें उधर जाएं तो मुझे याद कर लेना. मैं हौसलों का दर्जी हूँ, रफू कर दूंगा. और एक और हौसला हम सबके बीच में कि हम सब भोजन करने के लिए जा रहे हैं. वी आर गोइंग फॉर द लंच. लेकिन पूरे 3 बजे एग्जैक्ट 3 o'clock एंडोर्समेंट लेक्चर्स हैं, उसके लिए आप सबको वापस आना है. तो जल्दी से जाइए, जल्दी से वापस आइए, क्योंकि हमें कुछ और लेक्चर्स सुनना है. उसके बाद शाम को अवार्ड फंक्शन है, उसमें भी बहुत एंजॉय करना है. सो हम सब आपका यहाँ पर इंतज़ार करेंगे. जल्दी से जाइएगा, जल्दी से आइएगा, भोजन आपका इंतज़ार कर रहा है. धन्यवाद. आप सबको बहुत 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 धन्यवाद इतना खूबसूरत ज्ञान देने के लिए. थैंक यू सो मच.
मैं दिल को
Uh, um, Radhakrishna sir is going to introduce our next lecture. So please welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all the delegates and esteemed members of ICA, and welcome you all for this afternoon session. The next two lectures are the endowment lectures that are usually organized coinciding with our AGM. The first lecture is in memory of Dr. Ramaya, our founder president. He used to emphasize that the practicing engineers are to be oriented more on quality aspect, and the lecture delivered in his memory used to deal with quality in concrete construction. Today, we are going to listen to engineer CM Dordi, who is known for his passion for quality. He is going to talk on 10 golden rules for the quality control in concrete. A brief introduction to Professor Cyrus M. Dodi, though he doesn't call for any introduction. As a formality, let me introduce Professor C.M. Dodi. Engineer C.M. Dodi, introduction.
गुरुर्विष्णुः गुरुदेवो महेश्वरः गुरुसाक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः
इंट्रोडक्शन मोहम्मद रफी साहब की आवाज में जा रहा है डोडी जी का। आनंद उठाइए।
मैं जिंदगी का साथ निभाता चला गया, हर फिक्र को धुएं में उड़ाता चला गया, हर फिक्र को धुएं में उड़ा। हेलो, बर्बादियों का सोग मनाना फजूल था, बर्बादियों का सोग मनाना फजूल था, मनाना फजूल था, मनाना फजूल था। बर्बादियों का जश्न मनाता चला गया, बर्बादियों का जश्न मनाता चला गया, हर फिक्र को धुएं में उड़ा। जो मिल गया उसी को मुकद्दर समझ लिया, जो मिल गया उसी को मुकद्दर समझ लिया, मुकद्दर समझ लिया, मुकद्दर समझ लिया। जो खो गया मैं उसको भुलाता चला गया, जो खो गया मैं उसको भुलाता चला गया, हर फिक्र को धुएं में उड़ा। गम और खुशी में फर्क न महसूस हो जहां, गम और खुशी में फर्क न महसूस हो, जहां न महसूस हो, जहां न महसूस हो, जहां मैं दिल को उस मकाम पे लाता चला गया, दिल को उस मकाम पे लाता चला गया, मैं जिंदगी का साथ निभाता चला गया, हर फिक्र को धुएं में उड़ाता। मैं जिंदगी का साथ निभाता चला गया, हर फिक्र को धुएं में उड़ाता चला गया, हर फिक्र को धुएं में उड़ा।
मैंने ये गाना कई बार सुना है और कई बार मंचों पर लोगों से गवाया भी है एज एन एंकर, पर शायद मैंने कभी सोचा ही नहीं कि ये गाना सच में सिविल इंजीनियर्स के लिए बना है। जहाँ टूटता है वहाँ जोड़ने चले जाते हो, क्या बात है। एक बार सिविल इंजीनियर्स के लिए जोरदार तालियां बजा दीजिए। और दौड़री सर, क्या कहूँ आपके बारे में, यू आर सो 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 नाइस।
नहीं, this is only one song. I have made 60 songs like that.
Okay,
and if you read my biodata, everyone will have to sit here for 50 years.
Okay, once we will create a program for 50 years and we will see all the biodata of Dodi sir. So with a lots of love and applause, we'd like to call on the stage Dodi sir, and we are eager to listen about 10 golden rules. I think कुछ तो amazing होगा, अब तो मुझे ज़्यादा ही।
पहला वो इंडिया सीमेंट का गाना है, 4 मिनट का है क्या? ओके, चलेगा।
तो हमारी तालियों की गूंज के बीच में सीरियस एम दोडी सर।
ओके, Okay, I will be talking to you on how I spend 50 years minus 8, because 8 years as a civil engineer, I was only doing painting jobs, repairing of small structures in Tata Electric Company. And my MD had told me, you are an MTech. So till we find a suitable job for you, you can do anything you want. So I was trying to understand what is concrete. And then I was fortunately or unfortunately put up on a site where the contractor did not know anything beyond 1 to 4, though he was doing a flyover and wagon tippler projects. And so I thought, अरे यार, ये सब IIT में जो सीखा है वो सब useless है. We have to re-educate ourselves on what is actual practice in engineering. And fortunately, because I was the only MTech in Tata Power Company at that time, they selected me to head the quality control and quality assurance group. And what Deputy MD told me first was that we have selected you not because of your qualification, but the way you handle yourself and the way you show integrity and honesty. We thought this person is the right person to make sure we get proper quality. And he told almost all the seniors in the company that whatever are the orders given by Mr. Dodi, just think that it is given by the deputy MD or MD. So we are taking it very, very seriously, and quality has to be achieved. And I was very happy at that moment. But later on, I saw that first I used to use a small pistol to shoot one of the contractors who was not following quality. Now I needed a machine gun, because the most qualified and the most leading agencies were doing the work. And they gave me a tough time. And I too returned their greatness by giving them equally tough time if they did not listen to what quality is. So on behalf of the concrete, I used to speak to them and fire them left, right, and center. And that time, fortunately for me, I had to report to the managing director directly. So my weekly reports, I don't know how many they read, but this effect was coming gradually, and it took us a time to pick up that who is the boss over concrete. And the organization and the agencies took charge and did a fairly good job, I would say. One more thing I would like to tell you is that I had really great time in quality control, because we had most of the boys or engineers who joined us were temporary. And we all know that temporary things don't last. So they used to repeatedly change the jobs. And I may have trained only on Tata Power project more than 2,000 engineers, because they were coming and going and coming and going. And once I got so fed up, I told MD also that I wouldn't like to work, because I'm running a training school. I'm not doing actual work on concrete. So they said, don't worry, you are training, where I delivered the first pump concrete lecture. And the MD of this firm, who was doing the construction, was on the front row, and he had a hearty laughter. After that, during the tea break, I told him, sir, ho to aapka plant, aap itna kyun hase? So he said, what? Oh, bloody hell, I thought it is somebody else's this thing. I said, yeah, so you laugh at it. And then you will tell your people to do exactly the reverse. How is this possible? So then he must have really took his brains out of the head and fired the in charge. And after that, he told me, unfortunately, you have drawn my attention. The person who is heading the batching plant here was a foreman. They should have put an engineer here. So sometimes big people also can make a mistake and then they repent for it. We had tremendous problem with aggregates. The silk coating on that aggregate is like a poison in concrete, because most of your aggregate will be coated with silt coating, especially during the monsoon season. And the bonding will be very, very weak. You'll be surprised. Today we are making 50, 60 grade concrete. I don't know, without cleaning the aggregates, how people get it. Either they are cooking up the results or they are just forgetting what concrete is. So this happened, but we used to thoroughly, you can see myself washing the aggregate. Sorry. With the hose pipe is myself changing the position of the hose pipe so that the proper washing system takes place. And Mr. Remedios was quick enough to take a photograph of mine. So maybe this photograph may be about at least 30, 40 years old. The next rule is the organization chart. It's very, very important. We all make nice organization charts and various other charts, etc. But we forget what is the scope of each and every one. So here from Deputy MD and Vice Chairman to, we used to report to Deputy MD for quality, who was a mechanical engineer. Unfortunately, at that time in electric companies, civil engineers had not risen to that designation. That was what the importance was being given even in Tatas. And the entire load was on my head when I was only assistant engineer as quality control. But that was only virtual. Actual, I was like an MD as far as quality control was concerned. And that really proved very, very beneficial, not only to me, to the project. And as a rule, we were surprised when the project ended. They did a survey of how each and every equipment was, there was a problem or not, or whatever it is, whether the quality is good or not, etc. And MD himself took interviews of all people above engineers level. So above my level, which I was heading the quality control in civil. So there was a mechanical engineer who was called for the interview, and he asked him, you think this power station will work continuously for at least 1 year? That is the minimum guarantee you get, no? When you buy your shoes or whatever you buy, which is not worth that big a thing. But this was at that time 100 crore project. Now it is about 10,000, 15,000 project. So the mechanical engineer nodded his head, no, sir, it will not work. So he said, what is the reason? He said, sir, there are 2 standby pumps given by the manufacturer. 2 standby and 1 actual working. So why have we purchased 3 pumps? We could have saved the money of the 2 pumps if 1 pump would serve you at least for 1 year. So he said, yes, I have taken a decision just now after you have pointed out. We will not commission the unit till all the 3 pumps are commissioned. And then he said, no, sir, but the seriousness is that the second pump maybe, if we are lucky, may be commissioned in 1 month. But the third pump, there is a problem and it will take about 2-3 years or maybe 1 year to commission. He said, okay, we will not commission the, as if, and each megawatt produced can lead to crores of rupees loss in a 500 megawatt project. So he looked up at his other people in the panelists and he says, what is this happening? Why are we so negligent? All standby equipment must work when you commission. And believe me, people brought night and day together, and both the pumps which were not working were made to work within 1 month's time. Even after doing so much, they took 1 month. But he was patient. He said, I will not disturb you till all 3 pumps are commissioned. 1 is already working, 2 more you have to commission. So this is how life went on, because there was a man at the top who understood what each and everything. And then it came in the foreign magazine journal that Tata Electric first 500 megawatt has worked continuously for 1 year non-stop. So it gave us so much of pride. And this is a world record, they said. Nobody has ever in the world, they have made so many 500 megawatts, but which has run for such a long time continuously without a breakdown. So it is all told quality which influences that. Every worker or supervisor in plant and project plays a vital role. We generally neglect the down the line workers like anything. And even they have got a sensible suggestion, it is not taken. It is taken by a person who sits in Bombay House and has never seen what is concrete in the field. So it is very, very difficult to get good quality. But we made sure we made a QA/QC manual, and they were all distributed to the head of the departments as well as to the persons working down the line, including the batching plant. So that, and if they didn't understand English, we had translated it in their native language. So much of pains we had taken, and I think it was worth it. Even pump needs a very good worker. You must have observed that when you drive a car in the city and it's driven by a driver, like I am also a driver to drive it, as long as there is some irritating noise coming from the engine or from anywhere, he'll say, "Sab, kuch garbad hai gaadi mein," and he would park it in the corner of the footpath and try to see what has gone wrong, why it is making suddenly a odd noise. And invariably, he will find something is wrong with the car. And he tries to correct it. And if he can correct it, then your journey continues. Otherwise, it just stops at that place. So these are all very important things. Even the pump also, if you notice, it makes two types of noise. When it is happily pumping the concrete, the sound will be like this. And if it is straining to pump the concrete, it will make it starts screaming, stop it, I can't take any load further, something like that. And immediately you will rush to the batching plant. अरे देखो इसमें workability कुछ कम है क्या है, what is the problem, cohesiveness कम है क्या, and try to change the mix and let the pump do the needful later on. So all these things are very, very important. Testing is I'm very sorry to say, on which we depend so much on the strength of the cube and strength of this and that, but very little is done. When we notice that even the cube crushing machine, the platens are not in level, and if you put a carbon paper, then you will get white spots on the paper where the platen doesn't touch, and carbon color blue on the other part. So this means that in many places the cube doesn't get crushed because it is not taking equal load. So as a result, the area of the cube surface reduces. Very simple. And therefore it will fail earlier than required. So therefore you will report failure. And really your cement must be good. Your everything, I'm telling you, very rarely we would find cement as a material to be blamed. I worked for 21 years in this thing. Now I'm with the India Cement, and they have always never got a complaint on the basic material cement because that is well engineered and well taken care of. Essential raw materials testing and concrete testing must be carried out in the plant and not at the stroke site. This is very important. Many times you go to the site and say, "Iska mix design kiya hai kya?" First of all, when you say mix design, they look at you because they have never done that. They have been always using 1 to 4, 1, 1.5, 3, etc. सो दे नो नहीं सर, पर हमने इधर का इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज है ना, वहाँ पे टेस्टिंग कराया. अरे व्हाट डज दैट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज डू? Nothing. And who does the testing? There are no technicians. Only peons are doing it, who will give you chai at the most when you are tired and your brain needs refreshment. So this is possible and it has been happening. So I always said, do the quality control at the site itself so that you can immediately correct the mistakes. Quality must be always given preference over speed and economy. And tell me how many of you really weigh so? Everyone will say, Acha, if you are giving me this method or if you are giving me a very computerized mixed design, etc., then it is not possible to have speed. It is possible to have speed, but not quality. I can tell you that. Good quality will never be deterrent to speed, nor it will be economical. I will show you one actual example. Quality, speed, and economy. This is one precast manufacturing unit I visited in UK, and their written quality counts quarantine. Means this material you can't use it. It is quarantine. Like a human being coming to the airport and having some strange disease, he is not allowed to go back. He just sits in one room till he recovers from whatever disease he has. So this is the photograph. This is how badly the concrete was placed using pump concrete. Most of the time the cover was not there. The bars were very closely packed and there was no place for concrete to go out and put concrete cover in the cover region. So this was the first 500 megawatt TG deck, but it was having a huge volume. I could not use the Remedios formula, demolish it, first bad work you have done. No, not possible, because अगर ये 500-600 cubic meter तोड़ेगा तो कितना साल लगेगा? So you will have another 500 megawatt unit ready by that time if you start breaking this foundation. So what happened was we took up the challenge of repairing it. And naturally, the task was given to me as a project manager for repairing the TG deck. So I had to sit there 24 hours round the clock repairing each and everything which had gone wrong with concrete. We did grouting, this, that, lots of techniques, whatever available those days was utilized. And the concrete which has cost, at that time cement was extremely cheap because we were getting government quota cement, which was about 22 rupees a bag. Can you imagine? Now even 400 rupees a bag you won't get that quality cement. Well, this is the same quality not much change than what it was. So we had to spend almost not 5 times, almost 20-25 times higher price for cement now. But again, it would be also time. Time it took us to cast one TG deck 24 hours. But to repair it took us 3 months. So you can imagine the cost, and the cost came out to be almost 8 times higher per cubic meter of concrete after the repairs were completed. So you don't get speed, you don't get economy, and it's all a waste of time. Mistakes. Learn from your own mistakes. Do not repeat them under any circumstances. I had formed a bad habit of learning from other people's mistake. Why? Because that was actually a good habit. You don't lose a promotion, you don't suffer any loss, etc. Because you have learned from somebody else's mistake. So it's a very best way to learn. Read some magazines, read some failures, and they will tell you why they went wrong. And that's enough for you to correct in future. But if at all you correct, if you don't correct, then you will be in the same soup later on. So when we made the next Unit 5 TG deck, we took each and every possible cause why we failed and why the concrete came so bad. We did a very good job. You can see the difference in the photograph. This almost looks like cheese, but it is concrete. So if you take care, you will get dense, durable, and economical concrete. Learn to build up a team. That is very, very important. I don't know, some of you must have worked under me during the Unit 5 project, and some of you maybe during Unit 6 project, some of you in Ambuja Cement. And this was the thing I made sure that I pick up a good person who is interested in quality. He may be graduate, he may be postgraduate, he may be a doctorate, but he should be vouching for quality. That is very, very important. And I never took engineers interview beyond 5-6 minutes, because I would say, okay, give me a biodata, and I feel yes, okay, yes. Now it is in my hands how to mold that fellow into the right place and put him on the right job. Not, they just don't come from heavens automatically. So I would give a lot of importance to training, because the man's perception change. Before training, he looked like this, confused, doesn't know answer himself, what training he can give, or what way do you expect him to do better job. But after training, he is a different person. It's very, very, very important. Now I come to where I got my training. I'm from Mr. Remedios. I bumped into him in one of the training programs which was accidentally run by a Tata group of civil engineers on some other project. And I took leave from my department and said, I want to go and see how Mr. Remedios does the training. And my eyes and ears and everything opened up. And in the night I was practicing. In those days we used to do graphical mix design, and I was practicing how to get the correct graph, etc. And my wife would say, "Arey, go to sleep, it's 3 o'clock in the night, what are you doing?" I said, "नहीं, अभी मेरे दिमाग में है वो उतना मेरे को बराबर, let me learn it, because tomorrow is the last day of his training, so I can ask him any questions if I miss out on something." So you must be really conscious. And believe me, we had 50 engineers doing the training. Not one could do the mix design on the next day except myself, because I spent the whole night sweating and realizing how to do it correctly, etc. I too also had some one or two problems, so he solved it immediately. Now, as a trainer, what you should have in your spirit? First of all, you must understand the material properly. Secondly, don't be afraid to express your views if the quality comes bad. Mr. Remedios is even realizing that he's talking to an MD, or he's talking to a chief engineer, or he's talking to a laborer, he will fire him. This is the way you make concrete. Shame on you, this, that. I don't want to come to your site. Always willing to share his experience. You call him at 6 o'clock in the night or in the evening, or you call him at 5 o'clock in the morning, wherever you want him, he will come immediately if he is free. And mostly he would make himself free and come and help us. encourage willing and young to learn. And believe me, on an average, people in my group, maybe in Unit 5 or Unit 6 or even in Ambuja, they don't leave the company till they at least have 10 years experience. So that shows that they are also willing to learn, and not for just 1 or 2 years, or maybe some people have joined with another resignation letter in their pocket saying that I'm going tomorrow and somebody else should take my place. So it's very, very important how you train them and how you make them work. They should also love the job. That's very, very important. Highly committed to his profession. He had made one rule when the mobile phones came in, that if anyone mobile rings during the class, which I am taking for training, I will take that mobile away and not return it to you. And at the end of the month, he had a collection of mobile phones with him. He said, Dodi, what should I do? I said, now you return it to them. That's all. Otherwise, it's of no use. But very disciplined. And he was very strong. I remember one inspection we had to do on a single scaffolding. And he's saying, come up, come up. I could not climb that scaffolding. Then I just fall down. Hey, he's like a monkey. He climbed up because he was from Rhodesia. So I said, you are from South Africa. So you behave like a monkey, you act like a monkey. You will survive like a monkey, but I can't. I will just patak, I will come down from that. You see? So this is how you have to be. But unfortunately, I have never achieved the strength which he had. After I came out of Ambuja, and I thought that let me put my knowledge into black and white. That is I observed that if you show somebody, or if you explain to somebody, okay, this is the right way to do, he will not realize, or he will think it is not authentic. Give it to him in a booklet form, and he will immediately follow it. अरे ये तो कोई book में रखा है, so and so. Don't put the author's name also. He will follow. Why? Because people have that in their mind that anything you see in black and white is a proof that it is worth reading. Delaying inspection or delaying corrective action are the main causes of these three columns were in problem. जैसे अरे उसको बनाने में और चीज लगेगा, अरे पर आप लोग 2 साल तो डिसीजन करने को लगा देते हैं इसमें से. Immediately decide, no, so I told MD, demolish, get the thing demolished. And it was demolished in 1 day. And within a week it was up. QC, this is very important. QC inspector must be skillful enough to identify non-compliances and must be capable enough to give suggestions to prevent them. Yeah. So it is very important that QC inspector should give recommendations and what he suggests. You will be surprised, there were people, engineers, maybe working for contractors or maybe for Tata Power itself, who used to never listen to my suggestions. But when they went out into some other company, after 1 year, 2 years, they will call me up. अरे डोडी साहब आप कैसे हो? मैं बोला अच्छा हूँ, आप कैसे हो? तो मैं अरे हमको एक डाउट है. ऐसा तुम सो गया था क्या मैं जब बता रहा था? नहीं, इसलिए हम पूछने को वापस कंफर्म करना है, ऐसा है वैसा है. They will say, but when they go out, they value you. So inwardly, I was happy, but I don't know how happiness they had for not doing proper work in the few years' time. Sometimes people used to call me DORDI, do or die. If they don't listen to me, then you better die. Take up more responsibilities. Remember, theory guides, but practice decides. If he carries this slim lady maybe 3-4 times a day, he will not feel her weight at all after some time. Change your habits. You must always change your habits for the best. You must look at anything new which comes in with a positive mind. And if it works, very good. If it doesn't work, go to the other aspects which you have been following earlier. Rule number 9. QC inspector should be observant and watchful. He must only believe in what he has inspected and not his junior as is inspected. This is very, very important. It is like thos sabut. Have you witnessed it? If the answer is yes, you will be able to solve it. Now I come to your last rule. Overcome the essential causes that lead to failure. Now this is from an American magazine, that failures occur due to 4 reasons. Ignorance, you never learned it, no? So you are likely to make mistakes. Negligence, you have learned it, but you had a date with your girlfriend or you had a date with your boyfriend, whatever it is, and that was sheer negligence. And you have given work to your junior who has not done it correctly. Carelessness, you are careless about certain things. You have forgotten certain important aspects of the things which has been taught to you. And last is greed. You have something in mind to make money under the table or above the table or however. So sometimes out of sheer greed, many civil engineers make mistakes. So this is a very important message to all of you. Thank you. Sir, how many minutes I took? Huh? No, how many minutes I took? You are not attentive. I thought first bench. Ji, 1 hour. Not bad. That was the original time you had given me. Okay. Yeah, there is some 4-minute video I think somebody wanted to show. Acha, okay.
Thank you so much, sir. No, you have to stay. You have to stay. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for this interesting and very knowledgeable session. To facilitate CM Dodi, sir, I'd like to call President Engineer Parth Gangopadhyay, sir, and Engineer Umesh Soni, sir. Please do come on the stage and facilitate to Dodi, sir. थैंक यू सो मच सर। जिंदगी मुस्कुराने का नाम है और हमेशा मुस्कुराते रहना चाहिए। एक सीख इनके इस खूबसूरत चेहरे को देखकर लगती है। Now I'd like to call Engineer Radhakrishnan sir to come on the stage and give the introduction of Dr. Prakash Nandu Gopalan sir. Please, sir, come on the stage.
The next lecture is in memory of Dr. T.N. Subbarao, the second president of ICA, who was a stalwart in pre-stressed concrete construction and bridge design. Today, sustainability and durability are the two watchwords. We aim for sustainability in all our endeavors. The second lecture is dealing with certain sustainable practices in concrete construction and is delivered by Professor Prakash Nandagopalan. The topic for the lecture is use of bagasse ash and recycled aggregates in construction, a myth or reality. Professor Prakash Nandagopalan is presently working as Associate Professor in the Department of Civil Engineering at Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, and is actively engaged in teaching, research, and consultancy in construction materials with an emphasis on the transformation of knowledge to practice. He obtained his PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras in 2009 in the area of self-compacting concrete. During his PhD, he received the DAAD Fellowship for performing a part of the research in University of Karlsruhe in Germany. Thereafter, he worked as a senior project officer in various R&D projects IIT Madras. Later, he joined as assistant professor at NIT Calicut and worked till June 2011. Since July 2011, he is working at IIT Bombay. His areas of active research include rheology of cement-based materials, blast and ballistic resistant concrete, lime and cement-based plastics, industrial and agro-based byproducts utilization in concrete. His research team includes PhD, MTech, and BTech students. His research team actively publishes the technical work in peer-reviewed journals, conferences, and magazines. He is continuously delivering technical presentations on topics related to new developments, technology in concrete to various institutions and organizations. He received the Young Faculty Award in 2011 and Excellence in Teaching Award in 2014, again 2018, and again in 2021 IIT Bombay. NSG Counter IED Innovator Award also he obtained in 2022 from National Security Guard, Government of India. Over to Prakash Nandagopalan.
Check. Okay. So, point to this. Good evening, everyone. Is my voice audible? Little bit louder. Check. Okay. So I will use this one. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for the invitation for delivering a lecture. Dr. Vishal, how much time do I have? Like 30. Okay, 20 would be more convenient for you, so that because I happen to see that already it is AGM should be started by this time. So what's the time now? 4:30. So I will try to wind up by 4:50. Will it be convenient? Okay, right, good.
because we are doing the teaching job, so we know when to stretch and when to make that content within that time period. Let me start with this one. Uh, Thanks for the ICI for inviting me. So when we had a discussion about what to present, uh, and then I asked what possibly could be the content and other things with Dr. Vishal and other people, and we found that this would be more appropriate at this point of time. And the audiences are basically from industry. So what I have did is I do not kept any slides which is showing a lot of graphs. But generally when we take for students, there will be a lot of graphs. So I have reduced and changed the mode of presentation into more of photographs and more of practical aspect. Let me start this one. So the idea came because many a times a lot of new materials are coming up. People are talking about a lot of interesting materials. At the same time, we should also see the availability. The most important thing from an industry perspectives, it should be available and it should be economic as well, and it should be feasible for the construction industry to adopt. Under that note, there are many materials available at this point. I have chosen to use this bagages, or I would say agro-based residues and recycled aggregates in construction towards sustainability. So is this something new? No, this is being researched for more than 2 to 3 decades. Is there anything new? There is something new which we will discuss more on the practical perspective. Despite having research being done on this particular materials for more than 2 decades, still the practicability and the applicability is still a question mark. So what should be done or what could be done? What is the possible way forward to get this one implemented? That's basically the essence that we will focus. So quickly I will go through. What is happening in India is huge amount of population. When the population grows, obviously the requirement increases. When the requirement increases, obviously the services needs to be increased, and then the industrial production will be there. So to meet that, a lot of waste get generated. In fact, if you look at the challenges on the other side, we are consuming resources at a larger rate. If you look at India, per square meter, per square kilometer, we are extracting almost 1,600 tons of minerals, whereas the global average is only 450 tons. So we are extracting more minerals from the country. Not only that, there are always a lot of other issues in terms of non-renewable resources and renewable resources as well. So what's the way forward? Sustainability. So let us not talk about this one. This is known to everyone. And how do you quantify sustainability? There are many means. One of the vital means is carbon emissions. There has been a lot of discussion happening about carbon emissions, and we want to reduce the carbon emission. Friends, the next 25 years from India, we are going to contribute more carbon in the coming years from what we do now. It's going to peak only in 2045 or 50, provided if we follow all these norms. Why? Because we are a developing nation. And when we say developing nation, we need housing for all, infrastructure, everything is needed. So for infrastructure, we used to do a lot of materials coming into the picture. So a lot of emission is bound to happen. We should understand that. But if that is the case, what is to be done, especially the construction industries? Once we say infrastructure is essential, definitely concrete is going to be there. When concrete is there, definitely cement will be there. And considering the amount of cement being used, definitely this is going to be more vulnerable in terms of emissions and other issues. So that's why construction industry needs to be sustainable. And this can be addressed in any means, either by materials perspective or by design perspective or technology perspective, management and policy. We have to address these points through all these particular segments. For today's talk, I'll be mainly focusing on the first one, materials part. And in materials also, there are varieties of ways to address this one. It's very difficult to concisely explain everything in 20 minutes. So we will take just 2 points. One is agro-based residues, the other one is recycled concrete aggregates. These are the 2 points which we will discuss, short, neat and clean. Right. Why agro-based residues? The question comes in everybody's mind. Already fly ash is there. Are we using it completely? Already slag is there. A lot of residues are getting generated. If you look at the database, currently more than 90% of fly ash is being used. More than 270 million tons is being produced every day. Almost 90% is being consumed in one or the other way. Okay. And moreover, if you look at the coal reserve, after 75 years, we will not have coal in this world. And then the residues will be there for another 100 years. Afterwards, what we will do? It's very difficult. How much slag we have? Very difficult. Till the world is there, we are going to live. Till we live, we need food. Till we need food, agriculture will be there. Till agriculture is there, agriculture residues will be there. At this point of time, we do not really look at that because it's not really attractive. It is not really amusing. It is not really something which we feel is potential. But this is the future. If we start now, in next 20 to 25 years, this is going to dictate the world. Take it from me, this is going to dictate the world because every country needs to depend on agriculture and residues are bound to happen. What we are going to do? There are different means. It is not that use everything construction. I'm not saying that. There are potential ways that we can use this one in a very positive way. Okay, so let us look at some database. So if you look at the waste generated, so much of waste are generated. In fact, I did a small analysis in terms during the COVID. So in Maharashtra, in certain districts of Maharashtra, COVID was very intense. Then I happened to find that all those regions where the ashes are being deposited more. It could be kind of, I don't have really confident scientific support for that, but it's a kind of just look analysis that incidentally, those areas where the ash and air pollution is there, COVID is really higher. Where are those where we are dumping our ashes? Okay, so because it affects the inhale, the pollution, air pollution will be there, your lungs will be affected, COVID affects lungs, and it is more vulnerable for that. This is just a kind of very superficial analysis, but this could be really in depth also. Okay, let us come back to this particular discussion on how we use this particular ashes. There are a lot of solid waste. Many times what happens is we consider concrete as a dustbin. You could keep everything in concrete, it sets. It's so tolerant that it takes everything. Even if I stand for some time, it becomes human concrete. That's not the point. So please don't consider concrete as a dustbin. Don't put everything. You please look at a point where you should have a material in case if you are looking at a kind of material which are really supplementing. There are alternative materials, there are supplementing materials. So if you look at a material which is really supplementing your binders, then please use it. Okay, you need to look for alumina and other silica related systems. Okay, let us not go to the chemistry. And in similar lines, how many materials are there? There are many materials like bagasse ash is there, sugarcane bagasse ash is there, rice straw ash is there. There are many ashes are there which are coming as residues from the agricultural industry or farming industry. Out of this, I have chosen one because this particular material, sugarcane bagasse ash, is the availability in terms of the quantum and the spread across the country. This particular sugarcane is having a huge impact. Is everything all right? Okay. So as far as this particular material is concerned, we have rice husk also, rice straw also. There are many agricultural residues which we can kind of investigate, but just let us go to this one. Okay, now this is a kind of picture which shows that I have taken only 5 major states which produces sugarcane: UP, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra and Telangana put together, and Tamil Nadu. So if you look at the green spots, these are the locations where a lot of sugar mills are there. And then you can see the cement plants also, which are red in color. So you can tag these things as a supplementary cementitious material, like fly ash to the from the thermal power plants to the cement plant. This can be also tagged. A lot of studies have been published, and a lot of teams have already established their scientific contribution. So this shows that applicability and feasibility of using this agro-based residues in cement as a replacement of cement as well. Okay. So availability is there. Scientifically, a lot of studies have been proven that this has adequate chemical potential to use as a supplementary cementitious material. But despite all these things, if you see the current scenario, people are not really interested at this point because we say that there are other things to worry about it. Okay, I'm going to propose a very simple phenomena or a kind of scheme where you can make the sugar plant as a kind of potential source for making this particular bagasse as a commercial material. You need a really small investment, a little bit of area in the sugar plant. There, if you invest just a rotary kiln and a ball mill, definitely you can make use of this particular system to be a viable technology in the future. Now, if the cement plants are interested, it is very difficult to transport from each and every sugar plant. It will be very difficult. What you need to do is make sugar plants as a kind of revenue generation system, because they will be very happy that because this is going to be one time investment. Okay, with 30 to 40 lakhs, you can have a very good system which will run for years together. And then from there, the RMC plants and the cement plants can take it up, okay, provided the quality meets a requirement. So very simple. You can do a simple sieving, or simple sieving will reduce a lot of carbon particles, because these things have a carbon particle range from 8% to 25% depending on the furnace. Every sugar plant will have a different furnace. Everything will have a different carbon content. You have to minimize that. If you use a lot of energy, then the question comes, this is energy intensive process. Okay, so just by sieving in 300 micron, just by sieving, rotary sieves are there, the first one. Just by sieving, you can remove most of the carbon particles without much of an energy consumption. Second, those things which are finer, you can go to the rotary kiln or the furnace, and finally a ball mill if needed. All these things are not needed every time. Depending on the material requirement, you can use it. So what comes will be a more refined, and we have developed some indexes for this one to make sure that whether it meets the minimum requirement. So with this, it is possible to make bagasse as a potential commercially viable product like fly ash. Maybe premium also, it depends on how we pitch it. So that you are very good at it, we are not. So just this is about SCBA. And how much time left over, Dr. Vishal? Okay. Okay, right. No, because everybody's time is very important. I'll finish it. Second, recycled concrete aggregates. There are a lot of traction on this particular recycled concrete aggregates. Just let me explain to you. Recycled aggregates are very different from recycled concrete aggregates. Recycled aggregates have everything: mortar, bricks, tiles, stones, glass, plastic, everything will be there. Of course, plastic should not be there. Recycled concrete aggregates is more reasonably uniform material: mortar, aggregates, mortar with aggregates, or aggregate with mortar. Very simple. This will have relatively consistent quality. If you want to make anything, you can use this one. But we want to first experiment it, because the question will be from your side. Okay, Prakash, you are from IIT. You can say all these things. Have you done anything practically possible? Within the lab, we also know we have a lot of lab studies. We can bring the certificates. Do you make any attempts to do anything out of the lab? We have done something also. First, we started with lab as usual to understand the science part. So, okay. So this thing I think can skip. These are some of the very general information about construction and demolition waste. Okay. Maybe what may be interesting is I will pitch up there. Okay. This is a yeah. This is a very general information. This. Okay. This one you may not be knowing much. If you look at the quantum of waste in terms of construction demolition generated across the globe, 3 billion tons. But what is most important is if you look at the bottom plot, okay, this is a kind of information taken from one of the papers, that in metro cities you are getting almost like more than 2,000 tons of demolition waste every day. We are just dumping on it, mainly metro cities, and then the other cities are there: Kolkata, Jaipur, Mumbai, Chennai, and everything is there. Okay, this will decide, or this will help us to decide where exactly we have to pitch the recycling plants, because you need a source and then uniform source. And if you see, most of our development happened after 1980s. So most of the buildings which were constructed in 1980s, okay, now it is almost like 40 years now. Second, over a period of time, the type of material, that construction technology has changed from cast in situ to precast, and everything is changing. Okay, sometimes what happens is what happened in 2000, many buildings are not really up to the mark. So people are planning for redevelopment. What they will do with that? They have to demolish certain things, they have to repair certain things. How much time you repair? Because repair costs a huge amount of investment on you. So if you want to go for redevelopment or other systems or demolition, you need to know the database. Okay, right. If you look at the database here, 89 construction and demolition waste recycling plants are available, but currently 17 is operational in India, which can range from 150 to 2,000 tons per day. So what I have done, we have taken some codal provisions, and what is important to notice, in codes there are restrictions. For a lean concrete, for concrete less than M15, you can go up to 100% replacement, but for structural concrete, you can't go beyond 20%. So there is a codal restrictions also. So we did some kind of scientific study at the lab. I'm not going into the details. Then what we want to do is, okay, when you want to reach the public, you have to make sure that the persons who are doing the job at the site, they should be feeling comfortable. We took a normal mason, asked him to mix in the same way that he mixes. And this is what the demolished waste which are generated inside IIT. And then we want to make to start with. This was done 10 years ago. In 2012-13, I have done this one with the support of another professor. So we started to use to make some tiles 10 years ago. Then what we have done is we have leveled the place, and these are the cubes which are tested in our lab. So we put a kind of leveling, and then it was prepared in this sequence, and then this was made in such a way that it can be made as a parking lot. Okay, so this may seem very simple. Everybody can do it. It's not very difficult. So once we did this one, then student asked, "You are very much inclined towards faculty. Do something for us." Then what we have done is we have done a similar process of those using that tiles made out of recycled concrete aggregates and made a floor of a daba, and still it is functioning without any problem after 10 years also, no cracks. Okay, those are the fine. Okay, what about those things are very minimal, tree guards, tiles, curbstones are, it's okay. But can you make a building out of it? This particular building we constructed in 2013, okay, still it is standing, no cracks, no seepage till this point, and all the blocks were made of 100% recycled concrete, recycled aggregate, not even recycled concrete aggregates. When we started, there were a lot of challenges. The standard deviation was so much that almost more than 200% was there. Then we reduced it by slightly engineering it. We could reduce it to very narrow range, and then it is possible to build it. And this standing still without any cracks. Then we thought, okay, can we go with a kind of two-storied with the same blocks? Yes, it is possible. Still, it is standing. This photo was taken like few days ago. That photo was taken a few days ago. Still, it is standing, which means that I'm not trying to be an ambassador for these kinds of technology. What I'm trying to say is the material is performing. If you engineer it properly, definitely this has a viability to make it commercially also. Okay, then what's the next step? Okay, one building is fine. What about others? So in one of the hostels that is going to come up at IIT, it's going to be a big hostel where we are planning to host almost like 2,000 to 3,000 students. We demolished the existing building, hostel, which is just G+2, and then we are trying to utilize all the so-called materials which is possible to be used in the new construction, and this being supported by alumni of IIT Bombay, and this is going to come shortly. Okay, then is there any technological advancement? IIT Madras has come up with a kind of technology where they have used solar concentrators, because when you want to incinerate the particular materials for processing, a lot of energy goes into the system, and again it becomes a kind of cycle. Again it emits carbon and emissions and other things. So they have come up with a kind of system by using a solar concentrated. They can kind of use that focus the particular energy to make the replacement of aggregates processed better, and the performance of these aggregates in the concrete is also good. Okay, so what we need is proper design, construction and maintenance, and we need to have a kind of database generation. Once it is clear, once the demand is known, once the design is clear, then we can execute it. Some general strategies include construction and demolition waste in the recovery plans. This is a very generic statement which is available in the internet as well, but just I will go through it so that it becomes kind of more holistic. And make sure that the recovery is done, and appreciate the contractors, because generally what we do is whenever there is a mistake, we point it to contractors. Okay, if there is these things are there in the system, and if they are able to include these things in the construction itself, please do appreciate them by incentives also, so that it becomes kind of balanced one, mainly in use of construction and demolition waste, not for the sake of just to tick the boxes somebody was mentioning, just for the sake of the society going into the domain of sustainability. These things should be done appropriately. And okay, now for this to happen, this is I'm just presenting in most of the conferences or wherever I meet the industrial participants. These things are something, what I'm expressing is not something new to you. These things are known. Most of the things are known to you, except a very few information. Why things are not happening is we don't have a kind of consortium for this particular system. At least within the company, there will be like 10 sites. We should have a kind of a consortium among that, and then try to see how much amount of waste generation, some database should be there. Even if you are not able to share with the other company, at least within the company you should have some database. On one hand, you will have some kind of requirement from the urban and rural areas. On the second, you need to have some kind of database generated in your site. Then these things can be combined together to make a product which is easy for you to apply on the society. So that's what I mean by formation of consortium, like green construction partners, like-minded people. Then where does the investment comes? Because that is biggest challenge. Where does the investment comes? You can use CSR fund, which is directly goes into the system, because these things are going to be applicable to the society. So CSR funds will be of much use in this particular context. And there are sustainability tools as well. There are like Griha, Lead. There are many other systems which are available by which you can gain the other merit points as well in terms of the benefits that you can get from the system by using this, the so-called waste into the system. Because I generally do not use the word waste. The reason is these are potential resource materials. So we can say that at this point, I do not know how to use it. That's the best way to put it up. Okay. So is there any information on crushing unit? A lot of information is available depending on what kind of crushers you need, what kind of capacity you need, 1 ton per hour, 5 tons per hour. There are a lot of information available which can be used. And this is not something very difficult to invest also. Once it is there and once the source is there, it is possible. Okay, now is it being done in Mumbai or nearby areas? Yes. In Thane, there is a recycling plant which they recycle 300 tons per day per shift. This is in Thane and the location is also there. And one in Navi Mumbai also, this is also operational. 150 tons of recycled materials are being processed there. What they do with that? So they do an initial manual segregation of other things where the contaminants will be removed like plastics and other things. Then they take the materials, they crush it. Okay, once they crush it, they go for wet processing and the aggregates are being crushed differently in a different place. In the sense separately, and then those things are being categorized into different sizes. Many of you may be knowing about these facilities, and from this one they are able to make paver blocks or other kinds of building products as well. Okay, so this is what we have done at IIT Bombay also, how to use these kinds of materials for the development of building products. And one more thing within Mumbai is a Godrej plant. This is basically slightly different from other plants. Other plants, it's a combination of all construction and demolition waste. What is there in Vikhroli is basically they are sourcing only concretes. So only concrete is being crushed where the uniformity in terms of material properties can be obtained to a greater extent. So it depends on how we engineer it. It is not that other things are not suitable. We have to engineer it properly such that the recycled aggregates can be engineered to a building product. Recycled concrete aggregates can also be engineered to a quality product, and these things are being used. So it is not something practically impossible. It is possible. Only thing is we have to apply the social aspect and the sustainability aspect as well. Okay, now the last slide. So hope I will complete in 20 minutes. Okay, so just summarize. What we have seen is bagasse or some kind of agro-based residues as a potential, and make the sugar mills as a potential market for making those sugarcane bagasse as products, which is commercially viable. If you start to think now, maybe in 5 years, it may be possible. Second, we talked about recycled concrete aggregates and do it. If I see these things in a very larger level, the big picture is most of the problem starts with population, which none of us can do anything. It's more of a social problem, but that does have some impact on our society. Let us discuss something technically. First is the use of locally available agro-based residues. I would like to request the industry participants to think about the use of agro-based residues in the subsequent years for their construction. Okay, this will definitely help you to have higher margins in terms of profits. At the same time, you are reducing the pollution on the earth, plus it is going to be very sustainable approach for the future as well. And recycled materials. One important thing I would like to stress upon to the audience is a lot of researches are happening on the solid materials. People are not doing much on the research on the water side. Water is one of the important aspect of construction. Be it for mixing, be it for curing, be it for any purposes, water is most important thing. I do not see, even from an academic perspective, the researches on water is not really happening. You may think that, do you really need to do anything for water? What is water? What is there in it? You can engineer the water. If you can engineer a material Water is a material. You can engineer it. The only point is we never think in that direction. Water is going to be more costly than what you think in the coming years. Please take it from me. Water is going to be very, very important for your construction, and there's going to be strict laws on the use of water for the construction, because if you need quality, you have to look at everything. If that is the case, please enhance your focus on the water that you're going to use in the construction. You can engineer the water as well. It is not something very difficult. We can do it, but people are not doing it. Please focus on that. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying you should do research. What I'm saying is, you give focus on water as well. And then workmanship has to be improved, because many times, as Dodi ji mentioned, that despite having good quality material, we are not able to make good construction. Basically, workmanship also pitches in. So that has to be addressed. And standards and codal limitations are there. Of course, like what I mentioned, the code doesn't permit to use more than certain percentage. Please understand that code says if you want to replace cement, this is the percentage. But code will never say that if you want to use this much amount of the residual ashes and other things into system, it doesn't say anything, because it's basically performance criteria. If it meets the performance criteria, then you really do not need to worry. If you say this is a replacement of cement, then you need to comply with that. So is it the replacement of cement or a product perspective? You have to think in that sense. And definitely industry participation collaboration is very much needed. So I think that's all from my side, and thanks to my students who have supported for me in making this presentation and collecting database and other things. Thank you so much. So what's the time now? Good.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir. With this session, we would like to facilitate Prakash Nandagopalan, sir. So I'd like to call Professor Saraswati, sir, on the stage, our past president and Secretary General, Dr. V. Ramchandra, sir. President-elect, sorry, sir. President-elect, sir, and our secretary, sir, also. Please do come, sir. Sorry. I'm extremely sorry, sir. Everybody has to do every work as per photographer. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much, sir. So after this, we are inviting you for tea and coffee session. Only for 10 minutes. Then again, we are going to back here for a short meeting. Thank you, sir.
Engineer M. Ravi Shankar, and Professor Saroj Mandal to the dais, please. Engineer P.S. Patankar, Vice President West, could not make it today as he was having some prior commitments. Now that we have the requested quorum to start the meeting, and hence I request the President to commence the proceedings of the meeting with his address to the members of ICA.
Good evening. Good evening, all the members of ICI present here in this 40th annual general meeting. I welcome you all here in this general meeting. Ultimately, Mumbai Center has been able to organize this annual general meeting. There was some hiccup there was some problem with Mumbai Center initially. They were in a bit of doubt whether they would be able to do it or not. Ultimately, and Jaipur came up, of course, Jaipur Center came up, but finally Mumbai Center again came up, and with all vigor they said that they are going to do it. So that's it has culminated in this today's general meeting here. So give a big hand to Mumbai Center. So as I already said in the morning, this AGM denotes end of my 50% of my tenure. It has been a smooth sailing period altogether, and a lot of activities. All the centers they performed very well. A lot of activities has been witnessed, and there are a few things that I should mention here. One thing is that the membership drive with the request of the members of different centers, GC took a decision that the membership fees would be reduced from 9,000 to 6,000 for 1 month. And after the expiry of 1 month, we didn't get appreciable results. Again, in the JC held in Srinagar, the member again requested that this membership drive period should be extended for at least 1.5 months. I was a bit skeptic about it. I didn't know. I was not quite sure that if in 1 month we do not get in a good result, how it comes that in the next 1.5 months we'll be getting a very good results. But whatever my aspersions were there, it was totally negated by the endeavor of all the centers. We could garner 770 members in this membership drive period. So it's really an achievement. During the last year, we had 2 new centers. One is Srinagar and other is Davangiri. Very recently, the center was opened. I was present in both the ceremonial occasions, and the hospitality extended by both Srinagar and Davangiri centers was praiseworthy. Really. I am really very thankful to them. A few more things. At the start of this my tenure, we sent letter to all the concrete institutes with whom we had already MOUs to actually they are all in that dormant state. We try to see that if anybody comes up and again rejuvenate that understanding between us. Australian Concrete Institute came up. We had discussions with them. Accordingly, they sent us a new draft MOU. We signed it. We returned them back. And unfortunately, it's about 3 months. It's more than 3 months. There is no response from Australian Concrete Institute. This is one bad news. Next, first, Korean Concrete Institute wrote a mail to us stating that actually they apologized for delayed response, and they stated that in that mail that they want to hold a joint webinar in the month of December, sometimes in the month of December, to be more precise, on 7th of December. The time period they have suggested from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. That's a 2 hours time. And they also suggested that two speakers each from Indian Concrete Institute and Korean Concrete Institute will deliver lectures during that webinar. We accepted their proposal and we discussed the matter between ourselves. We discussed the matters between ourselves, and our resolution was that instead of 2 hours duration, we will request them to make it 2.5 hours, because for 4 speakers, minimum 30 minutes is to be given for each speaker. So that takes 2 hours. An introduction is required. So 10 minutes for introducing all the speakers. Then the remaining 20 minutes, there will be Q&A. That way, we are writing to Korean Concrete Institute, and hopefully that they will accept our proposal. And we have already decided on the topics also, tentatively. Of course, we sent our proposals to them. We'll be sending it. One is on UHPC and other is on sustainability of concrete. These are the two topics we have chosen, and we will be everything will be sent to them, and their opinion, of course, we'll have to take into consideration. These are the things, the good things that has happened so far. And my Vice President South is here, and he is confident enough that within a month's time, another center in South is going to come up, and that is Bidar. My request to him and all the members of Southern India and South Zone, that please see to it that it comes up in a very short period of time. Actually, I am not naming another center, that is Tirupati. That is also in the pipeline. But I don't know, CCG, Shishir Banchalji, he is not present. He said, actually, he's on the way. He suggested that as he is now posted in Hyderabad, and Tirupati is under his control, let Tirupati be the 50th center to be opened. And in between, you'll have to find out one more center that can be opened during this period of time. So again, thank you everybody for your endeavor that you have extended towards the smooth sailing of our ICI, beloved ICI, during this year. Thank you everybody.
Thank you, President. I now invite President-elect Dr. Ramchandra to address the members.
Very good evening to all of you, Mr. President, Vice Presidents, and Secretary General, and your members of ICI. There is not much that I wish to add. As President has already said, the number of members have definitely increased. Just like there is a shortfall for the number of centers, soon maybe we would hit 50. There is a shortfall to reach the target of 15,000 also. But we are coming very close to that. I'm sure it's only a matter of small time that the number of centers as well as number of members touching 15,000 will anyway happen. But I think beyond this, we must look at quantity is fine, but we should look at more and more qualitative changes in ICI also. It is not that we are not doing enough, but then we are doing a lot of things, but then we need to scale it up. Looking at the activities of several centers, I find that there are certain islands of excellence. For example, the Bangalore Center does a excellent program called Deminar, which can definitely be done elsewhere also. That has been a great success. And I know my good friend Muralidharan does a lot of project site visits and student chapter activities. The number of activities that he does are so many. I see a lot of activities happening in Chennai and Nagpur. And of course, who doesn't know the number of webinars that a very small and a relatively new center like Ghaziabad is doing? They have already crossed 158, 159 webinars after this corona. I think these are some of the pointers, maybe for the other centers also to pick up. One more thing that I wish to add is that members of ICI should also think of visiting construction projects. I recollect what Dr. Vishal Thombre used to say about a visit to your coastal road project. Maybe if we had thought of earlier, maybe this one-day seminar plus another half a day, all of us going and visiting would have been a very ideal thing. But like that, there are several iconic projects that are going on. I had the fortune of, along with Mr. Pradeep Garg, I had a fortune of seeing the new parliament building. I have told my family, no problem, I may not become a Lok Sabha or a Rajya Sabha member, but I have entered Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. That was thanks to Mr. Pradeep Garg. But then when these projects are going on, right now you have this coastal road project, we have this bullet train project that is going on. I think we should make a visit. May not be thousands, but some members gather together and make a visit to this. I think it needs to be a coordinated effort is needed. As President has already mentioned, ICI has started its connect with the other concrete institutes across other countries, and we are renewing their our MOUs with them. And in the coming days, maybe we'll see more activities. And one more thing, the last thing that I wish to mention is that now even BIS has taken interest in ICI. Earlier, we were trying to push with BIS, and BIS used to say, no, we know ICI, nobody attends any meetings. It is better we remove them from our committees like that. But now the things have changed, and they have now started asking us, writing to us that there are some committees on which we require members from ICI. And this technical board also is doing an excellent thing. Maybe in the coming days, we need to hasten up that process. So with all this, I wish all of you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. I now invite Engineer Ravi Shankar, Vice President South, to address the members.
Good evening, President, President-elect, Secretary General, Vice Presidents, past Presidents, past Vice Presidents, Technical Committee Chairmen of all centers, GC members, speakers, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. President-elect Dr. Ramchandra has already given a small brief, mainly on the southern region. South India, in 5 states, till recently we had 16 centers. The 17th center was inaugurated on 9th of last month. That's in Davangere. And of course, we are working on another couple of centers like President has mentioned. 17 centers from 5 states. We have 4,100 life members, 235 organization members, and 175 student chapters. As you all know, Indian Concrete Institute, working very hard in order to bridge the gap between the academics and the industry. Most of the centers are supporting the student chapters. A lot of activities are conducted both at the centers and the student chapters, and various programs are conducted by the centers. Like Dr. Ramchandra has mentioned, one of the flagship event of Bangalore Center is Concrete Deminar, and it's a high time that other centers also should start doing it. Actually, this is a very good program. It's a seminar come product demonstration. Recently, I attended a program in Mysore wherein a mini Deminar was created. Actually, the centers are conducting various activities on the various topics like durability, waterproofing, repair and retrofitting. ICI Foundation Day, Engineers Day are being celebrated. ICI Ultratech Awards are being conducted in various centers. Last week we had in Bangalore. As far as the student chapters are concerned, most of the centers like Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, Calicut, Kochi, and other centers are conducting a lot of programs on the student chapters. Centers are most of the centers are supporting the student chapters in conducting the various programs like seminars, conferences, site visits, the projects. To some extent, I would say, on the internships, maybe very small extent on the employment also. Elections are conducted as and when it was due. Now, I believe Mangalore and Salem Center elections will happen in next couple of months' time. Audited statements are submitted on time. AGMs are conducted. This is a small brief about all the centers. Finally, I thank all centers, speakers, both from the industry and the academics, sponsoring companies, products and service companies, government departments, delegates, and everyone for supporting all the Indian Concrete Institute activities in order to achieve the objectives of Indian Concrete Institute. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Professor Saroj Mandal to address the members.
Good evening, President-elect, Vice Presidents, and the Secretary General of ICI, past presidents and members of Indian Concrete Institute. And I am from East Zone. So East Zone has basically 9 centers: Patna, Kolkata, Bhubaneswar, Medinipur, Raipur, Guwahati. These are all active centers. Chhattisgarh, Siliguri, and the Manipur. We are trying to make active these centers. New member total added in this 1 year is around 67, and one organizational member has been also included from the east. Kolkata has maximum live member of 32. Now come to the major events. One of the most major event, Patna Center has organized the GC meeting along with a precast concrete technologies and recent advancement, a seminar on this topic on 17th of March. We have also done some training program, both from the industry, we are done with Namalinga Refinery Limited in Assam, and also Patna Center has done mason skill training program in the last 1 year. We have also made one international workshop along with geodynamics and pile dynamics. Both the speakers has came from abroad. We have also a student chapter, only one student's chapter, and they regularly perform programs, different what is called your lectures, and also the workshop. Finally, total events in the last 1 year, we have done 27 and one GC meeting. Finally, I want to announce that we are proposed a mega event, that is Innovative World of Concrete, IWC 24, on concrete construction, present and future. It will be held on 18th to 20th January 2024, and along with the GC meeting on 90th January. This venue will be IHCL Rajkutir at Kolkata. We have got 27 speakers, renowned speaker from abroad also. We have Netherlands, Singapore, Japan, Canada, US, Australia, Libya, China, Germany. Almost all countries are coming to attend this international symposium on concrete constructions, is present and futures. With this, I thank you all, and I request all the members to attend this international symposium at Kolkata. And also I request your support in any form for this international symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. The next item in the agenda is approval of the minutes of the last AGM. Our Vice President North, Dr. Shishir Bansal, is held up in a traffic jam. He is not able to make it on time. So he may join us at any time. Once he joins, we will request him to address the members. So we will move on to the next point in the agenda. Is approval of the minutes of the last AGM. The minutes of the last AGM was prepared and mailed to all the members. We didn't hear any comments from any of the members on the minutes. Hence, I request this forum, someone to approve it and some second it so that it will be taken on records. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next in the agenda is Secretary General's report. Let me read out my report. Esteemed members of Indian Concrete Institute, good evening to you all. I am immensely pleased to welcome you all for the 40th annual general meeting of your institute, and I am privileged to present the annual report and submit the audited financial report for the year 2022-23. The journey over the last few years is immensely satisfying as we have traversed several defining milestones. We continue to play a crucial role in knowledge dissemination to accelerate the adoption of new technology, building agile platforms for learning and sharing. Our operational resilience is praiseworthy. We have flourished even during the global crisis. We prepare ourselves for the transition to a more digitally evolved work environment. Agility and innovations are key to remain successful. Relentless commitment of our active centers reiterates our capability to overcome all challenges and our determination to serve our members in particular and the society at large. While talking about the specifics for the financial year 2022-23, we have enrolled 300 new individual members and 13 organizational members. Thus, at the end of March 2023, the total number of enrolled members was 13,742, registering a growth of 313 members. In the year in discussion, 30 new student chapters were open and the total number of enrolled student chapters was 290 by the end of March 2023. We can confidently proclaim that we have sailed through yet another success year in terms of living up to our objectives. Recently, we announced a membership drive which evoked a very good response from all segments. As of now, membership enrollment has crossed 14,500. We have more than 530 active student members from 293 student chapters enrolled. In the last June month, we opened our 46th center named as ICA Jammu Kashmir Center in an event organized at Srinagar. The 47th center was opened at Davangere, Karnataka, last month on the 9th of September 2023. Formation of few more centers are on the anvil. While most of our centers are busy in conducting various programs throughout the year, some centers need support owing to appreciable constraints. For the first time, centers were connected online zone-wise. Several issues pertaining to the centers were discussed for their effective functioning. The emphasis was laid on statutory compliance in terms of submitting the audited accounts, etc. These meetings brought the centers closer on a common platform. Fellow professional bodies and corporate companies joined hands with our regional centers and participated in our knowledge sharing movement. It is our constant endeavor to keep all our centers vibrant. While talking about the headquarters activities, ICA headquarters conducted a 2 days intensive workshop on waterproofing of concrete structures on 9th and 10th of May 2022 at the Technology Center of ICA headquarters at Chennai. Engineer KP Abraham and engineer Sunny Surlekar had designed the program. The tenure of office bearers of Governing Council came to an end in September 2022. Accordingly, election to the new Governing Council was held online and the new office bearers were elected for the period 2022-24. ICA headquarters conducted a 2 days workshop on tall buildings and usage of precasting and pre-stressing techniques on 29th and 30th of July 2022. 11 eminent speakers shared their knowledge with the participants. The 39th annual general body meeting was convened at New Delhi in a grand manner on 23rd September 2022. After the AGM, the annual awards of headquarters was presented to the winners. Thereafter, installation of new office bearers for the Governing Council for the period 2022-24 was held. The Indian Concrete Institute's Quinquennial Conference on Asia Conference on Ecstasy in Concrete ASECON was hosted by the ICA New Delhi Center on 23rd and 24th of September 2022 at New Delhi. The event was supported by FIB and the Institution of Engineers India. Dr. V. Ramachandra, President-elect ICA, addressed the practicing engineers on the cement and RMC manufacturing process, a quality assurance, on 19th May 2023, which is a part of the 5 days training program on construction, maintenance and quality control of bridges and grade separators at the training center of the Tamil Nadu Highways Department, organized by the Highways Department. ICA headquarters also organized a 2-day workshop on design and construction of concrete bridges scheduled on 18th and 19th of August 2023. Participants from various central and state governments departments much appreciated the program. I have also listed the activities of all the centers. Since the list is too long, if the members permit, I will take it as read by all the members and move on to the next thing in the agenda, please. While talking about the educational training activities, the Technology Center at the Nagpur Center is rendering a good service to the practicing engineers and aspiring students by conducting short-term technical training programs every now and then. Kolkata Center is well connected with the industries in the region and conducts need-based training program to their site engineers. Educational institutions are recognized in their association with ICA through their student chapters. Our centers nurture the student chapters, giving them exposure to the latest technology and field practices. Students get the opportunity to interact with the participants. Regarding technical committee activities, a new technical committee has been formed to bring out a document on ultra-high performance concrete. This document will deal more on structural design using UHPC. The committees on repair and reconditioning and retrofitting and repairing and maintenance of industrial flooring are also striving hard to bring out their technical documents. Many such documents will be brought out in the following year. While talking about the partnership with the fellow professional bodies, ICE is committed towards a sustainable future. Innovations across products and services are to be propagated across all segments in the industry. New business models are emerging. New standards and regulations are coming into play. Artificial intelligence is making inroads in all the areas. ICE is better placed to build the talent for the future. Reskilling and upskilling the existing talent base is the need of the hour. We aim for leveraged partnership with peer institutes by strengthening our association with them. We have nominated our members to various choral committees of BIS. Our appeal to the IT tribunal defending our activities that are education in nature to enlighten the masses on good construction practices is still under hearing. It all started with the scrutiny of the financial year 2016-17. While our appeal is being heard, we have been served with notices for the previous and subsequent years. Our lawyers are fighting our case, putting forth all the facts of our genuine objectives. It is a big challenge in front of us. While talking about the elections conducted at the centers, centers are closely monitored to conduct elections to their executive committees on time. This will facilitate effective functioning of the centers and wider participation of members in managing the centers. Wherever needed, headquarters conduct such elections on behalf of the centers, and thus election to Hyderabad Executive Council was conducted online by the headquarters. During the year in discussion, centers at Ahmedabad, Mumbai, Nagpur, Pune, Ghaziabad, Kochi, Madurai, Puducherry, Kolkata, Guwahati, Raipur, Midnapur, Patna, Goa, Surat, Bhopal, Lucknow, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tirunananthapuram, Vizag, Vijayawada, and Warangal elected their new executive committees. 3 new centers, one at Patna, other one at Jammu and Kashmir, one at Davangere were formed in the months of May 22, June 23, and September 23, respectively, since the last AGM. In the financial year, GC meetings were hosted by New Delhi Center, Hyderabad Center, Patna Center, and Srinagar Center. Concrete Day was celebrated with usual fervor by centers at Bengaluru, Chennai, Gurugram, Ghaziabad, Hyderabad, Jabalpur, Lucknow, Midnapur, Nagpur, New Delhi, Puducherry, Pune, Salem, Shimla, Varanasi, and Vijayawada. During the Concrete Day celebrations, awards under various categories were presented to concrete technologies and concrete constructions. The audited statement of accounts for the year 22-23 is uploaded in our website, and it was also mailed to all the members a couple of days ago. And the same is placed before the general body also for consideration and approval. All the members have been served with a copy of the audited report. As a concluding remark, I would like to say that our mission remains to continue growing as a responsible professional body that thrives for promoting sustainable practices in construction industry. We passionately strive for a better future under the able guidance of our governing council members. We have displayed our capabilities. I take this opportunity to thank the GC members for steering the institute in the right direction, office bearers of all the centers for keeping ICE a vibrant body, members of the technical board and technical committees for their contributions, sponsors of ICE events for their unstinted support, experts who enlighten the readers through the ICE journal, advertisers, and headquarters staff for their tireless work, and all those contributed for what ICE is today. So our mission is farther, our ambitions are higher, our commitments are deeper, and our efforts are relentless. Thank you all. Then next in the agenda is presentation of headquarters audited accounts. The copy of the audited accounts have been served to all the members present here. It was also mailed to all the members. It also has been uploaded in our website. I request the members to go through the audited report and raise the query if any. I will give just the gist of that audited accounts. So this audited account is the consolidated accounts of all the centers and that of HQ headquarters. The total investment at the end of the financial year is 10.95 crores, which includes 8.53 crores from the headquarters and the balance from the centers, about 2.5 crores. You can find this in the assets column. TDS receivables from the department, IT department is 1.02 crores, which is withheld by the IT department because of our legal dispute is under hearing. This figure you can find out under the column assets. Project reserve set aside is 60 lakhs, which has to be spent within the next 5 years, and the governing council will take a decision on what headings this money has to be spent. The excess of income over expenditure is 43.7 lakhs. This you can see under the expenses column. Revenue from journal subscription and publications is 6.52 lakhs. This is shown under the income column. Income on investments and deposits put together is 73.31 lakhs. This also shown under the income column. Revenue from the events conducted by various centers and headquarters works out to 196 lakhs. Membership fee collected during that financial year is 19.99 lakhs, which is also shown under the receipts column. If the members have any query, we will try to discuss that, or else if the members approve the audited report, then we can pass on to the next item in the agenda. Someone has to second it and someone has to approve. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. This I will take it up with the auditors.
Yeah, you please take it up with the auditors
Yeah.
because when there is a liability and a notice from the government of India,
Yes, sir.
we have to show it as a provisional liability because that liability may come anytime. So we have to provide for that.
Okay. You have to make a provision for that.
Yeah, we have to make a provision.
I will take it to the auditors
Yeah,
on that.
thank you.
Can we take it that the general body approves this audited account, sir? Someone has to second it. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. The next one is amendment to bylaws. this is a this is about inclusion of an additional clause to bylaw 12(1). If an elected vice president center's chairperson gets shifted to some other zone center's jurisdiction, in such cases, the president, on behalf of the governing council, to seek the views of such office bearers on how they will be able to discharge their duties being away from their zone jurisdiction. If the office bearer is confident to discharge his or her duties without any disruption, then he or she is to be permitted to continue in the office. Otherwise, she to continue in the governing council or executive committee as a member and someone else from amongst the GC or executive committee member to be nominated to his or her position by the president. Because in many centers, the vice presidents as well as the chairpersons, they are elected by members pertaining to the jurisdiction. For some reason, if they get shifted to some other place or if they retire, then move away from their workplace, on such occasion that they are not able to discharge their duties. It is not the case all the time. Still, if the office bearer is confident of discharging his duties from wherever he is, he will be allowed to continue. That's what this bylaw is talking about. So this has been approved by the governing council, and this is put to the general body for approval to take it on records. The general body approves, we will take it on record. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. The next item in the agenda is passing of resolutions of appointment of auditor for the financial year 2023. 2023-2024. It is resolved that Messrs. Hari and Visweswaran and associates be and is hereby appointed as the statutory auditors of the institute, commencing from the conclusion of this annual general meeting till the conclusion of the 41st consecutive general meeting at the same remuneration of Rs. rupees 7,500, in addition to the reimbursement of applicable taxes and actual out-of-pocket and traveling expenses incurred in connection with the work. This is the resolution we would like to pass by the general body. If there are any other points to be discussed with the permission of the chair, we can discuss about. So, on behalf of the governing council, I convey my heartfelt thanks to all the IC members for their participation. I also thank the Mumbai Center for hosting this AGM with an excellent arrangement. And they deserve a big round of applause from all of us. Following this, the annual awards function will commence at now it is 18:20. At what time we can assemble here for the award function, sir? 6:30. At 18:30, we will all assemble back for our award function. Thanks to one and all.
Say I wouldn't change a thing. 'Cause in the story of love, the best of times to color clouds. I'm here once again. I need that
Namaste. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Request you all to please take your seats in this hall. We will begin the awards function very shortly. Just as we begin, there is a very delightful announcement to all of us. After a brief hiatus since 2018, the most looked forward event of the Indian Concrete Institute headquarters program, which is the Innovative World of Concrete, the symposium, is now going to be organized in the month of January, 17th, 18th and 19th in Calcutta. 18th, 19th and 20th. And the most delightful thing about this is that we have got confirmed speakers from across the globe, the best-in-class speakers numbering 37. And we also have the leading leaderships at various reputed professional bodies such as the American Concrete Institute having confirmed their participation at this event. And this event is so very pertinent today for all of us for the simple reason that in order to stay relevant, we have to ensure that we as professionals and as leading corporates maintain that competitive advantage. Remington typewriter, we have not heard of it today, which was the best typewriter in the world. BlackBerry, where did it vanish? Nokia, one of the best best mobile phones. What happened to all this? Where are those ambassador cars and premier Padmanis? Because they did not stay relevant to the times, they became extinct. And that is where the innovative world of concrete is so very pertinent and important to all the professionals directly and indirectly connected to the world of construction industry and the civil engineering fraternity in particular, and all the engineering fraternities who are also linked to these professions. So I appeal to all of you to please register yourself, and the registration is open in various role plays, be it the delegates, all the sponsors, or even through your networks. Please make sure that you are at this event. The registration is open. You can find it in our website, indianconcreteinstitute.org or ICIIWC24.in. This is the website, and very shortly we are also going to have a major outreach event to bring you more such information. So please do log on to ICIIWC24.in and please register your presence, because we have got very limited slots of participation of not more than 400. So the early bird gets the worm. So please ensure that you are here at this most coveted event of the Asia Pacific region, the innovative world of concrete. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome you all for the 30th Annual ICA Awards. In the next couple of hours, we are going to be enthralled to meet the achievers and to know about their achievements. Civil engineers are identified as the nation builders. Whatever civil engineer do is for the betterment of the society. Whether it is a place to build, or bridges or highways, airports or seaports, reservoirs or canals, all for the development of the nation. A nation's progress is adjudged by the infrastructure it has built. Today, Bharat is working on transnational infrastructure. An economic corridor is planned for fostering connectivity between India, Middle East, Asia, and Europe, and for bolstering economic integration. Civil engineers are going to play a major role in this. It is not an exaggeration to call the civil engineers as nation builders. One of the objectives of ICA is to identify the individuals, institutes, and companies who make immense contribution to the promotion of concrete technology and concrete construction, and to recognize such contributions. With this objective, ICA presents these national awards chosen by calling nominations from all over India. We gratefully acknowledge all the participants and congratulate all the awardees and welcome them for this gala event. With these few words, I hand it over to Vidhi to carry forward.
You all again with the same enthuse. I think you all tired. No? Then clap once for yourself. So when we are here for award function, so I think थोड़ा तो दिल में धक धक होगा कि किसको मिलेगा किसको नहीं मिलेगा. If you are not getting any award, then don't worry, I'll take all the awards at my home. The message is awardees are chosen by eminent engineers as member of the jury. Constituted for each award, the jury did a commendable job in securitizing and all the nominations as per set criteria deciding the award. We grateful acknowledge the appreciable job of the jury members. Now, actually, ladies feel proud when a lady came in a gang of many boys. So here also one lady is there, so I'm appreciating to her. एक दिन Sudha Chandran ji, that Sudha Chandran ji came to our Vivid Bharati channel for her interview. I was the only lady in my college when I was doing engineering, and my father support me. Other one was saying like, why you are sending a girl in the college and everything, but her father supports her, and now she became the businesswoman icon. So I'm very thankful to all the parents, including my father, that they send us to do that job, to do that engineering business, and we are here in front of you as so grateful to all the persons who are behind us. Now going to start our this ICI Award 2023. So first of all, the first category of award is for the Lifetime Achievement Award. We are honoring four eminent experts today under this category of award who have made immense contribution to the construction industry. So first of all, I'd like to invite any of the senior officer if present from Jay Prakash Association Limited. If anybody is here from our sponsors, please do come on stage. And before him, I'd like to call our president, Engineer Parth Gangopadhyay sir. Please do come on the stage. आपकी जोरदार तालियों के बीच में बुलाएंगे हम उन्हें. To announce this first award and honor the awardee, we are going to invite Dr. Shishir Bansal sir. Please do come, sir. I want to say you muhurat acha ho raha hai. The first name is very nice name. So we are going to start with this.
Thank you, Vidhi.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hello. And what Vidhi said about ladies, ladies among the boys, one lady among the boys, and just coincidentally or fortunately or appreciably, I'd say, the Lifetime Award sponsored by Jayaprakash Associates Limited goes to a lady, architect Usha Batra.
Yeah.
Please, well.
Yes. After her only we can do any work because she is an architect. So thank you so much. So we have architect Usha Batra with Lifetime Achievement Award. An architect, an author, a great lady in front of us. So we are feeling very great to honor you with this Lifetime Achievement Award. Please, sir, both of you pass, sir. And sir, please. Dr. Shishir Bansal, sir. Parth Gandharpadhyay, sir. The award comes from this award. Few more are there. Yeah. Anushka ma'am, it's a request to say few words. Please, ma'am.
To be here with you all today evening. It's a special moment for me. I would like to thank ICI for recognizing and rewarding me this accolade. It's difficult to express the feeling in words. It's a huge honor for me to receive this award, which is a symbol of all the blessings received during my journey for the honesty, sincereness, and dedication to my work and my profession. My journey of almost 35 years with CPWD was truly a wonderful one. I started my job as an architect, then a manager, an engineer, a project manager, and an administrator. I got wonderful opportunities in CPWD to show my passion for work. To my credit, I have number of buildings designed by me and number of buildings where I guided concepts to others, then writing and presenting papers on green buildings, sustainability, energy efficiency, smart cities, and many other, even engineering topics, building information modeling, retrofitting, and all those. And you can find in various publications available to them. Recently, I wrote an article on EPC contract, which is published in IBC Journal. Today, many iconic buildings done by me are standing in Delhi NCR, Central and Western India, some of them designed by me and some of them constructed and managed during my tenure. I would like to extend my gratitude to all my teachers and mentors for their unwavering support and guidance. First of all, to the Almighty for everything. Then my parents, जिन्होंने मुझे ये संस्कार दिए. My family, that means my husband and my children, who supported me always and stood by me through thick and thin. Then CPWD, who gave me wonderful opportunities to gain this recognition and fulfill my most desired dream of being a postgraduate, and that also at the age of 52. Then my thesis guide of Terry University, Dr. Shaleen Singhal, जिन्होंने ये कंडीशन रखी थी कि मैडम मैं आपका गाइड तभी बनूंगा अगर आप अपनी डेजर्टेशन में से एक पेपर निकालेंगे. तब हमें ये भी नहीं पता होता था कि पेपर होती क्या चीज है. But still I had to do it, you know. And luckily, my dissertation came out to be an original research, and Terry was very happy with it. And because I didn't know what is a paper, what is a research paper, so with the help of one of my colleagues, Dr. K.M. Soni, who is a former ADG of CPWD, we could convert the dissertation into a research paper, which was internationally acknowledged in 2017. Also, my colleagues, friends, and all those who were associated with me during my journey. This award is not just for me, it is for all those who are part of this wonderful journey. Thank you, everyone. I'm really of being a part of CPWD. और अगर आपकी इजाजत हो तो उसकी शान में मैं 2 लाइनें बोलना चाहूंगी. ए फूलों की रानी, बहारों की मलिका, ये मेरी CPWD है. ए फूलों की रानी, बहारों की मलिका तेरा मुस्कुराना गजब हो गया न दिल होश में है न हम होश में है न दिल होश में है न हम होश में है नजर का मिलाना गजब हो गया फूलों की रानी बहारों की मलिका तेरा मुस्कुराना गजब हो गया I'm not a singer but I wanted to express my feelings धन्यवाद सभी का बहुत बहुत मुझे पेशेंटली सुनने के लिए धन्यवाद
Thank you so much, ma'am. You are a very good singer. वैसे कहते हैं ना इन्होंने गाना गाया तो फूलों की रानी बहारों की मलिका तेरा मुस्कुराना गजब हो गया ये बात सही है तब तक तो गजब था लेकिन थोड़े दिन बाद गजब ढा गया सामने हमारे सभी पुरुष वर्ग बैठे हुए हैं उनसे पूछिए उनके दिल पर क्या छो रहे हैं कोरोना काल में मुझे लगता है यहाँ बैठे हुए सभी इंजीनियर्स ने घर में बर्तन धोए हैं झाड़ू पोछा भी किया है शायद इससे ज्यादा गजब आपके जीवन में क्या हो सकता है चलिए अगले अवार्ड की ओर चलते हैं सो फॉर द नेक्स्ट कैटेगरी अवार्ड I'd like to call any senior from Birua Verties if present from our sponsors. No. Bureau Veritas, sorry. So I'd like to invite Professor S. Saraswati sir on the stage to present this award. And please sir, please come on the stage. The name, both will be announced by sir.
ICI Awards 2023 for Lifetime Achievement, sponsored by Bureau Veritas India Private Limited, goes to Engineer Suprasad Mukherjee.
Prasad Mukherjee sir is not present here. So if anybody who known him, please come on the stage, please come forward and please play the video of his introduction.
We also invite Debashish Saab to the dais to receive the award on behalf of Mukherjee. Both Vice President East as well as Debashish will receive the awards and hand it over to him in an event at Kolkata on a suitable location.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Subhat sir, please come.
worship to his duties. He never come. When award was announced to him, he said, I have not done anything else. This is my duty, I have only performed. And in the project, he was from the 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. The first man he entered in the project, and the last man he out of it. And the maximum capacity thermal power station is Mechia in West Bengal. And actually, he is the main man, not the other chief engineers. He is the main man who has from the commission inception to commissioning. So this is a tribute to one of my gurus. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So, Engineer Devashish Bandyopadhyay, sir, I'm requesting you, you should be here for the third Lifetime Achievement Award. You have to announce actually. So, please be stay here. And I would like to call Master Builder Solution India Private Limited. Any officer or any representative here, please do come forward in the on the stage. So, the third award goes to Third Lifetime Achievement Award.
For the lifetime achievement, sponsored by Master Builder Solutions India Private Limited, goes to Dr. Brijesh Dixit.
Sir, please have your please, because So we are celebrating a day with a metro man who has given metro line to Nagpur. Behalf of Nagpur city, I'm very thankful to you, sir. Thank you so much. And he got Rashtrapati award also for this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. हमारे गुरुजी कहते हैं मैं जितना झुकता गया उतना बड़ा बनता गया. When I was seeing him, उनकी आंखें पूरे टाइम नीचे थी and it was showing कि how much grown, how much big he is. Thank you so much, sir.
Good evening. Thank you, ICI, for this honor, and I really try to live up to the same. I have high regard for the work ICI is doing. I am personally aware of the activities, the number of memberships, I think crossing 15,000, working for over 40 years, and disseminating the knowledge about the material, which is, I think, the most widely used construction material, but the least understood. It is used by the people, those who know about it, and also by those who don't know about it. But yet, it is used. And in that context, the work being done by ICI is really commendable. There are so many facets. It looks simpler, but it's the most complex in its behavior. And all the time there is a evolution. Iron fiber coming, green concrete is coming, and things like that. Ultra high strength concrete is with us now. So that calls for application of mind of all those who are working with that. Not only that we work in India, but this material is common to the humanity world over. They are also working. So there is another front for ICI to bring the best knowledge which is available anywhere. And just now it was announced that there will be a conference of this type. So wonderful job, and it is done by the members, and recognition by this fraternity. Really, I'm humbled, I am grateful, and I wish all of you all the best. And my gratitude, my heartfelt gratitude. Uh, I did whatever little was possible when I was with the railways for 35 years. and then I have been managing director of Maha Metro, doing Nagpur Metro project, then Pune Metro project, and I think in these two projects itself, we must have done actually 1.5 million cubic meters of concreting, including one structure which received Guinness Book of World Record, being the longest double-decker flyover having metro on the top, highway in the middle, and the the challenges which it can bring. There's no need to go in further details of that. And we did another very unique thing in one of our stations using Verendil girder. I don't know where all those girders have been used in India, but must be very, very uncommon. But we had a situation where only that girder could be used, and it was done in concrete. I think those who are associated with Maha Metro, they must be knowing about it in Nagpur. So that was another thing. And then we had several Asia Book of Records also, to the credit of Maha Metro at Nagpur. So I'm grateful to my team. In fact, whatever little achievements you have, you never do them alone. You have people throughout career with you. There are people above, there are people below, there are friends which are your peers. So I thank all of them. I really thank all of them, and this recognition is recognition of their help and achievement also. So thank you very much, and to all who made this possible, and particularly those who are present this evening. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. So now moving forward for the next award. To announce the award, I'd like to invite Dr. V. Ramchandra sir on the stage. On behalf of L&T Limited, if any senior representative here, please do come on the stage. And this is the fourth award, Lifetime Achievement Award. Please, sir. Anybody is from L&T, please do come on the stage.
ICI Awards 2023 for Lifetime Achievement sponsored by L&T Construction. It goes to Professor CVR Murthy.
Dr. CVR Murthy, sir. We have an author and earthquake management, Dr. CVR Murthy sir. So it's a humble request to you, Murthy sir. Please say a few words.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm humbled by this moment which ICI has showered on me. Uh, it's a very interesting moment in an academic's life. Government of India pays your salary and you are made to learn. And by the time you just learn a bit of the subject, it's time to retire. And today ICI also said, yeah, it's over. It's time to go. And so it's an interesting moment. And maybe based on what we learned in this lifetime, we may have to come back once more to do the work and be, we just saw the Metro Man and be the Metro Man that he is. I'm sure that he must have learned it in his previous life, all the things, and then come back and just implemented it. Wonderful. Thank you so much for all that wonderful contributions. I don't have the skill of Usha Batraji for, saying it in a Shairi Andaz, but I must say this, that I grew up with all the people whose faces we saw on the jury and literally grew up. Many of them are of my age, some of them are younger, and some are elders. But the elders held our little finger and took us forward. Those who are of our age, shared the pain and agony, and the younger ones, did the hard work for many of us as we were walking through the alleys. And so we, at this moment, would stand in respect for all those generations that we have walked along with on behalf of all the four recipients of this Lifetime Achievement Award. I can say this, that alone one can achieve nothing, but only when you are loved by the people around you that you can step forward. And to have ICI as a co-traveler in this journey has been very heartwarming. And each one of them, especially Dr. Ramachandra, in the recent years, I have interacted a lot more with him, even though I know him for 3 decades now. But it has been an immense pleasure to work in the subject of concrete engineering and to learn concrete engineering. As we just heard, it's not possible to learn everything, but if you can learn just one facet and improve that part for the nation, that would suffice in this lifetime. And we are grateful to all our teachers who have taught us those subjects. And this is not the moment to say anything about the parents, but except that we stand here before you because they have made us strong enough to stand and face the bullets on the boundaries of our professional lives. And once again, I'm extremely grateful to ICI for this wonderful moment in life. And thank you, Dr. Ramchandra, and all his colleagues.
Thank you, sir. Behalf of you, I would like to say, मैं तो अकेला ही चला था जानवे मंजिल मगर लोग आते गए और कारवां बनता गया. So again, for the 30th annual award of ICI, The next award is Outstanding Concrete Technologist. For this award, to invite, I'd like to call Engineer Vivek Nair sir on the stage. Please, Nair sir, come on the stage. And if somebody is from, it's Naik. Okay, I'm sorry. As I got the name as Nair, so I called it. Engineer Vivek Naik sir, he is here with on the stage. Now, if anybody is here from Force Rock Chemicals Limited, if anybody is here from there, so please do come. Okay. So, sir, it's a request, Vivek sir. Please announce the awardee.
So you are telling a chemical person to give award for the Fosroc. So it's a chemical locha, I will say, because I am a manufacturer and I am giving award for the other manufacturers. Well, all said and done, it's a nice thing. ICI award for 2023 for the outstanding concrete technology sponsored by Fosroc Chemical is going to Professor S.K. Singh.
Sir. Dada?
Congratulations, SK Singh sir. विवेक सर, दोस्त दोस्त ना रहा, अब अवार्ड लेने वाला बन गया। पर कितनी अच्छी बात है ना हम सिविल इंजीनियर्स की, कि जो बहुत पुरानी 5-5, 6-6 हज़ार साल पुरानी जो हमारे देश की धरोहर है, उसे भी सुंदरता से बचा लेते हैं और साथ ही नए पार्लियामेंट को भी बना देते हैं। सो अ क्लैप फॉर ऑल द सिविल इंजीनियर्स हू मेड दैट पार्लियामेंट अ प्राउड ऑफ आवर कंट्री। SK Singh sir, we would like to listen few words from you.
Thank you. Thank you, ICI. ICI is my extended family. Uh, really, I started working for Indian Concrete Institute way back in year 1992 when Professor S.K. Kaushik used to be my supervisors, and I become a life member something in with my MTech, that fellowship to life member of Indian Concrete Institute, and we worked for and proudly because everywhere we promote it, and really I feel proud that in early when I started my career from Structural Engineering Research Center Ghaziabad, so I established a center at Western UP Ghaziabad Center, and a very large scale and people have been there. Yes, my previous speakers has said a lot, and definitely I started career with the SCRC Ghaziabad, and when that on concrete different newer, somebody said ki it is less understood material rather than Dr. Our Metro Man sir has said, Dr. Brijesh sir has said, but really if you name anything in the concrete, that has been, if you start green concrete, bendable concrete, translucent concrete, transparent concrete, anything, fiber reinforced concrete, high performance, ultra. So it's a huge type of material is being produced nowadays and being utilized into the field. And really, we feel proud to be associated in different, particularly in sustainable utilizations of the concrete into the construction field, and is regard to Indian Concrete Institute, really that we are expanding, we are feeling for proud for being awarded for this prestigious award for working for several years in the field of cement, concrete and composite, established several innovative materials into that. Recently we are working on converting chemically and mechanically activated uh, LD slag. So it is being steel slag into the cementitious binder. Not only this, so we are converting into the aggregate also, and we have converted into the concrete and marine structures also different type of other binders. We are being proud to develop a geopolymer concrete which is being cement free concrete at CBRI, and first we made a road into CBRI which is being no cement or nothing has been used. So several activities we are continuously working, and I am very thankful to several people because I was being associated with one Dr. Ramchandra sir, Dr. Professor Saraswati sir, and other people who has been and been associated in one part of others. So thank you ICI, thank you all. I'm very thankful to my parents and my wife Preeti, who has always given me opportunity and time spared for to work more and more into the field, and several projects we have successfully been carrying out and executed in all the field. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, SK Singh sir. Thank you so much, Vivek sir. So we are moving forward for the next award. So the next award is for Outstanding Concrete Structure. For this, we received 13 nominations this year. Jury members had to sweat a lot to evaluate the nomination. And one more mention here, the two of the nomination had scored close to one another, and hence the jury member recommended to award both the structures. So can we show the video of it? For that, I'd like to invite, to announce this, I'd like to invite Engineer Samir Sulekar, sir. Please, sir, come on. No, sir, you have to announce the award. Okay. Sir. Dr. Subrato Chaudhary, sir, please do come on the stage, please, sir. And we have a few more people who are from Maharashtra Metro Rail Corporation Limited, the honor of the construction, Managing Director, sir, and Engineer Y.H. Rathod, sir. So I'm requesting both of you, please do come on the stage. And if anybody is from NCC Limited, any representative from that, please do come on the stage. One more name I would like to say, Manoj TPM, Manoj sir, Senior Project Consultant, and Sachin sir, L&T Infrastructure Engineering Limited. Please do come on the stage, sir. Sir, please announce the award.
We invite Mr. Engineer Chandevar also to the dais to honor the awardee, please.
I'm very happy to invite me here to do the pleasant duties or task. ICI Award 2023 for Outstanding Concrete Structure, sponsored by MC Bausami Private Limited, goes to Double Decker Viaduct of Nagpur Metro.
Can we have the video, please?
The second award for ICI Award 2023 for Outstanding Concrete Structure, sponsored by MC Bausami again, goes to Aquatics Gallery at Gujarat Science City, Gujarat.
So congratulations. So I'd like to call double decker viaduct of Nagpur Metro. So come forward, please. Please come forward, sir, and give this award to awardee. It's an award for outstanding concrete structure. So we are जिंदगी में बहुत सारी चीजें होती रहती हैं। अभी एक दिन ऐसा कुछ हुआ कि हमारे बीच में एक मुस्कुराता हुआ चेहरा बैठा हुआ है, मुंबई आईसीआई के सेक्रेटरी साहब। इनके जीवन में बहुत अच्छी-अच्छी घटनाएँ घटी हैं। भाई साहब कुछ गलती हो जाए तो क्षमा कर देना। मगर ये बात इन्होंने मुझे भी थोड़ी देर पहले बताई तो मुझे लगा मैं आपके साथ शेयर कर लूँ। घटना कुछ ऐसी हुई कि शादी के पहले ये अकेले रहा करते थे, जैसे हम सब इंजीनियर रहते हैं, है ना? और हमारी ज़िंदगी बड़ी बड़ी अस्त-व्यस्त होती है। इनके पास एक पाटा था, रोटी बनाने का चकला बोलते हैं ना जिसे हम, वो था और उसमें 3 टाँगें थीं, 1 नहीं थी। तो जब ये रोटी बनाते ना खट, 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 खट बोलता था। अब इनकी शादी हो गई, भाभी जी घर आ गईं और ये सो रहे थे। अब सोएगा आदमी कि भई चलो कल बढ़िया रोटियाँ बनी मिलने वाली हैं, तो ये आराम से सो रहे थे। लेकिन सुबह वो चकले की खटखट की आवाज़ नहीं आ रही थी। बहुत परेशान हो गए, उठ के बाहर आए, देखा चकले की बाकी 3 टाँगें टूटी हुई थी। इन्होंने अपनी पत्नी से पूछा ऐसा तुमने क्यों किया? तो उन्होंने कहा जो भी मेरे सामने ज़्यादा आवाज़ करता है। तब से ये बंदा केवल मुस्कुरा रहा है, केवल मुस्कुरा रहा है, मुँह से कोई आवाज़ नहीं करता। इस प्यारी सी मुस्कान के लिए ज़ोरदार तालियाँ। थैंक यू सो मच ब्रो, ऐसे ही बने रहना। चलिए अगले अवार्ड की ओर चलते हैं। 30th annual award we are presenting. So to announce the second outstanding concrete structure award, I'd like to call engineer Manoj Kavalkar sir and Gujarat Council of Science City, the honor of the structure. If anybody is here, any representative here, please do come on the stage. I'd like to call engineer Manoj Kavalkar sir on the stage. Please do come, sir.
Good evening all. It is already announced. I request award winners to come on the dais. Representatives from the Shapurji. Principal consultant, Yukon Consultant Private Limited.
So congratulations. एक्चुअली ना अहमदाबाद गुजरात जो है ना वो अपने आप में बहुत खूबसूरत शहर है और बड़ा मीठा शहर है. सो दे आर फ्रॉम द स्वीट स्टेट फॉर द स्वीटेस्ट अवार्ड. स्वागत कीजिएगा जोरदार तालियों के साथ में. Culture Gallery at Gujarat Science City, Gujarat. Outstanding Concrete Structure Award.
કેમ છો મજામાં ને?
True house music is four main ingredients. A cup of personality, a good spoon of love.
I'm requesting you all, please stay here. Please stay here. We are going to show a brief presentation of your structure. Thank you so much, sir. to create this world for us. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So, ये पानी की दुनिया. One day I was listening one thing that हम पानी की दुनिया में से बहुत सारे जीव बाहर निकाल लेते हैं और उसके बाद पानी की दुनिया को खराब कर देते हैं. But sometimes हम कुछ ऐसा क्रिएट भी कर जाते हैं. So, ये एक बहुत प्राउड का विषय है. चलिए अगले अवार्ड की ओर बढ़ते हैं. So, I'd like to, yeah, please, sir. Thank you.
The next one is the award for Outstanding Pre-Stressed Concrete Structure. Let us look at the nominations, please. This award was instituted by BBR India Private Limited. If any of the senior officers from BBR India Private Limited are present here, we would like to invite him on the dais to honor the awardee. And we also invite Dr. Vishal Tombere to announce the awardee.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. It's my pleasure to announce the name of Outstanding Pre-Stressed Concrete Structure Award, sponsored by BBR India Limited, goes to Malabar Exotic Ahmedabad. Congratulations.
We invite Abhishek Amit and his team to come to the dais to receive the award. Sir, you would like to watch a small presentation on your structure. You're going to talk something about it, please. Please play the video, please.
Yeah.
Video, please.
I am deeply honored and grateful to stand today on behalf of Urbanac Infrastructures to express our heartfelt gratitude to the ICI for bestowing upon us this prestigious award. This recognition is a testament to hard work and vision of our team. I would like to extend our sincere thanks to ICI for their rigorous evaluation and faith that they have shown in our work. We are humbled to receive this award, and it motivates us to continue pushing the boundaries of innovation and sustainability in construction. Our success would not have been possible without the unwavering support of our clients and partners. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to Ganesh Housing for their crucial role in this endeavor. Ganesh Housing's unwavering belief in our team has been a driving force behind the success of this project. This partnership has been invaluable, and together we have created a structure that stands as a testament to innovation and quality in the construction industry. Thank you once again, and we look forward to contributing to growth and development of our great nation through many more remarkable projects in the future.
Congratulations and thank you so much. Sir, can we go with another award?
Let us move on to the next award for the best project with precast concrete in India. Let us look at the nominations.
For this award, I'd like to invite Engineer Pradeep Garg sir to announce the award for the winning structure. Engineer Sanjay Bahadur sir from SIDCO. If he is present here, please do come, sir. Engineer Amit Verde sir, Sunil Samantrai sir.
Yeah. The ICI Award 2023 for Dr. A. Ramakrishna Award for Best Project with Precast Concrete Structure goes to Mission 96 Flats.
Sanjay Bahadur and Engineer Amit Verde and Mr. Nair on the dais to receive the award, please.
Many congratulations, sir.
Engineer Amit Bharde would like to share a few things with us.
Well, good evening, everyone. I think I can talk about this project all day long, but today I'll probably try to finish in 96 seconds. Let us see. So first of all, thanks to ICI for the award. We really appreciate it greatly. And our sincere, actually, the maximum thanks goes to Sidco for giving this opportunity to get it started. Right, they have been pioneer in all such kinds of development, and the precast technology also they will boosting it so that down the line it will help the entire nation as well. So really grateful to that. Right from day one, they have been supporting architect Hafiz contractor team. I think any technology, I keep stressing everywhere that it has to be done right on the drawing board. And 6-7 months they have spent extra just to make sure that the technology gets adopted. And later, of course, TC and HSA PMC, right? When this mission started, we wanted to showcase what best the technology can do. And the entire idea, actually, more than the technology showcase, at the end, we were happy how the teams worked together. At the first week itself, when some concerns were raised, I had to go there Sunday. Along with me, Sunilji, Dhayadar Sarji, everybody was there. Like, oh, it's our project. We have to get it done. We have to get that mission satisfied. And of course, when it comes to appreciation, I think clients' appreciation is the best thing. So when Sidco MD visited the site after we handed over the building, the best acknowledgement came saying we always are getting used to seeing the videos from China for building fast. Now I have an example to show that India also can do it. And that was one of the heartfelt comment that we received from him. And the next thing was from architect Hafiz contractor. It's like, don't settle, don't get happy. I want you to build twice as tall in half the time and probably cost. So we will probably strive for that. And the very last appreciation is towards the project team, right? Karunanidhi has been here right from the project start. He has been building. We were already building faster, but without this team, I don't think this mission would have ever succeeded. Entire 96 days, the entire team has worked without taking any single Sunday off, right? They got the Sundays back later, but 96 days, they were all along, right, day and night. I have some team here. I think Alok, Sushant, Sharan, if you can stand up, please. These are the guys who have done that. If you see all 40 days of factory production, MEP Alok, I have seen him 3 o'clock in the morning climbing up the floor to get that mission satisfied. And we really appreciate it and looking forward to all your continued support. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. जब तक वो लोग आ रहे हैं तब तक एक इंफॉर्मेशन देनी है कि बाहर रिसेप्शन पे किसी का बैग छूट गया है कॉरिडोर में देयर इज अ बैग इन द कॉरिडोर who's the owner of it, please go and check and take it. It's a very small and heavy bag. तालियां तो बनती हैं इनके लिए.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much and congratulations, sir.
Being a civil engineers, a dil mange more. So we'll do something better in few course of time. So we'd like to represent again in the ICI that yes, something can be done in this platform with a greater innovative idea. Thank you. Thank you, ICI.
Thank you so much.
Let us move on to the next award. This award is for innovative application of special concrete. Let us look at the nominations, please. we invite Engineer K. Jaishankar from Ultratech Cement Limited, who are the sponsors of this award, to join us in honoring the awardees, please. And we also invite Engineer M. Ravishankar to announce the award winning structure.
So the award goes to.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. ICA Awards 2023 for Innovative Applications of Special Concrete, sponsored by Ultratech Cement Limited, goes to the project Construction of Vitrified and Control Building at BARC Tarapur. Hearty
Congratulations, BARC Tarapur. Baba Atomic Research Center, Tarapur. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, congratulations. एक छोटी सी information, there is a surprise from ICI Mumbai in the last of this event. So please wait for that surprise, and it will come from outside and it will give you some joys, some culture, some folk. Sir, can we move for the next award?
The next award is for sustainability in concrete construction. Let us look at the nominations, please. we invite engineer Manoj K. Rastogi from JSW Limited, who are the sponsor this award. To the dais, please. We also invite Sanjay Almekar, announce the award and honor the award.
Sanjay, Sanjay.
I think it's a very prestigious award and very close to everybody's heart and in the need of the for everyone. ICI for Unity Coach sponsored by JSW Cement Limited goes to the project IKEA Retail Stores Bangalore. A big round of applause to them.
Congratulations.
Ashim Bora from IKEA India. The dais to receive the award, please.
Congratulations, IKEA. Actually, you are renovating our houses. So thank you so much.
and it's a green, platinum green rated building. So we are in all our endeavors to make this planet more greener and more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and congratulations once again. So now the next award is for young scientist. This award has been instituted by Professor V. Ramakrishnan, who settled in US. So now, to announce and honor the awardee, we are going to invite Dr. Saroj Mandalji. Please, ma'am, to come on the stage. Please, sir, to come on the stage. Dr. Saroj Mandal, sir, to announce the Young Scientist Award, which is sponsored by V. Ramakrishnan.
ICI Award 2023 for Young Scientists sponsored by Professor V. Ramakrishnan goes to Dr. Devdatta Ghosh,
Dr.
CSRI,
Devdatta
CDRI,
Ghosh.
Uttarakhand.
Congratulations, sir.
Devdatta Ghosh.
Yeah, please do come, sir. Please.
He said he's not able to make it. I request Professor SK Singh to receive the award on his behalf and hand it over to him in a function held at Roorkee.
सर सबूत इकट्ठे कर रहे हैं हाँ सर प्लीज
Thank you.
चालू है सर पास में करिए
Thank you. Because Dr. Devadatta Ghosh was busy today, they have been involved in safe demolitions of Twin Tower. So one lecture series online was going on, so he could not join. And he is our colleague, so I am receiving on behalf of him. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much.
The next award is for the best PhD thesis in concrete. This award has been instituted by the Master Builders Publishers Limited to announce the award-winning thesis, and we invite Kaushik Bandyopadhyay.
Dr. Kaushik Bandyopadhyay, sir, please do come on the stage to honor this award to the awardee. तालियां बजाने में बहुत कंजूसी करते हैं आप थक गए हो क्या कोई बात नहीं लास्ट के 4-5 है बस
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am privileged to announce the ICI Awards 2023 for Best PhD Thesis in Concrete, sponsored by the Master Builders. And it goes to Framework for Simulation of Field Compaction of Roller Compacted Concrete Pavements in Laboratory by Dr. M. Selvam, IIT Madras. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Dr. Selvam.
Dr. Selvam is not able to make it today as he is held up in some faculty interview at IIT Madras. So this will be handed over to him in an event at Madras. Thank you, sir. Thank you for announcing the award.
So we are moving forward for the next award, Best Paper Published in ICI Journal.
This award has been instituted by Mumbai Center when it was flourishing like anything. To announce this award, invite Mr. Sanjay Almekar from Mumbai Center.
Engineer Sanjay Almelkar, sir, please do come.
He's not there. We invite
Chairman sir,
Dr.
Vishal
Vishal,
sir.
Dr. Vishal Tombre, Chairman of Mumbai Center.
इनके लिए तालियां बनती हैं क्योंकि पूरी मेहनत इनकी है और इनकी टीम की है. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू सो मच सर.
Thank you. Best paper publication in ICI journal, sponsored by ICI Mumbai Center, goes to Effect of Crusher Dust on Properties of Normal Strength Concrete, a case study by Harish R. Chaudhary, Saha, and A. Siddiqui. Congratulations.
हरीश आर चौधरी, शाहदाव जी, ए सिद्दीकी जी. अभी थोड़ी देर पहले मैडम बोल रही थी कि पेपर प्रेजेंट करने में पसीने आ जाते थे और हम भी अपनी जिंदगी में केवल एक ही पेपर प्रेजेंट कर पाए, वो भी बहुत मेहनत से. इट्स अ टफ टास्क. प्लीज applause around for them. Thank you. Congratulations. Now we are moving for the next award, Best ICI Student Chapter Award. Sir, please.
ICA encourages educational institutions to start ICA student chapter with an objective to give exposure to the students on the practical aspects and the latest technologies and practices in the field, which enhances their employability. The selection is based on the evaluation of activities of the student chapter as per the set criteria. This year, two student chapters were competing with one another. There was a neck-to-neck race between both the student chapters. To announce an honor awardee, Engineer H.R. Girish.
Engineer H.R. Girish, sir.
And we also invite Engineer Vijay Ranjan from Master Builder Solutions India Private Limited, who has instituted this award.
Engineer Vijay Ranjan, sir. Master Builder Solution India Private Limited.
It's a honor to announce ICI Awards 2023 for Best Students Chapter sponsored by Master Builder Solutions India Private Limited goes to College of Engineering Gindi.
Congratulations, College of Engineering Gindi. A big congratulations to you, ICI also. क्योंकि बच्चों को आगे बढ़ाना बहुत बड़ी चीज होती है. Thank you so much. So applause for the all teachers. They are coming. Congratulations, ma'am. So now the term for 16th award. So please.
There is yet another awards for the Best Student chapter, which also has performed very well. So as I was telling you, there was a neck-to-neck race between these two student chapters, and hence it was decided to give an appreciation award to this student chapter. We invite Engineer N.G. Muralidharan to announce this winners.
Engineer N.G. Muralidharan, sir, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Shri Vishnu Engineering College for Women, Bhimavaram, Andhra Pradesh. Congratulations.
Dr. Bala Girish and his team are here. Congratulations, sir. I know more about your passion for the student chapter.
Now we are moving forward for the 17th award, and the award is for Best Center Award. So, sir, shall we move?
This award is given for a center for its outstanding contributions in fulfilling the objectives of ICI, namely organizing quality programs for knowledge dissemination, nurturing student chapters, submitting audited accounts on time, conducting elections to the EC on time, and contributing to the headquarters from their event surplus. These are some of the parameters on which this award is decided. This year, two of our centers were competing with one another closely for this award. We decided to honor both the centers, one with the Best Center Award and the other one with an Appreciation Award. To announce the first award, let us invite Dr. Venkateswara Rao from Hyderabad.
Any clue who will take this award? Any clue? Which center will take this award? Say some loud, please. मुझे सुनाई नहीं दे रहा. Nagpur. Anybody else? Bangalore. Anybody? Bangalore वाले तो खड़े भी हैं तैयार होके. Anybody else? See the confidence level. Congratulations, sir. क्या confidence है? So, sir, please announce.
ICI Awards 2023 for Best Center goes to ICI Bangalore Center.
Congratulations, Bangalore.
We invite Engineer HR Girish, Chairman of the Bangalore Center, and his team to.
इस अवार्ड के लिए तो तालियां बहुत जोर से बनती हैं. Because it's a teamwork. And sir, next time Mumbai, yeah? Congratulations, abhi se. Thank you. Congratulations, sir. Bangalore Center, congratulations a lot.
This is let's say a few words. Sure. Every year we are getting this award.
Thank you. In fact, this award is dedicated to our excellent OB, MC, each member of ICI, all the seniors who have supported us, and all our sponsors also who helped us so much. And like the saying, when you walk alone, you may walk faster, but you walk together, you walk much further. And we have been walking further and further to these awards year on year. And I dedicate this to our entire team, our secretariat, OB, MC, entire team. Thank you. Thank you, headquarters.
Congratulations. Sir, I think you have completed this is your 7th award continuously, right? मतलब आपके 7 फेरे हो चुके हैं, आपकी शादी हो चुकी है। कांग्रेचुलेशन सर। सर का कहना है अगली शादी भी होगी। So sir, shall we
To
move on?
announce the appreciation award for the best performing center, I would like to call upon Kaushik Hazra. Kaushik Hazra, please.
Engineer Kaushik Hazra sir. ये पिटारे से निकला हुआ, this is the last award of this evening. नाम कोई बताएगा? Anybody? चेन्नई, नागपुर, बेंगलोर फिर से खड़े हो रहे हो क्या आने के लिए? Anybody else? इतना सन्नाटा। नागपुर।
ICI awards for 2023. Appreciation award for best performing center goes to a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for ICI Nagpur Center.
क्या बात है नागपुर? Congratulations.
This center mobilized the maximum number of members during the membership drive. Sir, they are also getting one more award apart from the appreciation award. The center mobilized the maximum number of members during the membership drive announced recently. In appreciation of that, the center is also getting a certificate of merit. Let us give a big round of applause to Nagpur Center, please.
In line with objective of Indian Concrete Institute, uh, we have carried out number of activities, and the Nagpur city is a very small city having population of 55, and we have very small catchment area to do kind of activities, and very few resources available with us. But all activities are meaningfully planned. It was meticulously carried out and fruitfully conducted. And though we have planned activities such that every week there will be there were activities every week. For student chapters, we have planned activities for faculty development program for teach and activities for newly recruited WD engineers, newly recruited STTP. We have planned STTP for short-term training program of 7 weeks, 5 days or 6 days training program for newly recruited PWD engineers, newly recruited WRD engineers. We have arranged a concrete talk for student chapters for every month. We have conducted expert talk for all practicing engineers. And so the town, our city is very small, but the activities sounds loud and sweet, and it was heard by the Chennai headquarters, which was about 1200 kilometer away, and the center acknowledges. I'm thankful to Aisha headquarters center and jury members. Thank you very much.
See, Preeti, the MOC. Vidhi has commented that Bangalore Center has now practically married because सात फेरे हो चुके हैं 7 times. And but I would like to tell you about Nagpur Center that we have received 3 types of awards right now here. So we are still flirting, and you will you will find us everywhere and not at one place, and that is the beauty. Yeah, and after the marriage, you must have realized it now. Yeah, I am with you for that. Let's party together. Okay, thank you very much.
वैसे भी कहा है एक से अच्छा है कई सारे रास्ते खोल के रखो. Congratulations, Nagpur. Ah,
We
sir.
are all enjoying the hospitality of Mumbai Center in the last 2 days. Their teamwork, their meticulous planning, their hospitality, everything was wonderful. It really made us spellbound. It's all because of the teamwork of Dr. Vishal Tombre, Dr. Sanjay Almekar, and their team. Let us give a big round of applause to them. On behalf of the Governing Council, we would like to present a memento to the Mumbai Center in appreciation of organizing this event in a grand manner. I request all the Mumbai team members to come to the dais, please.
ICI Mumbai Center team, come on the stage. Yeah. Yeah, Dada. See, मुंबई सेंटर ने एक सरप्राइज रखा है अभी भी. एक पत्ता उनकी जेब में है, तैयार रहिएगा सरप्राइज के लिए.
डांस के बाद डांस में कर दे अभी पटाखे फोड़ो अपना
So ICI Mumbai, congratulations. सर अपने आप से खुद पहन लीजिए, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
We sincerely appreciate and thank, and we are very humbled by this. But we are also in a full of josh to continue this activity. I would like to take few names who believed, trusted on us, and brought people who had never met each other in a year back. Some of the people, except one or two, we have never met each other. And I think looking at these people, I think we have one of the finest team. This is just a stepping stone. Keep watching for Mumbai. Thank you.
Congratulations ICI Mumbai. आता काय है ये मराठी मुंबईची बात आहे ना, और जब मुंबई की बात होती है ना और महाराष्ट्र की बात होती है ना, तो महाराष्ट्र अपने आप में बहुत 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 बड़ा दिल रखता है. हालांकि हमारे देश का हर प्रदेश बहुत खूबसूरत है, अपने संस्कार अपनी संस्कृति को लेके चल रहा है. पीछे आर यू रेडी फॉर दैट सरप्राइज? आर यू रेडी फॉर दैट सरप्राइज? पक्का? ओके, तो एक बार बोल देते हैं, छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की. हम महाराष्ट्र के लोग, हमें ना वो जो साड़ी पहननी होती है ना, ऐसे कांच वाली, नवारी वाली, वो पहनने में कभी शर्म नहीं आती है। हम बहुत गर्व से पहन के निकल जाते हैं। वो नाक में नथनी पहनना होता है ना, हमें कभी शर्म नहीं आती है, क्योंकि वो हमारा गर्व है। हमें हमारी मराठी भाषा बोलने में शर्म नहीं आती, क्योंकि ये भी हमारा गर्व है, हमारी संस्कृति। और पता है ये जो मुंबई बना है ना, आवाज दे दे यार, ये जो मुंबई बना है ना, ये 7 अलग अलग टापुओं से मिलके बना है। 7 जगह मिली तब बना एक मुंबई। और इनमें से इस पूरे मुंबई को बनाने वाले, सजाने वाले और इसे निखारने वाले हैं कोली समाज। और जब कोली डांस करते हैं तो कैसा करते हैं, हम देखेंगे आज के इस डांस में। बैक टू बैक 2 परफॉर्मेंस महाराष्ट्र स्टेट, महाराष्ट्र राज्य की तरफ से। तो आपकी जोरदार तालियों के बीच में अको
मी हाय कोली सोरील्या डोलीरा मुंबईच्या किनारी, अगं मार्किन कोली हाणलं गोली गती जाऊ बाजारी. मी हाय कोली सोरील्या डोलीरा मुंबईच्या किनारी, अगं मार्किन कोली हाणलं गोली गती जाऊ बाजारी. बेसावची पारू निसली गो नवा सारा, बेसावची पारू निसली गो नवा सारा. सावचल को बंदर लाग पारू दरिया से मिल गेला, सावचल को बंदर लाग पारू दरिया से मिल गेला. सावचल को बंदर लाग पारू दरिया से मिल गेला, सावचल को बंदर दरिया से मिल गेला. कहाँ रे अरे जाई कहाँ तेरे पीछे ये पोरा आई जो आई
की जान है
जवानी ऐन भरा आले मस्त अंगुरी रात प्याले दिन आज रूप सुंदरा जणू इंद्राची अप्सरा गुलजार लार देखणी नखरे कटक चांदणी ए बोल की घुंघरू मला फिरतीच्या झुल्यात झुलवा राय फिरतीच्या झुल्यात झुलवा अन इश्काचा गुलखंद खिलवा मला फिरतीच्या झुल्यात झुलवा राय फिरतीच्या झुल्यात झुलवा अन इश्काचा गुलखंद खिलवा मला फिरतीच्या झुल्यात झुलवा राय फिरतीच्या झुल्यात झुलवा अन इश्काचा गुलकंद केलवा मला फिरतीच्या झुल्यात झुलवा अन इश्काचा गुलकंद केलवा तुमची मैना मला बघून लाजतोय आईना मी लाडाची तुमची मैना मला बघून लाजतोय आईना असले नाही कधी कोणा किती जीवांची केली मी दैना कधी मी कैरीची फोड आंबट रस छोड ए फिरता फिरता हरवले मी गर्दीत कुणी मेल्यानं मारला तो पटवा आधी जाऊन ओ आधी जाऊन पोलीस बोलवा आधी जाऊन पोलीस बोलवा मग खुशाल पतंग उडवा मला फिरतीच्या झुल्यात झुलवा आणि इश्काचा गुलकंद फिरवाना वय माझं आहे 16.5 अग पिक्चर झालं मजनू वय माझं 16.5 अग पिक्चर झालं मजनू गोळा नशीला घोट प्याला अन गावभर बोबाट झाला पिसाचं गुलाबाचे बोरंड ओ तुमच्या देशीचं फुलिंग वाढवा